as I have almost nothing much to do. With whatever you've done, I request that we all stand up and we start our anthem. Our chief guest is already here. So let us all stand up and we sing the Ugandan anthem, one stanza, the East African anthem, also one stanza. And I know Agnes is around. She'll give us the blessing thereafter. Please, can you project it here so that we have everybody sing out? Oh, Uganda, may God uphold thee, we lay a future in thy hands. United, free for liberty, together we'll always stand. E Mungu tawoma utulinde, Jumuiya Afrika Mashariki, tuwezeshe kuishi kwa amani, tutimize na malengo yetu. Jumuiya yetu sote tuilinde, tuwajibike, tuimarike. Umoja wetu ni nguzo yetu, idumu jumuiya yetu. Let's remain standing. Mama Agnes, come over. Can you climb?
Okay, let us join our spirits in prayer and thanksgiving. God the Father, the creator of heaven and earth, we are gathered here because you appointed us. We thank you so much for the calling, but on behalf of the souls and the bodies in this place, and those that are far, we wish to thank you for the gift of the new day. We thank you for our lives. We thank you for the journey mercies that we have moved to this place. We thank you for appointing us amidst all the millions of people on planet Earth, and of all the millions within the borders of Uganda, to call us for a purpose here. A purpose to think and rethink, to reflect, to guide, to touch the future of your people receiving agriculture extension and advisory services. It's a critical service, God, that you offered yourself in the Garden of Eden. So you have called us in your purpose. Bless all the speakers that are going to speak in this place, and bless all the discussions that are going to take place here. Give us the wisdom that we need to guide this country to deliver better our agriculture and the food system. We ask you to bless the waters that are on our table. Bless the teas and the foods, the bites that we are going to eat. And bless the hands that prepare it, including the farmers that produced it, and many of them will never have an opportunity to eat it in the state we are going to take it. So as we eat it, Let it be a seed to remind us of our duty and our responsibility to support all of the actors in the food system to give the people in Uganda and beyond the quality, the safety, the healthy, the nutritious, and quantity food that they desire to live a life in dignity. Take the high space and place in this place, for bless us all that you have called. Lord God, I have prayed with thanksgiving.
Amen. Thank you. Thank you very much. Let's take our seats. We'll quickly have a brief introduction to know who is present. That shouldn't take us long. And I think there's a microphone right in front somewhere. Gerard? I would like us to start from the back. Quickly, let us know the organization you're from. Your name, organization.
Good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
My name is Sempala Blasio. I come from Chambogo University. I'm a student.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen.
Good morning.
I am Bwire Joseph from Chambogo University, a student. Thank you.
Welcome.
Good morning. I'm Emmanuel Ankunda, Chambogo University.
Thank you, Chambogo University.
Yes, good morning. My name is Opio Francis, Chambogo University.
Wow.
Good morning. My name is Caroline Akampa from Chambogo University.
Hey, we are grateful to Chambogo University.
Good morning. My name is Lejorko Abraham, UFAS.
Thank you first.
Morning, everyone. Eliko David is my name from Feed the Future.
Feed the Future, you're welcome.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Samuel Moinda from Dostream Limited.
Welcome.
Morning, everyone. My name is Toby Atepo from Chambogo University.
Welcome, Chambogo.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Chemos Boniface, a student from Chambogo University. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Ningo Jafar, a student from Chambogo University.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Priscilla Naisanga from Sasakawa.
Good morning. My name is Ethiopia Tadessa from Sasakawa Africa Association.
Good morning, everybody. My name is Oluka Michael, District Production Officer, Pader District Local Government.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Jude Tibemanya Rwemisisi from Uganda Management Institute.
Good morning. Godfrey is my name with the Naro, based in Amlonge.
Welcome, Doctor. Thank you very much.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen.
Good morning.
My name is Richard Vasalira from Agra in Uganda.
Agra, I'm grateful to you. Thank you very much.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Peter Samuel, District Production and Marketing Officer of Homa District.
Good morning. I'm Prudence Aijuka, and I work with the Uganda National Farmers Federation, but a board member, UFAS, representing national farmer organizations. Thank you.
Good morning to you all. My name is Adeline Mohebwa. I'm the chairperson of Uganda Forum for Agriculture Advisory Services. You're very welcome.
Thank you, Chair. Welcome.
Good morning, everybody. Beatrice Luzobe, the CEO, Uganda Forum for Agriculture Advisory Services. You are welcome.
First, you're welcome too. Thank you.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Christabel Tumwewaze. I work as the director in charge of institutional strengthening and advocacy at Feed the Future Uganda, the institution and system strengthening activity. Thank you very much.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Harrison Kaziro. I work with the National Alliance of Agricultural Cooperatives, but I also coordinate the activities of the Agribusiness Market Ecosystem Alliance. And I've been a member of the National Organizing Committee for this event. You're all welcome.
Good morning, members. I'm Pontius Mubiru. I come from Makerere University.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Henry Galiwango. I'm from Kilimo Trust, but I'm also part of the organizing committee for this event. Thank you.
Thank you. Gerard? I've been reliably informed that we can go by organizations. Are we okay?
Good morning to you all.
All right, let's finish up. No problem. Let's finish up.
My name is Gertrude Naluvinga. I work with Farm Radio International.
Good morning, everybody.
Good morning.
Dr. Sam Luzoba, my name's. I'm from Land Enterprises.
You're welcome.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Catherine Adoa are my names. I work for Ripple Effect, and I've been part of the team also. Thank you.
You're welcome, Adoa.
Good morning, everyone.
Morning.
I'm Sandra Ndagire Kamenya. I'm the World Bank consultant supporting Ministry of Agriculture on the microscale irrigation program, Farmer Food Schools.
You're welcome.
Good morning.
Morning.
My name is Simon Peter Kiring. I work for Feed the Future Uganda, institution and system strengthening activity.
You're welcome, Simon.
Thank you.
Good morning.
Good
My
morning.
name is Mobiru Abraham Johnson. I work with Feed the Future Uganda.
Welcome, Jameson.
Good morning.
Morning.
I'm Bernard Isiko. I work with Feed the Future.
Most welcome.
Yes, good morning, ladies and gentlemen.
Good
My name
morning.
is Aijuka Benjamin, and I'm an agribusiness consultant, having worked in agricultural value chain for many years, so I'm proud to join with you today.
We are proud to have you too. You're welcome.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen.
Good
My
morning.
name is Godfrey Omony. I work with CARE.
We hope you'll take care of us. You're welcome.
Good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
My name is Mugisha Ruth. I have been one of the organizing committee and coordinating the regional workshops. Thank you.
You're welcome,
Ufas.
Mugisha.
Good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
My name is Dennis Mwesigwa. I work with Joint Efforts to Save the Environment.
Thank you, Dennis. You're welcome.
Good morning.
Good
My
morning.
name is Mchunguzi, farmer from Chegegwa.
You're welcome, our farmer.
Good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
My name is Oyesjide Bernard. I am a chairperson in Nyakatoma, Utondozi Maize Farmers Cooperative from Chenjojo District.
You're welcome from Chenjojo.
Good morning. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen.
Good morning, ma'am.
My name is Chomhanji Evas Rwemram from Chegegwa. I'm a farmer.
You're welcome, farmer.
Good morning, members.
Morning.
My name is Opio Charles, a student at Chambogo University.
Welcome, Charles.
Morning, members.
Morning.
My name is Colin Were, and I work with the National Alliance of Agricultural Cooperatives in Uganda, NAC. Thank you.
Welcome.
Good morning, members. I'm Fred Maxim Balumia, the District Production Marketing Officer, Kaliro.
Welcome.
Good morning, members. My name is Arika Mugisha from Uganda Land Care Network.
Most welcome.
Good morning, members. I'm Nachumi Deborah. I'm working with ZAPTA.
Good morning, members. My name is Nancha Prosi from ZAPT.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Geoffrey Oba. I work for GIZ Rural Development Program in Northern Uganda. Thank you.
Good morning. I'm Juliet Akumu. I also work for GIZ ProDev. Thank you.
A blessed morning to everyone. I'm by the name Damasco Rubangakene. I work for GIZ Rural Development Program under Water for Production component. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Patrick Ochaka. I work for GIZ under Promoting Rural Development Program.
Good morning. Rachel Naisubi, Nation Media Group, NTV and Daily Monitor.
Nantume Sarah is my name. I work for RUSID and I'm a member of PELAM Uganda.
Good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
I'm Hadija Nalule, and I work with PELAM Uganda.
You're welcome.
Good morning.
Good morning.
My name is William Amanya. I work for Joint Effort to Save the Environment, JESE, and also a member of PELAM Uganda. Thank you.
Good morning, members. My name is Paul Katom Nyagwa. I work with Food Rights Alliance.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Patrick Omony. I work with Agency for Community Empowerment, a member of PELAM Uganda.
Morning. I'm Joshua Kato from New Vision.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Kangume Jocelyn from Chambogo University.
Good morning, everybody. I'm Isikoporo Moses, Production Officer Bujiri.
Good morning, colleagues.
Good morning.
I am George Oroka, working with the Soroti Catholic Diocese Integrated Development Organization, SOCADIDO, also called Caritas Soroti, a member of PELAM Uganda. Thank you very much.
Yes, good morning, everyone. I'm Edson Tsumbira, I'm District Agriculture Officer Chinjojo.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Roger Sekawaza, a student from Chambogo University.
You're welcome.
Good morning, members. My name is Ngobi Aaron Grace from Chambogo University.
Yes, good morning. I'm Martin Tumhereze from the Ministry of Agriculture, Industry and Fisheries.
You're welcome.
Good morning. My name is Agnes Kirabo. I'm the Executive Director for Food Rights Alliance in Uganda and a proud member of the National Organizing Committee for this event.
You're welcome.
Good morning to everyone. Yeah, my name is Mayambala Godfrey. I come from Ziroba Galiam Agribusiness Training Association, but I'm also the body treasurer for Uganda Forum for Agriculture Advisory Services. You're welcome.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Grace Musimami, and I'm the Executive Director, Farmers Media Uganda, and I'm Secretary General for Uganda Forum for Agriculture Advisory Services.
Jambo sana. My name is Max Olupot. I work for AFAS as a Director of Programs, but I'm also privileged to be the East Africa Field School Hub Coordinator. For this purpose, I also acted as one of the advisors in a humble way and putting a lot of questions. Thank you.
Thank you for being our advisor. Thank you.
Yes, good morning. I'm Okware Patrick, District Production Officer of Tororo, and the OPAS member.
You're welcome.
Hi all, Dr. Juliet Sentumbo is my name, a retired civil servant but not tired.
You're most welcome, Doctor, our senior citizen. We are very happy to see you, Daktari.
Morning, everyone.
Morning.
I'm Nisheka Leonard, working with Bukaras Agricultural College.
You're welcome.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Ekot Leonard. I work for Bukaras Agricultural College and also a member of UFAS. Thank you.
You're welcome, Kalasa.
Good morning to you all.
Good morning.
I'm William Epeju. I'm a member of UFAS and I'm a retired associate professor.
You're welcome, Prof.
Good morning.
Good
My name is
morning.
Sarah Katsari from World Vision, Uganda.
You're welcome, Sarah.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen.
Good morning.
Ayo Juliet Okwiri is my name, Deputy Chief Administrative Officer, Chegegwa District Local Government.
You're welcome, ma'am.
Yeah. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen.
Good morning.
Gilbert Robaihayo, District Chairperson, Chenjojo.
Oh, you're welcome, Mr. Chairman. We're happy to receive you.
Good morning, everyone.
Good morning, ma'am.
Kalembe Jovia. I work with Expedia Africa Agency. We deal with internships abroad.
Oh, thank you. You're welcome.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen.
Good morning.
My name is Kasita Gerard. I'm on the UFAS board, representing farm organizations at lower level. Also the founder and CEO of Vibrant Generation Uganda Youth Empowerment Center in Zimbabwe. Thank you very much.
Thank you. We shall hold our introduction there. The rest will come up as we move along. Thank you very much. We know who is seated next to us, and we know we're in the right place. Without much ado, we are moving to our next program. Can we have a flash of our program right away? So that we know we're on the right track. Thank you very much. Allow me to invite Mama Beatrice to come and give us and thank you for the correction. I understand the chairperson is coming to give us an overview. Yeah. So you're welcome. Let's listen to her and she'll give us update accordingly. Please let's clap and welcome her give her the spirit. You're welcome, ma'am. Welcome. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Connie. A round of applause to Connie for taking us through the first part of the event. And again, you're all very welcome. I had already introduced myself. My name is Adeline Mohebwa, the current chairperson of Uganda Forum for Agriculture Advisory Services. I'll first of all invite the vice chairperson of Uganda Forum for Agriculture Advisory Services to introduce the dignitaries present. Dr. Richard Miro, please.
Good morning once again. I have a good friend in the house, and we are doing what we call reverse mentoring. While I mentor him on something, he also mentors me in another area. I chose to mentor him in academia. He's mentoring me in protocol and public speaking and all these good things. And his name is Max Olupot. So my chairperson has given me a very important task. That's why I need Max Olupot to guide me, maybe after I've done my bit. My task today is really, once again, to welcome each of you. And if you don't mind, shake your neighbor's hand and say, the UFAS fraternity, the leadership, warmly, heartily welcomes you to this place. Please do that for the sake of the farmers that we are working hard to make sure that they are well served. Secondly, I'm going now I take this opportunity to say that to the Honorable Minister, sir, represented by our very own Dr. Patience Rwamigisa, please a warm one indeed. Also to the Executive Director of the African Forum for Agriculture Advisory Services, represented in person by our very own Papa, Dr. Salim Nadi. Please welcome. And the Deputy Chief of Party of the institution strengthening activity of the USAID, Feed the Future USAID, our very own Didas Kumwesiga. Please, a warm welcome. The members of the board of the African Forum for Agriculture Advisory Services here present. A warm welcome again to you. As I said, I admitted that where I make a mistake, I have reverse mentoring to help me. The country manager of the Alliance for Green Revolution in Agriculture, my own brother and friend, Dr. John Jagwe, warm welcome. I also want to take this opportunity to recognize very important representation from the Ministry of Agriculture, Animal Industry and Fisheries. Members from there, again, most welcome. I want to recognize also the presence of Dr. Godfrey Asea. He is the director of Namulonge Agricultural Crop Resources Research Institute of the National Agricultural Research Organization. A very warm welcome, our fellow extensionists, but focused on research. And I also want to recognize here also the presence of the team from USAID. If you are here, please, besides our Deputy Chief of Party, again, we want to warmly welcome you. Last, to appreciate each of you, I may not have been able to mention all the important dignitaries here present, but we are really warmly delighted to have each of you here. We'll take time to make sure the full list is with us so that we recognize you again at an opportune time. But on behalf of the National Organizing Committee, we are very, very pleased to have all of you here. And I believe this therefore sets a setting to welcome our chairperson, our very own Madam Adeline Muhebwa, to come and pitch to each of you why we have put together this the first of its kind, National Culture Extension Week. So welcome, and let's encourage her with a warm hand clap.
Thank you very much, our Vice Chairperson. A round of applause to him again. And Max, I think you can already see how the tutoring is going on. So either you need to improve or you are already there. A round of applause to the mentor, please. Okay. Our Honorable Minister represented here, Representative Dr. Patience Rwamigisa, Board Member of UFAS as well. All dignitaries present. Executive Director, AFAS, Dr. Slim Nadi, we are very happy to have you here with us. The board and management of UFAS, development partners present, AGRA, USAID, Feed the Future, and all other development partners that have journeyed with us up to this date. Thank you for coming and thank you for being here. Maif and other MDS present, academia and research, district local government representatives, non-state actors, farmers and farmer organizations, members of the press, our keynote speaker and mentor, my mentor actually, Professor Margaret Mangeni. Thank you for coming. Ladies and gentlemen, I have the pleasure to welcome you all at this opening of the first Uganda National Agriculture Extension Week 2023. This event has been organized by all partners, led by UFAS in partnership with the Ministry of Agriculture, Animal Industry and Fisheries. A round of applause for all the organizations that has happened. Allow me to say that this event started well back with the regional workshops, as you will all be hearing our CEO presenting. And it has attracted over 200 people that were on the regional. And now we have a hybrid, that is the online and the physical presence. And we expect to have over 200 as well logged in and also present here. The participants have been drawn from a wide sector representation, and allow me recognize the people from the districts who have traveled all this far to come and be with us. The chief administrative officers here present, you've heard them during the introductions, and all other members of the agriculture extension systems landscape. You're all very welcome again. It is my pleasure on behalf of UFAS board to thank you all again for being part of this important event. And I seize this opportunity to request all members of the different subcommittees and the National Organizing Committee to stand up for recognition and applause. Please, all those who are part of the subcommittee and the National Organizing Committee, a round of applause. Please let the, yeah, thank you. These are the people who have put us here together to deliberate, and they have done it with their own resources, with their own time, amidst their busy schedules. Another round of applause to our development partners. We wouldn't be in this nice, conducive environment if it wasn't for our development partners. A round of applause to them. Another round of applause to USAID Feed the Future. And I'll request all the USAID Feed the Future people, please stand up for recognition. They have moved with us. They have been with us in meetings. All you see is their effort as well. Thank you very much. And we look forward to closely working with you even hereafter, even to all the other development partners. Honorable Minister, Representative, permit me to inform members that this event is not only counting numbers, but has expected outputs and outcomes, which the CEO will be able to air out. So therefore, ladies and gentlemen, your active participation is considered very important, as the recommendations of this meeting will represent the views of all agriculture extension and advisory sector actors. And they will be put in a communique to guide UFAS and its partners in its advocacy role, working together with the Ministry of Agriculture, Animal Industry and Fisheries as guidance to the next steps of our advocacy. Allow me to sincerely thank you all for your time and gracing this very important occasion. UFAS has taken all concrete steps to ensure that the engagement and exchange of information and knowledge is well captured by our facilitators and rapporteurs. At this time, I want to request all facilitators, please, and the rapporteurs to stand for a round of applause. Thank you. So all your views will be well captured, and that's why I request that let us all together actively engage and be able to have a communique that is able to improve the agriculture extension and advisory services landscape. I wish you all a very fruitful discussions. Thank you all.
Thank you, Chairperson. Thank you very much. Let's give her a big round of applause. Thank you. Betty? Let's quickly listen to the CEO, and she'll quickly give us the overview of the Extension Week. You're welcome, Mama.
Wow. I hope people will be able to see me. Okay. To do what? Okay. I think my boss, my chairperson, has done all the protocols and everything which is required because we are actually presenting together. I'll just say you are all welcome, all protocol observed. And I'm just going to present. We have one, we said we have to, people need to know what is WOFAS, and then I'll just end with the extension. And the first is just talking about why do we actually have different extension fora and networks. And this came into place because of the problem which we had. We know that as agriculture extension, we had a problem, we have a problem of being not organized, not being able to network, and there were so many emerging issues which were coming on. And extension workers, we had less opportunities. And yet we are part, if you can see, we are between the researchers and academics who are daily putting out outputs, which we have to actually extend to the value chain beneficiaries. But because of those problems we have, there was low capacity. Our performance, everybody says, what are they doing? And many other. And even the recognition is like people said, what are they doing? So that's how actually all these fora we talk about came in place. And if you look at that, you find that we are a network. I mean, we are part of a broader perspective. We are not just WOFAS. We are part of the Africa Forum. I mean, we are part of the Global Forum, which is at global level. And when you come down, we are part of a continental forum. And which continental forum is part of the Global Forum. And then we come down as country fora, or CF as we call ourselves, as WOFAS. AFAS is at the country level, but there are other continental fora on every continent. And we are busy also now trying not to be just a Kampala chapter, but have hubs in the different regions. And we have hubs in the north, in the central, the upper east and lower east, and all that. And recently we had a very good entry into the West Nile, which had taken long to go to have our presence felt. And what is actually WUFAS at a glance. We are a National Agricultural and Extension Advisory Services Forum, and were formed in 2011 by the actors, and we are legally registered. We bring together all the actors, agriculture extension actors from all sectors as they are listed there, from all fields, all the way crop, animal, fisheries, whatever they are, and from all levels of professionals, right from certificate up to PhD. And we work very closely with the ministry through the Directorate of Agriculture Extension Services and other partners to reach out to all the actors. And we have actually a focal person, Dr. Patience, now who has a different code today. He's our person at the national level. And we have Mr. Ampira. I think he introduced himself. He's from Buvuma, but he's the overall national local government representative. Our membership reach, we have two ways of engagement. We have people whom we call, because we are a membership organization, so there are people we call members when we are calling a general assembly, whom we call upon. And these are 312, and out of them, 280 are individuals and 32 are organizations. And out of the 22 individuals, they are 54% youth. I always say this is a good challenge. We always have to think out how do we engage this youth. But you've had some of them from the universities, others are already out in the field. And that shows the current representation. You can see that most of the actors we have are from the public, private sector, academia, you can see research. We have the CSO also, memberships high. And the students are also, it's a high percentage. But however, the overall WUFAS reach is over 1,000 AES actors nationally. They are those who actually involve in many, many different activities. And we have a vision of effectively contributing to agriculture development in this country. And our mission, we promote effective and efficient, innovative AES system through the strategy, partnership, advocacy, capacity, and so on. And the objectives, we have 5 objectives. One is strengthening the institution and sustaining an effective platform, because you need to build yourself before even you serve others. And then supporting the information sharing and networking, because that, as I said, was one of the problems of extension. Another one is to develop capacity of agriculture and advisory services. The capacity also was a problem, but we don't build it the way the academia do. And then enhance professionalism. This is one of our passions. And also lobby and advocate for a conducive environment for the extension. And we have members. Those are some of the members. I hope I've done most of them. Mainly the member organizations. Those are the member organizations. And then we implement through a number of themes. The theme areas are in institutional development, communication, information, and knowledge management, which we call KIM, capacity development, professionalism, and lobby. But we also have some technical working groups on resource mobilization, climate smart agriculture, ICT for agriculture, and policy and advocacy. We have some main activities. I may not go into all that, but what I want to point out that out of the activities, I said we work very, very closely with the ministry on many issues. And we have worked with the ministry, supported the ministry on a number of issues since we signed an MOU with them in 2016. We've done guidelines and standards for AES system in Uganda, ethical code of conduct, procedure for registration and accreditation, e-registration, application for all AES. And this was commissioned in 2020 by MAIF. And we also did a number of sensitization and training of some of the non-state actors in the 38 districts of Feed the Future. I would say, I would just attempt to say, what is our value? You know, someone says, what is your value? We are in that, we know that there is a problem, climate change impacts, disorganized producers, markets, uncoordinated, the uncoordinated and unprofessional services, unequipped and unvalued AES members, workers, and all this impact into low productivity and losses and then poverty. And the needs are there, which comes out of this. The value chain actors, the beneficiaries, they need quality, timely services and inputs, effective farmer organization, they need professional, effective, and equipped and motivated extension workers. They also need skills. They need new skills, they need new technologies. And this way, it can lead to improved productivity. And as WOOFers, we offer the organization and coordination, as I've talked about that. We really want to see all this coming together and organizing themselves. We do capacity building through professional interaction, information sharing, and so on. Someone saying, how do you do the capacity? I'm sure everybody who has come here, in a one way or another, is going to be capacity built. Because there are a lot of things which are going to come out of this. We do advocacy and supporting professionalism, quality services, conducive, and we also advocate for a conducive environment. So we've engaged in all these things to be able to see that the extension service which we bring together is effective and is actually beneficial to the agricultural value chain beneficiaries. What are the benefits if someone joins WOOFers? Lastly, one is that if you join WOOFers, you'll be able to be linked to the national and the continental and global networks. You'll be linked to the regional hubs downwards, accessing the WOOFers membership and national. We have a database. How many of us are part of the National Agriculture Extension Platform? It's very active. It discusses a lot. If you are not a member, please tell people the people at the desk there to register you there. We do volunteer and consultancy engagements. We link to the professionals to partners. If you want professionals as an organization in agriculture, please contact us. Internship opportunities, someone actually introduced themselves, their Expedia, their members, and they are in that. The mentoring and mentee opportunities, and being part of events and processes that are advocate for conducive environment. And this is one of those. Sorry. Oh. I think that is about WOOFers. I could not talk about this without talking about WOOFers. And so I ended with a note that one of the benefits, the members coming together in an event like this, networking, building their capacity, and so on. And hence, I'll just briefly talk about this extension week. Okay. And Uganda Forum and Advisory Services, together with MAIF, we have been organizing these agriculture extension events. This is being called the first. It's not the first event. It's just the first extension week. And as I'll show you what others have been called. And all in this we've been bringing together over 200 actors, as the chairperson said. During the 2020, given the situation which was there of COVID, The third National Extension Symposia, because that was, we're calling them symposia, was an e-event. And you'll be able to actually share a report of that. It's a very many things, good things came out of that. And then, but due to the stabilized situation, we are back now to the physical. The fourth National Agriculture Extension event is being held starting from, it started yesterday because there was a lot which actually happened yesterday. And hence we changed to the Extension Week. We want to be in line with AFAS because AFAS does Extension Week. We also want to be in line with other countries which have started doing Extension Weeks. And if you see that, that is how we have been moving since 2013. We started with conferences, one-day conference, 2013, 2014, and 2016. Then we moved to symposia, and that was 2023, 2029, and 2020. And those who remember, in 2016, that's where at the height of the reforms, and we had in 2014, when we had the theme of Uganda's agriculture at a crossroad. If you remember that, I don't know how many people were there. It was a very hot one when the reforms were coming in, they were bringing in the army, and then extension workers were saying, what is it? So that one was a marked one, and many others which came. And in 2021, we didn't organize a national, but we were part of organizing the continental one. That was in Munyonyo, the All Africa Extension, Agriculture Extension Week. And now we are here with the Uganda National Agriculture Extension, the purpose of the Extension Week is to bring out the value and contribution of the pluristic agriculture extension and advisory services in building actors' resilience and competitiveness for agriculture development and national economy. This is built on a number of things. One, the policy recognizes pluralism. So as we've heard, there are many actors here. They are public and non-state actors. And that the recognition. Then we have the issue of resilience. We know the situation in which we are acting. There are so many impacts of pandemics, impacts of COVID, we are still feeling them, and so on, climate change. And then, of course, our goal, the goal of agriculture, is about competitiveness. So that's how that comes in. And objectives of this is to identify and highlight various sustainable holistic AES interventions, to stimulate different participating value chain actors towards greater contribution to actors' resilience and competitiveness, to deliberate on the capacity and operational gaps among the different value chain actors, raise priority policy. This is very important, and yesterday we spent a lot of time. We want this to come out, priority policy and practice recommendations for AES, efficiency and effectiveness. Expected outputs. The expected outputs is sustainable, pluristic AES ways and approaches that are building resilience of actors and competitiveness, the capacity and operational gaps among the different. We want to really gather what are they, and then the third output will be a policy brief, a communique on AES strategies for addressing the value and contribution of pluristic agriculture extension in building the actors' resilience. And we have 5 sub-themes. The overall theme is unveiling innovative pluristic AES ways and approaches, actors' resilience and competitiveness. I've already explained that. The first one is AES interventions, and support mechanisms for addressing resilience and competitiveness, 2, leveraging and strengthening public programs and projects. We want people to understand what are these projects, what are these programs of the government. And then 3rd is viable business development and support services for farmers and other users in AES services. Then women and youth engagement and opportunities in agriculture as actors and also as beneficiaries. And lastly, the digitalized AES in agriculture as a driver of agricultural growth. The participation, they have already talked about it. Over 500 actors and stakeholders have been mobilized. They are attending the virtual, the physical, both regional and national. And I've just pulled out this to say, I want to really thank, we came up with the idea of regional meetings. And the actors, the partners were supposed to mobilize themselves in the region and fund those activities. And I would want us to really clap and really applaud these people. In Arua, we had, for all the AES actors of West Nile region, are the people here, at least one person here, who did that? Abraham and I think the Ayuda and, you know, it wasn't very easy. And then in Kamenya Migo, for the AES actors in the Masaka and Rakai region. I'm told those are still under the Muzadi, but they at times I think have their session. Where is Masaka? And then there are actors who met in Lira for the AES actors in Lango region and North Kalamoja. Where are they? Maybe not yet here. And then in Mukono we had for the DPM's Oz for the central region. And that was organized by the Muzadi and then the DPM Oz. Dr. Mukula, I don't know whether he's here, but Dr. Mpira is here. I'm told he's their secretary. Thank you very much. And of course, eventually, the participation of the international workshops. And we have, those are just the different workshops, the people who were there. And the Extension Act, I will not really, because Dr. Miro, I think, just walked through them. We are also going to get the program. They are there. And we just want to appreciate, as every other person has said, those different organizations which have made sure that this activity happens. Thank you very, very much.
After all the beautiful words we heard from Mama Biti, we gave her a very lousy round of applause. Let's give her a good one, please. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Yeah, these are the beautiful funders of the program. Thank you to all of them. We appreciate you. Allow me at this juncture to welcome our keynote speaker. This is a very special moment. Let us take keen interest and listen to what she's going to share with us. Let's give her a big round of applause as she comes on board. Professor Mangeni, you're welcome. And we are happy to hear from you. Thank you, Ma'am. Can somebody get a presentation up?
It is here. Good morning, colleagues. I need someone who can give us energy. We've been seated for a long time, And I don't know, is it allowed in these kinds of events when the Honorable Minister is around to stand up and stretch before we begin to hear things that are academic definitions, models, frameworks? We really need to stand up. Honorable Minister, if you accept, thank you so much. So, Dr. Miro, where are you? Yes, please, get us some energy so that we can engage in a fresh gear.
Thank you so much. This is how I think the energy could be generated. Greet around 5 people at least in 1 minute and tell them so far what's impressing to you. Just 5 people, and we want to hear you talk loud like an extension worker. Ask them their name briefly. Is that, oh.
You can just raise your hand so that I know. Whatever. It's okay. It's okay.
Maybe I can mention.
Yeah, just mention it. It's okay.
Thank you so much. You may now settle down. It's so beautiful to listen to the exchanges, so you may now settle down. Please settle down. I have been, again, there is a lot of mentoring going on here. Please, as you settle down, I have been guided that we share a brief profile of our keynote speaker. And so allow me, Madam Keynote Speaker, to displace you a minute, come up there, and then share briefly about who you are. Ladies and gentlemen, this morning we are receiving our keynote speaker, none other than Professor Margaret Najingo Mangeni. She's an associate professor of agriculture extension, the Department of Extension and Innovation Studies, School of Agricultural Sciences, College of Agriculture and Environmental Sciences at Makerere University. She's also the founder member, of UFAS. She also right now serves as the representative of East Africa on the African Forum for Culture Advisory Services Board. She is also the principal investigator of a project between Cornell University and the Makerere University called GREAT. In full, it is Gender Responsive Researchers, now we need extension workers, equipped for agricultural transformation. She is a wife and a mother of 4, 1 son, 3 daughters, and she's a friend to many of us, a mentor to many of us. Please welcome our keynote speaker, Professor Margaret Mangeni.
Thank you very much, Richard. The other part is I have worked with Feed the Future in shaping extension in this country. And I'm very honored to be here today. Good morning, colleagues. Honorable Minister represented by Dr. Patience Ramigisa, I want to recognize you and also ride on the protocol of our chairperson, Ufas, because time is fast spent and I have a lot to share with you, I must assure you. I have asked Richard to put up his hand when he sees that my academic heart is getting ahead of me and I'm speaking too much. But thank you so much. It's an honor to give this keynote address to set the pace for our week, what I think is a very, very important week. I've been really, really delighted for the introductions to hear the many people represented, diverse actors. The diversity in the room today is really, really heartwarming. So let's engage, ladies and gentlemen. Think outside the box, outside of everything we have ever known, because the issues that we confront are actually very, very profound and complex. But I'm a firm believer that once a team of committed, dynamic, and passionate individuals come together and God is with them, we actually prayed. Thank you, Agnes, for that prayer. I know that with God, all things are possible. So really, I invite you to engage in this week, both in this room, but also outside this room. We are going to the field. I'm going to start off by sharing our journey. I'll define some key terms. We've been talking about resilience, innovation, competitiveness. What does all this mean? And you know that terms mean different things to different people. So I'm going to share with you some definitions, which we can, of course, continue to discuss and debate as we continue to engage. I'll show us agriculture at a glance in Uganda. That's the context within which innovations are happening. I'll talk about some few statistics. What are the challenges? What are the opportunities? And what's really happening in the sector that we need to be aware of as we innovate, as we build capacities for resilience and competitiveness. I'll take us number 3 to agriculture extension and advisory services. Innovation mapping. Why is this important? That we look at who is doing what, where, how, and why this matters. Because as you've seen, there is diversity all around. But let's engage with these key questions. And finally, we shall talk about building resilient competitive systems and the role of actors. What does each one of us have to do? Many times we point the finger at government. Honorable Minister, I want to assure you today, we'll definitely point a finger at government as the key agency or actor that builds the enabling environment, but we'll also point at ourselves so that when we leave this room, we will indeed be actors, acting on the many, many things that we have deliberated on and that we want to put into action. So that's the journey that we want to undertake in the next 20 plus minutes. The first definition, innovation, a word that is used widely. And I got this definition from the World Bank, which says, finding and applying new approaches to address existing problems, serve unmet needs, and therefore, an innovation is a new solution with a transformative ability to accelerate impact. I bolded there a problem and an unmet need. So this unmet need can be in the, any space that we are involved in. It could be in policy. these policies that we formulate and are not implemented, they are not known. You know, that unmet need. A problem out in the farming communities with our fisher folk, with livestock, with crops. So when we are able to find and apply and we solve this problem, we meet this unmet need, we are innovating. So that's an innovation. Resilience. Ability to not only recover quickly from a crisis, a shock, a stress, but to bounce back better and even thrive. So, there is that definition that I also want to propose to us, that this is what we want to talk about. Innovation for resilience, so that we are able to recover quickly from crisis, bounce back, and thrive. A bridge has broken down, Katonga, we can't take our produce from the west to the markets. How do we recover quickly, bounce back, and thrive? That's resilience. Competitiveness. We are able to achieve market superiority over our competitors. Who are the private sector here? Private sector, hands up. Yes. I like my umbrella. We always tease him that he has a knife for money. So competitiveness, you are able to achieve superiority over your competitors. And this can be also talked about in terms of comparative advantage, how effectively an organization or a firm or an individual can meet needs of customers relative to other organizations. So there is competition here, because actually there is a pluralistic nature of things almost in all arenas that we are involved in. So there are others that are doing the same thing that you are doing. They're offering the same service that you are offering. Therefore, you can't afford not to know what they are doing. And now, for example, for us in agriculture, we are in a regional market. Uganda is doing the same thing that Kenya is doing probably, and Rwanda and others. So while we share and we network, we must be able to look at all these aspects. And therefore, we are here this week to look at how we can innovate so that we are resilient, we are also competitive, we can be able to know our, those who are doing things similar to us and we have an edge. And then, as AES, we can't lose an eye on the economy that we want to service, and that is the farmer. Because when AES is resilient, competitive, our farmers, the smallholders, the medium scale, the large scale, must also be resilient and competitive for us to be in business as AES. The next point I want us to talk about is the agriculture sector, agriculture. There are many statistics about agriculture. I picked a few. The role that agriculture plays in terms of the GDP contribution, but also the labor force that it supports, the women, the men, and the young people. And the fact that it is contributing to export earnings. Therefore, we can't lose sight of the market to whom we are selling our produce. And the fact that these farmers that are really the anchor of the agriculture sector are still predominantly subsistence. And I'll be sharing about the aspirations. We have aspirations to transform to middle income status through agro-industrialization, but using or relying on a smallholder base that has limited amounts of land. In innovation theory, we talk about the resource that is most limiting as the one where people innovate most. So the resource envelope and the limitations therein is really a key driver of where an innovator applies their minds. So therefore, our land holdings are small, the productivity is declining, the soils are declining in terms of quality, and yet we have that opportunity. I want to celebrate the young people because I think that's a strength that Uganda has, and UFAS, congratulations for attracting the youth and engaging them meaningfully. That's really the present and the future. And then we have those women, that very high proportion, 70% engaged in agriculture. And the cultural systems that we work in where there is limited access and control over land and other resources, and also in terms of their ability to make decisions and the power relations in the households, within the institution, the farmer institutions and other fora. So that's a context we must always be aware of as we innovate for resilience and competitiveness. Shocks have been mentioned. I'll just talk about them. But also, we must be aware that there are shocks in the area of trade, in economic, in health. We heard about the COVID and we experienced it. All these are there. And this calls for innovation within AES so that we are able to be resilient and a focus on the agri-food system as a whole. I want also to take us to some opportunities and challenges that we have flashed there. You know, the challenges at farmer level with the small scale, dispersed, poor, weakly organized. Maybe the challenge at the farmer level that I want to highlight is about the incentive to pay for services. Again, emanating from a long history of subsidized public good. Honorable Minister, while subsidies are good, there is a way in which we need to engage them, this approach, in a manner that does not undermine the thriving of the private sector, especially as we pursue commercialized and agriculture agenda. Then in government, a challenge of weak regulation, I'll be coming back to that, human capital deficiencies in terms of numbers and competencies, and funding that is dwindling. The natural environment I've already talked about, and uncoordinated actors. UFAS is coming in to coordinate and organize actors, but this is a problem or a challenge that is really, really wide. And we'll see as we go along that organization and coordination and harmonization is really critical for actors pursuing a unified direction towards resilience and competitiveness. Opportunities, amidst all that, we really see that Uganda and indeed the region has opportunities that we must harness as we innovate. The markets in commodities, both locally and internationally. I've already mentioned the young population that is really alive and active and engaging and passionate. And then diverse agribusinesses, linking our farmers and other actors to inputs, to markets, to finance. So this space, there is a lot of innovation, new ideas coming up, and new ways of doing things. Personnel, before Makerere was the only university, but we see many universities coming up. I celebrate Chambogo. I had many students introducing themselves, Bukalasa and others, Gulu. So therefore, we see that in terms of human capital investment, there is also a lot happening in there. And then development partners, we really applaud you, those who believe in us and are able to fund our activities. And I already mentioned the networks. So while we look at the shocks, the risks, the stresses, again, there is opportunities that are there. What is government aiming to achieve? In terms of aspirations, I think that even there we have an opportunity that our country has recognized that there is a need to move from peasant or subsistence to middle income economy, and industrialization is the vehicle or key vehicle. A need to create jobs in agro-industry and to increase the value of what we export so that it can earn more for the country and for the actors involved. Sector growth for agriculture, labor productivity, and proportion of households that are food secure. So this is in our NDP 3, and therefore this also is an opportunity that we can exploit because the government, our government, is moved in the right direction in terms of priorities. And now I take us to what the central role of extension and advisory services towards this national aspiration. These goals can only be achieved when we have effective, efficient, and inclusive agriculture extension and advisory services, where everyone is in. The small-scale farmers, the medium scale, the large scale, the women, the men, and the youth, all of us in our diversities really working together towards the aspirations that we have as a country. And in this diagram, you may not be able to see, it's the classic innovation, agriculture innovation system diagram with all those various actors. Research is there, the private sector in terms of processing and value addition, the institutions that are in policy at local government, at national level. But at the heart of it, at the center, are those bridging institutions that connect. And that is agriculture extension and advisory services. And that's why the case I want to make for us this morning and this week throughout is that we can't afford to really leave agriculture extension and advisory services behind and expect to achieve the desired results in each of these areas and indeed the national aspirations. What is the role of agriculture extension as we make a case for it to be at the center of all that happens in achieving the government aspirations? There is the traditional focus in extension on human capacity development for increased production and productivity. When agriculture extension was birthed as a discipline, as an area of service delivery, the focus has always been in the past, previously, production, productivity. Let those farmers produce more, and produce more. Increase yields. Get those innovations from research out to the farmers' fields so that they're able to produce more. But currently, with the new agenda in Uganda, in the region, and indeed globally actually, there is an expanded focus in terms of clients, but also in terms of results, so that we are not just looking at increased yields on farmers' fields, but also socio-economic transformation. And therefore, the clients being expanded beyond farmers, small-scale farmers at that, to include other value chain actors. So if you want the agricultural input dealers, for example, to be able to offer good service, a professional service to their clients, they need services. The agribusiness consultants that we've been hearing about, we can't ignore their capacity because they are key actors in the chain. So therefore, we see an extension and advisory system that is now taking on a broader agenda. There is commercial farming, so farming as a business. And therefore, they should be able to offer business advice. They should be able to support value chain development, financial literacy, food safety, and food security and nutrition. Before it was just food, but now it must be nutritious and it must be safe for the farmers, but also for those that they serve in the market. And then sustainable collectives. These are the farmer institutions, but also other actors coming together in institutions. Extension and advisory services should be able to build capacities so that the collectives or the institutions that hold the actors together are owned, are sustainable, and are not just relying on short-term interventions from external sources, and many, many others. So the role of extension and advisory services is really expanding. It is broad. And of course, that's both an opportunity, but also a challenge. And therefore, the case I want to make, Honorable Minister and colleagues, is that we cannot afford to leave this key service in any venture that we have in our national aspirations towards the pursuit of a middle-income status. And now I come to the heart of my presentation, which is really why innovation mapping? Because in this week we are going to unveil innovative extension and advisory services approaches. We want to understand who is doing what, where, how, why. And that's why we are going to Kayunga to see how some of our colleagues are, innovating out there. We're going to Chakwa Farm and others. And also we'll be sharing and networking in the room. And that is where I want. So here is just a snapshot. And as you can see, I picked out UFAS members, but there is also other private sector. So I'm also advertising Madam CEO Beatrice that people, let's join UFAS, because when you are in the network, you are recognized. So what is the private sector doing? I see Learn Enterprises there, Enzaya Greek, Famunera. They're offering services in agricultural inputs, training, agro-consultancy, and many others. We also see civil society in advocacy, very critical, training, promotion of awareness about legislation so that we are able to know what is happening, what government is doing, and what it's not doing well, and therefore those accountability systems. So there is a lot happening out there, and we need to map it. Academia and media, a lot of capacity building, sensitization about occurrences that are going on. And a synopsis, because in this event, we are going to be showing and showcasing. The program, as you saw, has set time aside to actually tour what is happening out there. It's being built abroad here, but also in the field, what is happening in the space of digital extension, village agent models, market-oriented agriculture, farmer field schools, and so on and so on. What is government doing, the MDAs, and the programs that we only hear about or read about in the papers, but we want to see what exactly is being done there, and how can we leverage on them? How can we connect, collaborate so that we are able to do better towards resilience and competitiveness. And I want now to zoom in on government. What is government doing? Government, by the way, is also innovating and doing a lot. Honorable Minister, thank you for what MAIF is doing. And in there, or up there, are policies that have been enacted, because the role of government is to provide the policy regulatory environment that, for innovation. And it's a key actor towards competitiveness and resilience. So the policies are there, and I was only able to list a few because indeed there are many others. And also not just within MAIF, but also the other agencies and ministries that we work with, trade and industry and others, and the programs. And the challenge that I want to pose to government, but also to all of us, are these speaking to the challenges and opportunities? Because we've elaborated some, and we're going to be looking at others during the course of the presentations that are going to be made in this meeting. Are they aligned, or are they speaking to those challenges and opportunities? Then also the policies themselves and programs, are they aligned with each other? Because when we have misalignment, we actually cannot arrive where we want to arrive or get to what we want to get. So let's check for that alignment, and then the status of implementation, because again, we can have all these documents and they are not implemented. And then for us as actors in this room, are we aware of these policy and regulatory documents? Because when we don't know, whatever is written and is not known is hidden from us. Therefore, we cannot take advantage of it. So it's in our interest to know what government is doing. And that's why we need to map all this. This is an example of alignment or misalignment, actually, that I picked out. But I'm sure that as we analyze, we are going to identify maybe other misalignments. And we say that alignment is key, because when we align, we are moving in the same direction and in the right direction. This is a statement that I picked from a government document, actually, that the agriculture extension policy, we are going to be going to that, but the policy transferred national oversight from NADS to the Directorate of Extension in MAIF. Yet, the NADS Act 2001 is still in force, whereas the Secretariat functions have been repurposed. So you can see this is something that calls for alignment. And it is something that we can now think about, because we've said, while government is doing a lot, it's important that we have this alignment. It's just an example. What is government doing? Another key action, or what we celebrate actually, is the National Agriculture Extension Policy 2016, whose mission is to promote application of appropriate information, knowledge, technological innovations for commercialization of agriculture. This is in place in 2016, and it's a key policy instrument. That slide summarizes in a nutshell what this policy is about. The policy recognizes pluralism. I've already mentioned the multiple actors in the sector of agriculture extension and advisory services, but also evidenced by the presence in this room, all of us innovating in various capacities. But the policy thrust is to streamline this pluralism so that there is harmonization, there is coordination, we are all aligned in the same direction towards agricultural transformation. And in the end, socioeconomic transformation. So this is one of the other key activities that government has done. And now, the other one is developing tools and guidelines for streamlining, so that we are able to know who is doing what, where, and how. And these are the standards and guidelines and also accreditation and registration procedures and ethical conduct. All these are in place and they are actually available on the MAIF website. In this slide, I'm talking about what government is yet to do. And this one is now for all the wonderful work that government has done to actually be implemented and operationalized. There is need for a legal framework to regulate public and private activities in the commodity value chains, but also in the agricultural advisory services. And therefore, we need mandatory quality assurance. Yes, the documents are there, but then when there is a legislation, it's able to mandate everyone who is engaging in agriculture extension and advisory services to register, to be accredited, to undertake continuous professional improvement through mandatory in-service training and also enforcement of the code of conduct. So those procedures should be enshrined in a legal instrument. Also, mechanisms for institutional coordination and collaboration, compliance or enforcement of compliance for good agricultural practices by stakeholders, so that as we innovate, we are innovating within the confines of the law actually. Because actually innovation, especially of the private sector, can sometimes be contrary to what is needed in terms of good agricultural practices and sustainable practices at that matter. And the other one that needs to be done is harmonization, integration of public investments and public-private investments, so that we are able to see if the private sector is innovating in this space, I'm just giving an example, what are the public innovations in this environment or in this locality, and how can they speak to each other for mutual reinforcement, for synergies. All that is very, very important. And I must say, we feel that there is, I feel that there is more to be done in this area. And a legislation would be very, very important in this regard. The challenge that we have of not knowing who is doing what where, there is a cost. So, and I want to submit that it's a high cost in terms of resources, human resource and also money, because sometimes there are cases of overlaps, conflicts in approaches, and these can't be spotted timely if we don't have that efficient dynamic system for knowing who is doing what, where, and how, and mechanisms for enforcing compliance. Malpractices that had profitability and competitiveness may not be easy to spot because we are in this space, we are all producing the same good, and if there is malpractice, for example, fake inputs, the market will lose interest and all of us will actually be affected. And synergies between actors and innovations not fully exploited. And these synergies are even within government interventions itself. I'll give an example of a program that is really dear to the country right now, reflected in terms of the money that we are spending, the parish development model, because it's supposed to be a vehicle for transforming farmers from subsistence to the money economy. So therefore, this program, funded very heavily, is expecting these producers, small-scale producers, the ones I talked about, poor, dispersed, low education, women, youth, and really capacities are low. And they're now going to be not just producing for subsistence, but they are getting money, and it's loans that they are supposed to pay. Therefore, there is need for them to get business advisory services so that they're able to come up with business plans, they are able to conduct feasibility studies and marry this with the good agricultural practices that will help them to indeed make money and get out of poverty. Amidst this context is a situation where local government funding for extension is diminishing. The staffing levels in the local governments are 50% to capacity of establishment. Therefore, you see that for coordinated, integrated, aligned investment by government, there is need for investment in both extension and advisory services and this parish development model, which is aiming at financial literacy and investment and taking our producers to the money economy. So therefore, I would urge that this is an issue that we debate and discuss, and we have advice to our actors. Let me conclude by saying that I already said that this is a collective effort, resilience and competitiveness. So therefore, we want to look at what are the necessary actions by the diverse actors. The cross-cutting one, meaning all of us must be engaged in this, is capacity strengthening. As we know, as we have seen, new ways of doing things, new problems, new challenges, but new opportunities as well. Therefore, new capacities are needed in the changing context. And I will just flash, because this one we won't read in depth. There is new knowledge, there is new skills and attitudes needed for us to engage in this space, and we must all be engaged there. The public sector, in terms of providing the enabling environment for innovation, a need to formulate and periodically refresh policy, legislation, and strategy as the situation changes. Implementation is key so that we don't stop at formulating, but we also implement actively. Disciplined monitoring, evaluation, and learning of the entire system. And again, as individual actors, we are called upon to be monitoring, evaluating, and learning. But government really need to be putting us together or supporting a mechanism that does that, so that collectively, as the AES system, we are able to learn and advance. Coordination of actors, setting standards, regulation, and quality assurance, and timely attention to common good issues. There are common good issues that affect the sector. For example, interruptions in regional trade relations, infrastructure, capacity building. All these would be the business of government. And timely, because any time we lose is actually money. So if our goods cannot be absorbed in the market in Kenya, for example, we would expect government to be acting quickly to ensure that we are able to repair those relations. And this slide is about the need to be open-minded and refresh strategy and rebrand. And you know, the funding, I'll ask my honorable minister to comment. Traditionally, when we are budgeting for extension, we budget for motorcycles and vehicles. We love vehicles. But when we talk about innovation, we should open our mind to be budgeting for other things that support innovation. The importance of airtime to communicate and data, and attending events to connect and share and learn together. Those now become legitimate budget items for extension. And then, of course, my Secretary General has clapped. And then also, now back to us actors. When we go to these events, we must show value for money. So what do we come out? Because sometimes innovation and networking can be out there. You know, that's why workshops are not funded much. They went and they had fun in Kampala. No, when we go back to the regions, there should be something that we do differently, and we document and communicate. And then Honorable Minister gives us more money next year so that we get a bigger room for this event. So I'm advocating for new line items in line with innovation thinking. Private sector and civil society, they need to innovate in approaches so that we are always thinking of better ways to do things, more efficient, more effective. Providing services that are ethical and ensuring that our producers are thriving even as we, private sector, are thriving. Because if our farmers are not making money, we will be out of business actually. We can't be resilient, we can't be competitive when our producers are not making money and other actors in the value chain. So ethics is critical. So create jobs so that, as I said, we have our young people who need to be making a living. Holding public sector accountable, but also holding ourselves accountable. So we are not just pointing fingers, government do this, but we are also actually doing what we are supposed to do. And for the international organizations, promoting good global practices, those lessons out there, because they engage with globally, and therefore also sharing this with us. And finally, I want to end here. For innovation, resilience, competitiveness of AES, we want to be sure that, this is key for prosperous farmers. I've already made that point. But not just farmers, others who are involved in agriculture. And a positive brand for Uganda. You remember that when we make these goods, we say made in Uganda. We want to promote the Uganda brand, private sector, public sector. You know those countries where they say it is made in, I won't mention because I may interrupt to, yeah, made in da-da-da-da-da, you just don't buy. You associate it with poor quality, fake, you know. And then there are those brands that are really up there. So when we are, let's have that at the back of our mind, because when Ugandan goods are branded negatively, your goods are also branded negatively. So therefore, I want us to suppose, and this is a multi-actor collective effort, not just government, it's private sector, it's civil society, those of us in academia. So let us network widely, share openly as we build towards resilience and competitiveness. I thank you.
I can only say, wow. Let's give her that big round of applause. She has disintegrated extension and made it very clear for us to understand what it is that is expected of each and every one of us sitting in this room. We have a role to play to make extension what it's supposed to be and what it is that is expected of what we've put in place, the government policies. Do they talk to each other? Do people even know the existing policies? So we all have a task. By the time we all leave here, we should be able to get to know the available policies. Where can we get them if we haven't? Can we have opportunity to look through what do they say? Those ones to be appealed, that she brought them out, repealed. Who is supposed to do that? Thank you very much, Mama Maggie, Professor. You've really opened up our eyes and our minds. And I hope that after now, we'll begin thinking differently, focusing differently. And also when we look at extension, we try to look at it differently and probably get out of the extension box. We look at the drones, we look at other beautiful things that we need to do, so that when we are requesting for that resources, Honorable Minister, it is not only the motorcycles and the vehicles that we need, but our farmers, our extension officers here present need a lot more. We probably don't need to go there. We can sit in our offices and be able to interact with them effectively from different places. Thank you, Professor. That is what it means to be a professor. You know, the keynote address is one that is worth it. I believe we've not made a mistake to bring you to share this with us. Thank you so much. I know we didn't start late. We started on time. But I believe a few other persons want to run away from us. Allow me at this juncture to invite one of our bigger partner, our funder, our colleague too, the chief of party from Feed the Future, to come and talk to us. They have made this function what it is, together with our other partners, the AGRA and many others. Thank you very much. Let's give him a big round of applause as he comes on board. You're welcome.
Thank you so much for giving me this opportunity. The Honorable Minister and all protocol observed. I'm by the names of Kumwese Gadidas. I'm the Deputy Chief of Party, and I'm standing in for the Chief of Party for Feed the Future Uganda Institution and System Strengthening Activity. And I beg that we keep it in full as Feed the Future Uganda Institutional and System Strengthening Activity. Those who know are smiling around why I'm saying that. I'm here on the program. I saw there was an indication that is there is USAID. I'm not speaking on behalf of USAID. I'm speaking on behalf of Feed the Future Uganda Institutional and System Strengthening Activity. Honorable Minister, allow me to highlight a few things that we touch. Basically, we are currently working with 11 ministries, departments, and agencies. And of course, we are anchored at the Ministry of Agriculture, Ministry of Trade, and indeed their agencies and other ministries. We are also working with around 21 industry apex organizations that have a national character, and they have their membership that goes to the grassroots. And that's how we come in this space to support some of these activities. Honorable Minister, I'd like to highlight, I was pleased when a professor presented, and I think we are sitting on some of those spaces to solve some of the issues that we are talking about. Honorable Minister, we've touched the agricultural sector, and I will only highlight about 2 or 3 things as an activity that I need to bring to your attention. One of the things that we do is streamlining internal processes for these institutions so that they can respond to the needs of their constituents. And Honorable Minister, we've been doing that, interacting with your ministry and indeed the partners to streamline some of those processes. One of the other areas we look at is improved policy frameworks that helps these institutions to function well. When our keynote speaker was speaking, it's one of the areas you are really strong on, aligning our policy frameworks. So it's something that we need to pick up. The other area is that we work on strengthening some capacity elements where skills are lacking at that level. And also to mention that for us, we work at the national level and we collaborate with these actors. And lastly, I think, which is more relevant with us why we are here, we do support vertical and horizontal linkages so that stakeholders work together. And that's why we come in here to support such an event to take place. I have a few asks, Mr. Honorable Minister. The issue of regulatory frameworks. We are talking about the extension, and I'm aware that some frameworks, for example, the National Agricultural Extension Strategy, there is a demand for enforcing aspects of that strategy which require a bill. It may be something you may need to consider for development or enactment, and we do commit some support towards that. As I also noted that there is some data missing, and the agricultural data is very key for planning and decision making. We are aware the ministry is trying to put up a system, the National Food and Agricultural Statistical System, and I think it's ready for rollout. We are pleased to be associated with that, and we would want to see it functional so that it can help in data and planning. I have one question. I would imagine that the whole of extension really works on data. So my ask would be that probably this system needs to get out faster so that the extension people can have a streamlined way of looking at things. And lastly, allow me to say that when I walked in here, I saw a lot of visibility here. We encourage that. And I think we may need to have our communication aligned well and harmonized and coordinated so that we have greater impact. That's something probably, Honorable Minister, we may need to work on, our communication strategy for the agricultural sector. I would also want to highlight that we are also working with other institutions. One to mention is the Cooperatives Registrar, the Ministry of Trade, would want to see that go online and it's digitalized so that you people can register, file returns, make your searches online without necessarily moving up and down. With that, allow me to thank the Honorable Minister for your guidance in the sector. We are anchored at his ministry So we thank you for that guidance that you provide to us in the sector, and we pledge to continue our collaboration. We thank the organizers of this event, UFAS. We've had several discussions. Thank you for pulling this beautiful day to this day. And with that, allow me to stop here and wish you good deliberations as we go forward during the week. Thank you.
Thank you, Chief of Party. We really appreciate that. You know, I think all of you didn't hear what he was saying. He said he was willing to give us support for the institutional framework. You know, there are a number of policies we are working on, and they are willing to put resources. And you didn't even clap. Let us clap properly. And by the way, they're already supporting us on communication strategy. It's about to get ready. Thank you very much. We really appreciate that. Thank you. I think he's setting another pace that when we come here, we announce and indicate what it is that we need to put in place. But all in all, I believe they all want us to see extension really achieve and make a difference in this country. Thank you very much. You said feed the future, institution systems strengthening activity. We appreciate working with you. I know our sugar level is beginning to go down, but allow me to bring up front AFAS. AFAS will give us a few more words before we bring in the chief guest. We are about to get to that time. So please let's give AFAS a big round of applause as he comes up to give us the remarks. Most welcome, sir. You're welcome, sir.
Yeah, thank you very much, Connie, and all present today. Well, for specific reference, really, I wish to welcome the Honorable Minister, represented by Dr. Patience Rumigisha, a representative from USAID who has just talked, Feed the Future, and from all the development partners I've seen from a lot of them, from MAIF, local governments, and of course UFAS members, and all of you present today. Thank you very much. Of specific reference, really, I would like to appreciate the work of UFAS, who have been really, and congratulate them, who have been really champions of organizing Extension Week. And they actually have been champions in leading a lot of, and giving examples, best practices for other countries on how to get members, to operate, and to exchange and learn together. So again, thank you very much for providing that leadership and example to other country forums. And of specific reference, again, this topic which has been picked, I think it's as articulated by Professor Margaret. You can see the way it has been dissected and so on. It's completely appropriate, not only for this country, but I think for the continent, which I think we have to look at it really seriously. On AFAS, I think all of you already know what AFAS is. We operate in 40 countries with 26 which are very active and 10 very active, and Uganda probably at the top of the activity list. Thank you very much. Well, AFAS itself is anchored really in the African Union and within context of the CADA processes. And I'm sure all of you are aware of the CADA processes. And just to say a few things about the CADA processes, which was declared in 2003 in Maputo. I think you're aware of the Maputo Declaration, where African governments and heads of state really said, we are going to put 10% of our GDP in agriculture. which has not happened in many countries, but we urge our leaders to continue putting in more. And of course, this was, there was a commitment to the CADA process in Malabo in 2014. All these are continental processes which usually goes all the way down. Professor Margaret really articulated very well the importance of agriculture in Uganda. I don't have to dwell on to that. But very quickly, really, we know we have committed ourselves to shift from peasant to middle class by 2040. And I don't know, I hope we are charting that shift very closely with the appropriate programs. And also in the National Development Plan 3, there's a big emphasis also again in agriculture and improved services. Basically on extension, Prof. Margaret emphasized it. I don't have to re-emphasize it. There has been a big shift from previous approaches, from public to pluralistic. And we know what pluralistic is. And what should it do? It shifts mostly to facilitating. And I think we have to be aware when you're a facilitator, and I think the issue of the use of data and airtime is very important. And of course, movement is also very important. So we have to be a lot more modern when we are appropriating budget issues to those issues, which of course movement, motorbikes and so on is important, but all those other ones are also important. That is data and airtime. Challenges which are facing extension, which is cross-cutting really in Africa. There are the issues of policy as well, the institutional systems, the issues of funding, the issues of capacity, orientation, use of appropriate methods and tools, and how far they reach, and most importantly, the best application of digital tools, which is very critical. Just to end again, really to thank all of you and for being here and consistently being in attendance, and thank UFAS, MAIF, and all those who help in funding this event, the EU for funding AFAS and UFAS, USAID, AGRA, and all those who are here who have put their resources into this. And again, then we welcome you, and let's all learn together and participate together for the next 3 days. Thanks UFAS for this. Thank you very much.
Another big round of applause. Thank you, Doctor. Thank you so much. First, we are beginning to come to the end. And without much ado, allow me to put on another shoe so that I can qualify to invite my Honorable Minister, who is being represented by none other than Dr. Patience Remigisha, who is also one of us. At least he has always been with us. Many of us know him. Those who haven't known him will know him today. He's one of our walking extension officer. When you talk extension, the first person everybody will run to is Dr. Patience. I believe that is why the Honorable Minister thought it was appropriate to get him to represent the Honorable Minister. But at the same time, when you keep on representing, next time the representation will disappear and you become one. So let's pray for him. So Honorable, you are welcome to address your people this morning. You're welcome, sir. Most welcome.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you very much for coming. First of all, we should bring greetings from the Minister of Agriculture, Animal Industry and Fisheries. And for the apologies, the Minister had confirmed that he was going to be here. And then there was an abrupt invitation for him to be with the president in Masaka. And so he had delegated also the Minister of State, Honorable Wino. Then the president always insisted that he also needs the Minister of State to be there. And so I was called upon to step in and come and represent him. So I'm here in that capacity. Before I give the written speech that I've been given, let me also take the privilege to give my own brief remarks. Most of you are aware that why we exist as a Ministry of Agriculture, Animal Industry and Fisheries, first and foremost, is to have the national food security, food and nutrition security. We must be able to feed ourselves. The second is we must work to ensure that we increase the household incomes of our farmers. The third is we have, from the policy perspective, is on import substitution. Because the government imports a lot of food which actually can be grown here. The other day I was looking at statistics and I saw we spend $18 million to import onions. Yes. The onions come from Kenya, from Tanzania. $18 million. Now, why should we spend that money? So import substitution, because if we're able to produce enough onions, then we will not import the other ones. So, that is our responsibility as a Ministry of Agriculture. And therefore, in implementing a policy, we must work in partnerships. The sector has an ecosystem of actors. An ecosystem of actors that must be well coordinated, that must work to complement each other and minimize competition. And to do that, as the keynote speaker has ably articulated, you need to have these actors mainstreamed, these actors linked to ensure that they are providing the services that eventually lead us to our overall goal as a Ministry of Agriculture. I will not go into details which the keynote speaker has already articulated on the important role of agriculture extension. But agriculture extension is the heart and soul of the agricultural sector. It is the heart and soul of the agricultural sector. And once it is dysfunctional, the entire system, a lot of inefficiencies emerge in the entire system. And even the private sector is not able to be as competitive as it should be. So because of the important role of the agriculture sector, the government has been grappling over the years on how to build an effective and efficient agriculture extension service. Throughout, we have done reforms, but the reforms are unending. We are yet to come with a clearly stable system that effectively delivers service. And since these reforms are still ongoing, we have an opportunity today, as we deliberate, have been seeing through the program, that we can come up with good ideas on how we can improve the existing system for this reform we adopted in 2014. It is dubbed the Single Spain Agriculture Extension System. Now, for the last 5 years, or so years since 2014, we set ourselves milestones on what we have to achieve. One was to put in place a policy and regulatory environment. And we successfully put in place a policy with all of you. The other milestone was to build an effective delivery system and efficient. And we were able to undertake reforms of the public sector extension service. We restructured the local governments. We created all critical positions that are required for service delivery. And I will speak now. This local government's establishment has about 9,245 extension staff, the establishment. But those in post are only about 4,000, which is almost less than 50% of the establishment. And all this has been a budget constraints. And one of the challenges I want to give this audience is how should we be able to generate data and information that is able to convince the ministries of finance. And the extension has been underlooked throughout the entire continent in Africa. The ED will tell you, this situation is not only in Uganda, but on the entire continent. How do we package ourselves and convince ministries of finance and the political leadership about this important role of this extension in order to provide the budgetary requirements? This is one of the issues I'm also throwing to you. So putting in place an efficient delivery system was done. The system exists, but it is not effectively and efficiently functioning. And our job is how do we make it function? There was also harmonization of the extension content between public and private. And we put in place guidelines for development of extension materials. And then building extension can only be efficient by working through farm organizations. Now, building strong farm organizations was one of our milestones at the time we started the reform. And in order to improve efficiency, we also added another component on digital agriculture. To digitize the systems so that we create more efficiency. And the ministry has done a lot of investments in digital solutions. And what we are now focusing on is how we integrate these solutions to have an integrated system, e-system, that helps us to efficiently deliver services. And the other one which we have not yet, the policy which we have not yet tackled, which we have on our agenda, is also to address access to affordable credit. And we have worked with the Ministry of Finance to develop the draft National Agriculture and Insurance Policy, which is before Cabinet. And we hope that when that policy is passed, we shall have options for financing agriculture. So emanating from the presentation by the keynote speaker, there are certain questions that we really need also to answer. Because some of these questions keep haunting me, because I say, why has science failed to transform African agriculture? Because even in spite of the fact that we house international research organizations on the continent, they are generating technologies, and these technologies are going and transforming other continents. But they are not transforming on our own continent. Why? The other question also that disturbs me is that why is it that countries that have the comparative advantage with all the nature has provided for agriculture to thrive are the ones on the verge of starvation, hunger, and malnutrition? Why? You don't see these even countries that are stressed in the desert suffering from hunger and malnutrition. But you come down here. For us who are endowed are the ones suffering from malnutrition and hunger. And then how did we move from a net as a continent? How did we move from a net export of food to a net import of food? So these issues really need to be focused. And when you look at it critically, you also observe that throughout the sub-Saharan Africa, there has been a breakdown of the extension services. And we need to really put our effort to rebuild this system to ensure that we're able, as we told you from the beginning, that is the heart and soul. And until we put it right, all the investments we do in agriculture will make minimal returns. So those are the comments I wanted to make my own, but now let me go to the written speech. The Executive Director of the African Forum for Agriculture Advisory Services, the Board and Management of Uganda Forum for Agriculture Advisory Services, development partners present, technical staff from the Ministry of Agriculture and the agencies present, the academia and research institutions present, the local governments present, the non-state actors, farmers and farm organizations, the media, ladies and gentlemen. I am pleased and honored to officiate at the opening of the first Uganda National Agriculture Extension Week 2023, organized by the Uganda Forum for Agriculture Advisory Services and other key stakeholders in partnership with the Ministry of Agriculture, Animal Industry and Fisheries. And with great humility, I wish to thank the organizers of this important event. And as you are aware, in the past, Uganda Forum for Agriculture Advisory Services has taken lead in organizing national symposiums, which have now been renamed National Agriculture Extension Week. I am informed that this year's National Agriculture Extension Week is running from 22nd to 26th, is under the theme Unveiling Innovative Holistic Agriculture Extension and Advisory Services Approaches, Actors, Resilience, and Competitiveness for Food Security and Commercialized Agriculture. This should be an opportunity for all agriculture extension stakeholders, both the public and private, to deliberate on the current status of agriculture extension service delivery and come up with effective means to address the glaring inefficiencies that have been observed over time. I am also aware of the budget constraints in financing agriculture extension in the country. And the government of Uganda is committed to address these gaps and ensure that efficient extension systems, to ensure that there is an efficient extension service delivery system. However, we also continue to call upon our partners to increase the advocacy and awareness, because as a ministry alone, we need a budgetary process is a political process. And because it is a political process, you have to engage, not only the Ministry of Agriculture to engage, but also all the other actors. Because government responds to public demand. And therefore, it is also partly your duty to participate in this process. We need to unlock the potential and contribute to the achievement of Uganda's Vision 2040, Sustainable Development Goals, NDP 3 goals, and agro-industrialization strategy. The Ministry of Agriculture, Animal Industry and Fisheries is implementing the parish development model as a vehicle to improve service delivery for a sustained agricultural productivity, food and nutrition security, household incomes, and exports. And agriculture extension has a very critical role to play for the delivery of this model. All this requires a strong and coordinated agriculture extension and advisory service system. Government has made several efforts to provide a conducive environment for effective delivery of agriculture extension in Uganda by providing laws, policies, strategies, standards, and guidelines. The ministry is working on the National Agriculture Extension Bill, which has been on for quite a long time, but we hope that in the next coming financial year, it's going to be top on the agenda to get it out. And the principles for the Agriculture Extension Bill have been drafted, and they are due for approval by Cabinet. Now, at the time our new leadership took over the Ministry of Agriculture, we also set 6 priorities to achieve in our agenda for 2021-2026, which is the term for the current leadership at the ministry. And the focus is on ensuring quality and affordable inputs and working out systems that can effectively deliver inputs at affordable costs. The ministry has been developing, one of the e-systems the ministry has developed is the e-voucher system that provides a subsidy to farmers, and therefore, it is expected, having experimented the e-voucher system, all the results show that farmers can make significant contribution in terms of buying the inputs. But it has also improved the quality because the system has pre-qualified agro-input dealers where farmers are directed to go and get their inputs. So in a way, it has improved. It has the potential. And we hope we can be able to scale it up because it was on experiment. The second is on pests and disease control. The third is on availability of appropriate mechanization and irrigation technologies. And the fourth is on farmer education, which is extension service. The fifth is to build partnership with commercial farmers. Because we observed that in the past, commercial farmers, because our mission is transformation of subsistence to commercial, we put so much emphasis on that transition, but we do not put emphasis on using the commercial farmers to facilitate this transition. And therefore, we identified partnership with commercial farmers as key, work with them and see what kind of public sector investments are required on their farms to make sure that they are able to deliver services, including the extension services. And the sixth was affirmative action on fisheries and aquaculture. So these are the key 6-point program for the Ministry of Agriculture for 2021-2026, for which His Excellency the President blessed. And whatever we are trying to do now, between now and 2026, falls within these 6-point program. Today we are here to officially flag off this event as an annual platform to bring together all agriculture extension and advisory actors. I wish to call upon all of you here to use this opportunity to come up with innovative agriculture extension and advisory services approaches that will be resilient and competitive and address the concerns of food security and commercial agriculture, and for which the Ministry of Agriculture will embrace. I'm made to understand that through this event, over 350 participants, both physical and online, will be drawn across the country to share knowledge and experiences and innovative solutions. For example, the use of digital agriculture extension and advisory services and viable business development models to address the current challenges in the sector. I've also been informed that prior to today's event, there were regional agriculture extension dialogues across the country, which brought out voices that will complement the purpose for which this event serves in leveling the agriculture extension landscape. So today, as we officially open the Uganda National Agriculture Extension Week 2023, I call upon all players in the agriculture extension service provision to closely work together to ensure that they reach and serve all the farmers. And the Ministry of Agriculture is open support all the efforts to ensure that we work together to achieve our desired destination as articulated in the 2040 vision. It is therefore my honor and pleasure to declare the National Agriculture Extension Week 2023 officially open and invite you all to actively participate and contribute to the agricultural sector for God and my country. Thank you very much.
Thank you, thank you, thank you very much, our chief guest. A big round of applause for him. Thank you. Thank you. So at this moment, I know that our sugar level indeed is gone down. But as we go to have our break tea, we'll first have to take a group photo. Accountability for your being here. You have left your beautiful offices. We have left our beautiful districts. So to account for your being absent in office today, let's have that group photo. You said, yes, I was indeed present in the extension week. And you can show that. That will be a good proof. Our hashtag account is Agric, Agric, A capital, EXT, E is capital, UG 2023. If all of us here present can just like, that would be good. We can retweet, we can like. We are more than 100. This will be nice. So let us all like and retweet that hashtag. So allow us to go and have a good photo. Our break tea is up. We can see them up here. So if we get up, we'll have break tea here. We also have exhibitions all up here. And as we take our tea, I'll also invite us to have a look at what members are exhibiting. If you can pick anything, go home with it, don't leave it. Make sure you pick. Get their contacts. That's why we are here today. Thank you very much. Earlier on this morning, a blessed prayer was given by none other than Agnes, and whatever you're going to eat is already been blessed. So please feel free. You're welcome. Grace, where are we having our group photos from? Grace Musimami, where are we having the pictures from? At the entrance. We will have just about 30 minutes for break tea so that we can get back. So let us start moving. You're welcome. Let's get up and off moving for break tea. Eh? The group photo will be in the garden, right in front of this building. So let's run to that right away. Yes.
We would like to thank so much Madam Connie Achayo for leading us through the finished session. And we now invite you, as indicated, for a group picture. There's a photo booth up here, and then a break, as indicated, for about 30 minutes. So welcome upstairs for a group photo and your break. And then after that, we'll come back together and get into the next session, which is going to be very, very stimulating as we receive keen, thematic presentations on the key themes that we have for this event. So thank you again. We'll meet and catch up in 30 minutes from now.
The Uganda Forum for Agriculture Advisory Services brings together all actors in agriculture extension and advisory services from all the sectors, the public sector, private sector, civil society, farm organizations, academia, research, and media, everybody who is involved in disseminating and extending agriculture information to the beneficiary along the value chain.
We are working very closely with the Ministry of Agriculture and we're industry and fisheries. We are here with them to learn, to see how we can improve what's happening. We have a focus on government leveraging and strengthening government programs and projects. We have a focus on agribusiness support systems. We have a focus on women and youth. We have a focus on digitalizing extension. But most importantly, we have a focus on what has worked when it comes to be resilient with the apparent shocks that Uganda has actually experienced. Shocks like COVID-19, shocks like drought and increased product prices, input prices, and yet also the cost of production is very high, but the incomes of people have not increased. So how are we managing to make sure that people are resilient?
We have the National Agriculture Extension Policy, we have the strategy, and we have the policy instruments, that is the standards, guidelines that extension is supposed to follow. But what is the status of implementation of some of these policies that are in place, of some of these guidelines that are in place? How can we make them more operational so that they stop being on the shelf but move them further so that they support the sector?
Agricultural extension is not seen as a profession in Uganda, but agricultural extension knowledge is self-packaged, which we need as extension officers to have at our fingertips to see that this farmer who has suffered, who has no knowledge, who cannot access information, should access information through us, should get information that changes his life.
There are many issues coming up on conflicting extension messages, lack of harmonization of messages, and coordinated extension because each player tries to do their own things. And this extension platform is saying, look here, we need to be together. We need to have a joint voice. We have to have a harmonized, systematic working so that the sector can be able to deliver effective service provision.
Kirina okuba nti kyongerwamu kwe kwongeramu mu bannaffe okubongera okubasomesa olw'ensonga nti abakulu abalimisa aba gavumenti emirimu gyabwe engeri gye babeera nti babeera batono ate ng'ennamba y'abantu yesinga okuba ennene. Omuntu n'abeera omulimisa mu ggombola nga naye ng'abantu bakolamu bali mu mitwalo 3. Kakati bwe babeera nti bongedde okutraininga abalinga nze tuba nti tutuuka kyalo ku kyalo, nyumba ku nyumba, era omulimi aba asobola okuvaayo wajja akola ki wajja ali.
Omulimi saanamba ng'omulimi wa buliido kubanga ayidda yampa amagezi enkesi ng'ekisolo kyange kirwaire yasobola okumpa amagezi ag'okukidandabamu oba waliwo ekyetaagisa kyona kyona yaba nti ampabula nti oba kino kyetaaga okuliisa kiti oba kino kyetaaga eddagala bwe riti wabituuse ku diwaminga ng'okwo yakulagirira amagezi g'okola ki amagezi ag'okukola n'eddagala nti oba tulidde akozesa ekika bwe kiti ne bwe kiti. Ku bisolo ng'ebyo asobola okumpa amagezi nga nninza okukirima nga nzira katale yanooneza akatale n'aba ntimba bulungi.
Abalimisa batuyamba mu ngeri eno okutulambulako buli luvannyuma nga lwa wiikisi 2 naye ne tukirabanga batono nnyo ate nga we balina okulambula wangi. Ne tusaba gavumenti singa esobola yali twongeddeko ku balimisa ne guba ng'omulimu gutambula bulungi naye nga waakiri batulambula buli wiiki kuba okumala wiikisi 2 oluusi oyinza okusanga ng'ekisolo kifudde.
Mulimisa kyensinga omwenyumirizaamu kusooka kwa bonna mpa amagezi n'emisomo ngifuna eri naye ate era nnyinza okuba nga ninayo kendeseeyo naye omulimisa afuba nnyo okulaba nga nnondoola nalaba kyenkoze kyekyo nampa amagezi era nensigala nga muli mutima gwange ndi mumativu mu kyenkola ki mu kyenkola.
Kale omweyambisaako kuwa ku magezi ebiba biganye n'omwebuuzaako kuba si buli kimu nti oba okitegeera. Omulimisa atuyamba okutuwa amagezi n'okutuwa kale ekyo tuba tutategedde ne tumwebuuzaako, okutuwa akatale k'amatanga ako n'okulaba nti eri mu mbeera ki kuba tubadde tetugimanyi nnyo.
Agriculture extension has gone into a lot of transformation. Extension is driven from the heart, not only tools. That's why when you call a vet and if he hear the heart of saving your chicken or your goat, you would have left the administrative work. Our efforts as AFAS, as WOFAS, and all the other NGOs is to synergize with the ministry. The ministry has a big role to do its work. We could all not be there, but we have to support the ministry because we are all the actors on the ground. Therefore, the little things that we come with, whether money, whether ideas, whether anything, should be able to complement each other and we move together.
The Uganda Forum for Agriculture Advisory Services brings together all actors in agriculture extension and advisory services from all the sectors, the public sector, private sector, civil society, farm organizations, academia, research, and media, everybody who is involved in disseminating and extending agriculture information to the beneficiary along the value chain.
We are working very closely with the Ministry of Agriculture and we're in the fisheries. We are here with them to learn, to see how we can improve what's happening. We have a focus on government leveraging and strengthening government programs and projects. We have a focus on agribusiness support systems. We have a focus on women and youth. We have a focus on digitalizing extension. But most importantly, we have a focus on what has worked when it comes to be resilient with the apparent shocks that Uganda has actually experienced. Shocks like COVID-19, shocks like drought and increased product prices, input prices, and yet also the cost of production is very high, but the incomes of people have not increased. So how are we managing to make sure that people are resilient?
We have the National Agriculture Extension Policy, we have the strategy, and we have the policy instruments, that is the standards, guidelines that extension is supposed to follow. But what is the status of implementation of some of these policies that are in place, of some of these guidelines that are in place? How can we make them more operational so that they stop being on the shelf but move them further so that they support the sector?
Agricultural extension is not seen as a profession in Uganda, but agricultural extension knowledge is self-packaged, which we need as extension officers to have at our fingertips to see that this farmer who has suffered, who has no knowledge, who cannot access information, should access information through us, should get information that changes his life.
There are many issues coming up on conflicting extension messages, lack of harmonization of messages, and coordinated extension because each player tries to do their own things. And this extension platform is saying, look here, we need to be together. We need to have a joint voice. We have to have a harmonized, systematic working so that the sector can be able to deliver effective service provision.
Kirina okuba nti kyongerwamu kwe kwongeramu mu bannaffe okubongera okubasomesa olw'ensonga nti abakulu abalimisa aba gavumenti emirimu gyabwe engeri gye babeera nti babeera batono ate ng'ennamba y'abantu yesinga okuba ennene. Omuntu n'abeera omulimisa mu ggombola nga naye ng'abantu bakolamu bali mu mitwalo 3. Kakati bwe babeera nti bongedde okutraininga abalinga nze tuba nti tutuuka kyalo ku kyalo, nyumba ku nyumba, era omulimi aba asobola okuvaayo wajja akola ki wajjali.
Omulimi saanamba ng'omulimi wa buliido kubanga ayidda yampa amagezi enkesi ng'ekisolo kyange kirwaire yasobola okumpa amagezi ag'okukidandabamu oba waliwo ekyetaagisa kyona kyona yaba nti ampabula nti oba kino kyetaaga okuliisa kiti oba kino kyetaaga eddagala bwe riti wabituuse ku diwaminga ng'okwo yakulagirira amagezi g'okola ki amagezi ag'okukola n'eddagala nti oba tulidde akozesa ekika bwe kiti ne bwe kiti. Ku bisolo ng'ebyo asobola okumpa amagezi nga nninza okukirima nga nzira katale yanooneza akatale n'aba ntimba bulungi.
Abalimisa batuyamba mu ngeri eno okutulambulako buli luvannyuma nga lwa wiikisi 2 naye ne tukiraba nga batono nnyo ate nga we balina okulambula wangi. Ne tusaba gavumenti singa esobola yalitongeddeko ku balimisa ne guba ng'omulimu gutambula bulungi naye nga waakiri batulambula buli wiiki kuba okumala wiikisi 2 oluusi oyinza okusanga ng'ekisolo kifudde.
Mulimisa kyensinga omwenyumirizaamu kusooka kwa bonna mpa amagezi n'emisomo ngifuna eri naye ate era nnyinza okuba nga ninayo kendeseeyo naye omulimisa afuba nnyo okulaba nga nnondoola nalaba kyenkoze kyekyo nampa amagezi era nensigala nga muli mutima gwange ndi mumativu mu kyenkola ki mu kyenkola.
Kale omweyambisaako kuwa ku magezi ebiba biganye n'omwebuuzaako kuba si buli kimu nti oba okitegeera. Omulimisa atuyamba okutuwa amagezi n'okutuwa kale ekyo tuba tutategedde ne tumwebuuzaako okutuwa akatale k'amatanga ako n'okulaba nti eri mu mbeera ki kuba tubadde tetugimanyi nnyo.
Agriculture extension has gone into a lot of transformation. Extension is driven from the heart, not only tools. That's why when you call a vet and if he hear the heart of saving your chicken or your goat, he would have left the administrative work. Our efforts as AFAS, as WOFAS, and all the other NGOs is to synergize with the ministry. The ministry has a big role to do its work. We could all not be there, but we have to support the ministry because we are all the actors on the ground. Therefore, the little things that we come with, whether money, whether ideas, whether anything, should be able to complement each other and we move together.
The Uganda Forum for Agriculture Advisory Services brings together all actors in agriculture extension and advisory services from all the sectors, the public sector, private sector, civil society, farm organizations, academia, research, and media, everybody who is involved in disseminating and extending agriculture information to the beneficiary along the value chain.
We are working very closely with the Ministry of Agriculture and we're in the fisheries. We are here with them to learn, to see how we can improve what's happening. We have a focus on government leveraging and strengthening government programs and projects. We have a focus on agribusiness support systems. We have a focus on women and youth. We have a focus on digitalizing extension. But most importantly, we have a focus on what has worked when it comes to be resilient to the apparent shocks that Uganda has actually experienced. Shocks like COVID-19, shocks like drought and increased product prices, input prices, and yet also the cost of production is very high, but the incomes of people have not increased. So how are we managing to make sure that people are resilient?
We have the National Agriculture Extension Policy, we have the strategy, and we have the policy instruments, that is the standards, guidelines that extension is supposed to follow. But what is the status of implementation of some of these policies that are in place, of some of these guidelines that are in place? How can we make them more operational so that they stop being on the shelf but move them further so that they support the sector?
Agricultural extension is not seen as a profession in Uganda, but agricultural extension knowledge is self-packaged, which we need as extension officers to have at our fingertips to see that this farmer who has suffered, who has no knowledge, who cannot access information, should access information through us, should get information that changes his life.
There are many issues coming up on conflicting extension messages, lack of harmonization of messages, and coordinated extension, because each player tries to do their own things. And this extension platform is saying, look here, we need to be together. We need to have a joint voice. We have to have a harmonized, systematic working so that the sector can be able to deliver effective service provision.
Kirina okuba nti kyongerwamu kwe kwongeramu mu bannaffe okubongera okubasomesa olw'ensonga nti abakulu abalimisa aba gavumenti emirimu gyabwe engeri gye babeera nti babeera batono ate ng'ennamba y'abantu yesinga okuba ennene. Omuntu n'abeera omulimisa mu ggombola nga naye ng'abantu bakolamu bali mu mitwalo 3. Kakati bwe babeera nti bongedde okutraininga abalinga nze tuba nti tutuuka kyalo ku kyalo, nyumba ku nyumba, era omulimi aba asobola okuvaayo wajja akola ki wajja ali.
Omulimi saanamba ng'omulimi wa buliido kubanga ayidda yampa amagezi enkesi ng'ekisolo kyange kirwaire yasobola okumpa amagezi ag'okukidandabamu, oba waliwo ekyetaagisa kyona kyona yaba nti ampabula nti oba kino kyetaaga okuliisa kiti oba kino kyetaaga eddagala bwe riti wabituuse ku diwaminga ng'okwo yakulagirira amagezi g'okola ki amagezi ag'okukola n'eddagala nti oba tulidde akozesa ekikapu ekiti ne bwe kiti. Ku bisolo ng'ebyo asobola okumpa amagezi nga nninza okukirima nga nzira katale yanooneza akatale n'aba ntimba bulungi.
Abalimisa batuyamba mu ngeri eno okutulambulako buli luvannyuma nga lwa wiikisi 2 naye ne tukiraba nga batono nnyo ate nga we balina okulambula wangi. Ne tusaba gavumenti singa esobola yalitongeddeko ku balimisa ne guba nga omulimu gutambula bulungi naye nga waakiri batulambula buli wiiki kuba okumala wiikisi 2 oluusi oyinza okusanga ng'ekisolo kifudde.
Mulimisa kyensinga omwenyumirizaamu kusooka kwa bonna mpa amagezi n'emisomo ngifune eri naye ate era nnyinza okuba nga ninayo kendeseeyo naye omulimisa afuba nnyo okulaba nga nnondoola nalaba kyenkoze kyekyo nampa amagezi era nensigala nga muli mutima gwange ndi mumativu mu kyenkola ki mu kyenkola.
Kale omweyambisaako kuwa ku magezi ebiba biganye n'omwebuuzaako kuba si buli kimu nti oba okitegeera. Omulimisa atuyamba okutuwa amagezi n'okutuwa kale ekyo tuba tutategedde ne tumwebuuzaako, okutuwa akatale k'amatanga ako n'okulaba nti eri mu mbeera ki kuba tubadde tetugimanyi nnyo.
Agriculture extension has gone into a lot of transformation. Extension is driven from the heart, not only tools. That's why when you call a vet and if he had the heart of saving your chicken or your goat, he would have left the administrative work. Our efforts as AFAS, as WOFAS, and all the other NGOs is to synergize with the ministry. The ministry has a big role to do its work. We could all not be there, but we have to support the ministry because we are all the actors on the ground. Therefore, the little things that we come with, whether money, whether ideas, whether anything, should be able to complement each other and we move together.
The Uganda Forum for Agriculture Advisory Services brings together all actors in agriculture extension and advisory services from all the sectors, the public sector, private sector, civil society, farm organizations, academia, research, and media, everybody who is involved in disseminating and extending agriculture information to the beneficiary along the value chain.
We are working very closely with the Ministry of Agriculture and we're industry and fisheries. We are here with them to learn, to see how we can improve what's happening. We have a focus on government, leveraging and strengthening government programs and projects. We have a focus on agribusiness support systems. We have a focus on women and youth. We have a focus on digitalizing extension. But most importantly, we have a focus on what has worked when it comes to be resilient with the apparent shocks that Uganda has actually experienced. Shocks like COVID-19, shocks like drought and increased product prices, input prices, and yet also the cost of production is very high, but the incomes of people have not increased. So how are we managing to make sure that people are resilient?
We have the National Agriculture Extension Policy, we have the strategy, and we have the policy instruments, that is the standards, guidelines that extension is supposed to follow. But what is the status of implementation of some of these policies that are in place, of some of these guidelines that are in place? How can we make them more operational so that they stop being on the shelf but move them further so that they support the sector?
Agricultural extension is not seen as a profession in Uganda, but agricultural extension knowledge is self-packaged, which we need as extension officers to have at our fingertips to see that this farmer who has suffered, who has no knowledge, who cannot access information, should access information through us, should get information that changes his life.
There are many issues coming up on conflicting extension messages, lack of harmonization of messages, and coordinated extension because each player tries to do their own things. And this extension platform is saying, look here, we need to be together. We need to have a joint voice. We have to have a harmonized, systematic working so that the sector can be able to deliver effective service provision.
Kirina okuba nti kyongerwamu kwe kwongeramu mu bannaffe okubongera okubasomesa olw'ensonga nti abakulu abalimisa aba gavumenti emirimu gyabwe engeri gye babeera nti babeera batono ate ng'ennamba y'abantu yesinga okuba ennene. Omuntu n'abeera omulimisa mu ggombola nga naye ng'abantu bakolamu bali mu mitwalo 3. Kakati bwe babeera nti bongedde okutraininga abalinga nze tuba nti tutuuka kyalo ku kyalo, nyumba ku nyumba, era omulimi aba asobola okuvaayo wajja akola ki wajja ali.
Omulimi saanamba ng'omulimi wa buliido kubanga ayidda yampa amagezi enkesi ng'ekisolo kyange kirwaire yasobola okumpa amagezi ag'okukiddandabamu oba waliwo ekyetaagisa kyona kyona yaba nti ampabula nti oba kino kyetaaga okuliisa kiti oba kino kyetaaga eddagala bwe riti wabituuse ku diwaminga ng'okwo yakulagirira amagezi g'okola ki amagezi ag'okukola n'eddagala nti oba tulidde akozesa ekika bwe kiti ne bwe kiti ku bisolo ng'ebyo asobola okumpa amagezi nga nninza okukirima nga nzira katale yanooneza akatale n'aba ntimba bulungi.
Abalimisa batuyamba mu ngeri eno okutulambulako buli luvannyuma nga lwa wiikisi 2 naye ne tukiraba nga batono nnyo ate nga we balina okulambula wangi. Ne tusaba gavumenti singa esobola yalitongeddeko ku balimisa ne guba nga omulimu gutambula bulungi ne banga waakiri batulambula buli wiiki kuba okumala wiikisi 2 oluusi oyinza okusanga ng'ekisolo kifudde.
Mulimisa kyensinga omwenyumirizaamu kusooka kwa bonna mpa amagezi n'emisomo ngifuna eri naye ate era nnyinza okuba nga ninayo kendeseeyo naye omulimisa afuba nnyo okulaba nga nnondoola nalaba kyenkoze kyekyo nampa amagezi era nensigala nga muli mutima gwange ndi mumativu mu kyenkola ki mu kyenkola.
Kale omweyambisako kuwa ku magezi ebiba biganye n'omwebuuzaako kuba si buli kimu nti oba okitegeera. Omulimisa atuyamba okutuwa amagezi n'okutuwa kale ekyo tuba tutategedde ne tumwebuuzaako okutuwa akatale k'amatanga ako n'okulaba ente eri mu mbeera ki kuba tubadde tetugimanyi nnyo.
Agriculture extension has gone into a lot of transformation. Extension is driven from the heart, not only tools. That's why when you call a vet and if he hear the heart of saving your chicken or your goat, he would have left the administrative work. Our efforts as AFAS, as WOFAS, and all the other NGOs is to synergize with the ministry. The ministry has a big role to do its work. We could all not be there, but we have to support the ministry because we are all the actors on the ground. Therefore, the little things that we come with, whether money, whether ideas, whether anything, should be able to complement each other and we move together.
The Uganda Forum for Agriculture Advisory Services brings together all actors in agriculture extension and advisory services from all the sectors, the public sector, private sector, civil society, farm organizations, academia, research, and media, everybody who is involved in disseminating and extending agriculture information to the beneficiary along the value chain.
We are working very closely with the Ministry of Agriculture and we're in the fisheries. We are here with them to learn, to see how we can improve what's happening. We have a focus on government leveraging and strengthening government programs and projects. We have a focus on agribusiness support systems. We have a focus on women and youth. We have a focus on digitalizing extension. But most importantly, we have a focus on what has worked when it comes to be resilient with the apparent shocks that Uganda has actually experienced. Shocks like COVID-19, shocks like drought and increased product prices, input prices, and yet also the cost of production is very high, but the incomes of people have not increased. So how are we managing to make sure that people are resilient?
We have the National Agriculture Extension Policy, we have the strategy, and we have the policy instruments, that is the standards, guidelines that extension is supposed to follow. But what is the status of implementation of some of these policies that are in place, of some of these guidelines that are in place? How can we make them more operational so that they stop being on the shelf but move them further so that they support the sector.
Agricultural extension is not seen as a profession in Uganda, but agricultural extension knowledge is self-packaged, which we need as extension officers to have at our fingertips to see that this farmer who has suffered, who has no knowledge, who cannot access information, should access information through us, should get information that changes his life.
There are many issues coming up on conflicting extension messages, lack of harmonization of messages, and coordinated extension because each player tries to do their own things. And this extension platform is saying, look here, we need to be together. We need to have a joint voice. We have to have a harmonized, systematic working so that the sector can be able to deliver effective service provision.
Kirina okuba nti kyongerwamu kwe kwongeramu mu bannaffe okubongera okubasomesa olw'ensonga nti abakulu abalimisa aba gavumenti emirimu gyabwe engeri gye babeera nti babeera batono ate ng'ennamba y'abantu yesinga okuba ennene omuntu n'abeera omulimisa mu ggombola nga naye ng'abantu bakolamu bali mu mitwalo 3 kakati bwe babeera nti bongedde okutraininga abalinga nze tuba nti tutuuka kyalo ku kyalo nyumba ku nyumba era omulimi aba asobola okuvaayo wajja akola ki wajja ali
omulimisa anamba ng'omulimi wa buliido kubanga ayidda yampa amagezi enkesi ng'ekisolo kyange kirwaire yasobola okumpa amagezi ag'okukidandabamu oba waliwo ekyetaagisa kyona kyona yaba nti ampabula nti oba kino kyetaaga okuliisa kiti oba kino kyetaaga eddagala bwe riti wabituuse ku diwaminga ng'okwo yakulagirira amagezi g'okola ki amagezi ag'okukola n'eddagala nti oba tulidde akozesa ekikapu ekiti ne bwe kiti ku bisolo ng'ebyo asobola okumpa amagezi nga nninza okukirima nga nzira katale yanooneza akatale n'aba ntimba bulungi.
Abalimisa batuyamba mu ngeri eno okutulambulako buli luvannyuma nga lwa wiikisi 2 naye ne tukiraba nga batono nnyo ate nga we balina okulambula wangi. Ne tusaba gavumenti singa esobola yalitongeddeko ku balimisa ne guba ng'omulimu gutambula bulungi ne banga waakiri batulambula buli wiiki kuba okumala wiikisi 2 oluusi oyinza okusanga ng'ekisolo kifudde.
Mulimisa kyensinga omwenyumirizaamu kusooka kwa bonna mpa amagezi n'emisomo ngifuna eri naye ate era nnyinza okuba nga ninayo kendeseeyo naye omulimisa afuba nnyo okulaba nga nnondoola nalaba kyenkoze kyekyo nampa amagezi era nensigala nga muli mutima gwange ndi mumativu mu kyenkola ki mu kyenkola.
Kale omweyambisako kuwa ku
We're now going to start our thematic overview presentations. This is going to be a plenary session. I want to request your indulgence and listening in. We welcome you also to write down any questions that you may have. Please remember that we'd like to, at the end of it all on Friday, we shall have a communique. So whatever is being shared here today, we'd like you to be able to channel some of our thoughts towards how we can guide policy, how we can support government, how we can prop action as we had this morning in those areas that are struggling and need to be supported. So we have something has been, I think someone has stepped on a cable. Okay, thank you so much. So this afternoon, we are going to receive presentations from 4 colleagues. And just a moment here, Mr. Jude Tibemanya, are you here, sir? Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, our first presenter this afternoon is Mr. Jude Tibemanya, and we are so pleased to have you from Uganda Management Institute. And he's going to present on AES interventions and support mechanisms for addressing, no, that's not the one though. I think he changed it. It's actually we're going to start with women and youth engagement and opportunities in our cultural value chain as actors and beneficiaries. So we'd like to welcome you, sir. And maybe when you come, kindly give us a brief about who you are. And then we'll start and proceed. Bear with us for that. You can come up here. Welcome. Apologies for any glitch, but can you use 8 minutes? 8 minutes. Supposed to be 10.
Okay. Thank you, Prof. What's the time? Thank you. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Jude Tibemanya Wemisisi. I'm a senior research fellow at Uganda Management Institute. I'm representing Professor Rose Namara, who is the Chief of Research at Uganda Management Institute, but also representing the Uganda Policy Development Management Forum, housed at Uganda Management Institute, where we hold regular public policy dialogues, and our interaction with the Feed the Future ISS, they told us to complete. Feed the Future mobilized us at one of our quarterly policy dialogues to address the agriculture extension services policy matters. And we commissioned research in this area, which was presented and adopted by the Institute. And we have been going over the literature to polish the work. And today we are ready to present opportunities for women and youth engagement in the agricultural value chain. You'll bear with me, ladies and gentlemen. Oh, thank you. This is now a very detailed profile. I had only mentioned my names and current designation, but I'll tell you a little bit about anthropology and agriculture and sociology and agriculture if we have time. But I've been given only 8 minutes, so I'll struggle to fit within. So what is our interest? Our area is policy review for all sectors across government. And this paper was developed at one of the public policy dialogues, as I mentioned. We observe that in sub-Saharan Africa, opportunities for women and youth to fight food insecurity and extreme poverty remain minimal due to susceptibility to global forces, including pandemics and war. That is documented by Food and Agriculture Organization. I will skip a lot of content to save time. But what we observed here is that in agricultural households in Uganda, more female adults than male adults are primarily engaged in agriculture. And when it comes to the structure, in terms of productive technology, the advanced engagement, the men take over and get more engaged, which means there's a point at which we exclude, at which the ladies or the women and youth fall out. And it's a power dynamic created by socialization, which we identify as a huge barrier to voices of women and youth. And when I say we, I mean scholars, because this is from the literature. So we are interrogating avenues for positioning of women and youth in the agricultural value chain, which is critical to enhance participation, sustainable productivity. As you know, the youth, without youth, you cannot sustain interventions. And we have mentioned that women are more engaged in day-to-day agricultural practice. You need them for sustainable productivity. So formalizing their engagement is very important in policy documents. I will skip this because these are most likely known to you. But we observe that agriculture in Uganda occupies 70% of the total population. And we also know that majority of this population are youth. Women, as I've earlier mentioned, are more engaged in agricultural activities. So policy documentation, policy formulation processes are bound to observe that and strategically engage youth for sustainable agriculture productivity. So gender responsive engagement should be an interest of policy. But now, what is the problem? We know that Uganda is failing to reach its documented potential agricultural production, and we have read that 80% of Uganda's land is arable, but only 35% of it is cultivated. And there's literature we stumbled upon indicating that Uganda has potential to feed 200 million people. But where are we along that line? We are failing to feed 40-something human beings, which means there's still a lot of work to do in the sector to achieve our potential. And despite numerous interventions targeting grassroots level populations, the agriculture sector has continued to grow less than the target rate of 6% per year. The underperformance, in quotes, because we know that the sector is doing a lot of impressive work, is mainly attributed to low productivity, which is in turn attributed to less use of our potential. I'm skipping a lot because of time. I don't know, Prof, if you could allow me to talk more. But it's okay. So in these studies that we conduct, the slides are not visible. In this presentation, we are trying to examine participation of women and youth in agriculture extension services in Uganda, making a case for their inclusion and targeting, identifying emerging benefits of women and youth participation in agriculture, and identifying opportunities for youth and women in the agriculture value chain. Largely, this paper was commissioned, as I mentioned, but it was conducted by analysis of assertions in peer-reviewed empirical research studies. It is not from the field, but from studies done, published by researchers who went to the field. So a document review checklist was developed capturing gender responsiveness. And by gender responsiveness, we mean interest of men, women, youth, of all stakeholders, and not the women in development approach that advances women only, or specific interventions for youth. So the gender responsiveness is all inclusive. Youth opportunities in the agriculture sector, gender dynamics in the agriculture sector, agriculture extension services, food and income insecurity, those were the search words. The retrieved data was analyzed and retained upon confirmation of relevance to the interests of the investigation. So what do we find? In the literature, we find that although programs have been implemented under unified agriculture extension systems, village level participatory approach, and NADS, women and youth still report limited access to agriculture extension and advisory services. Here I need to mention that much as we have foot on ground, the component of agriculture extension services at community level is not supported by strong policy and implementation structures. And from an anthropological perspective, you need extension workers who can interact with the communities regularly, appreciate social network, you conduct social network analysis, and appreciate the flow, the potential avenues for flow of agriculture-related messages in the community. Not for just consumption, but for adoption as culture. And that is missing visibly in the current setup of agriculture extension services. And it requires intervention deliberately with well-trained agriculture extension workers, both male, female, and capturing the interests of the youth. Adoption of these scientific approaches you introduce to them takes long, and that's why many of us, or many of you scientists, get frustrated when you introduce ideas to communities and they don't take them up. If you talk to agronomists who interact with the communities, they think the communities are stupid. They think people didn't go to school and that's why they don't appreciate these scientific approaches you introduce. But this is an invasion of community culture that takes time to be adopted and integrated in the day-to-day activities of the human beings that you want to interact with. So that's why, despite these programs, we are still having a huge gap in agriculture extension services, and legislation is still maintaining the conventional top-down approach from academia and science. Okay. I think that's the point that I feel should be done here. And there is absence of strategic placement of agriculture extension workers in communities In previous debate of these issues, a former Minister for Agriculture lamented that there is insensitivity in appointment of agriculture extension workers, to the extent that some couples are separated. The husband is appointed in Katakwi and the wife in Kabale. And that affects a lot and is weakening the whole system. So that insensitivity is a huge challenge that we would have discussed if we had more time. Now, positioning. Can we move faster on the slides to... Now we have seen that another avenue for engagement of agriculture extension services and communities is ICT. ICT has emerged as an interest for all sectors, and agriculture has not been left out. But at what level are we engaging the potential users of these e-systems? We are at mid and high level. And yet, what we want in terms of production is actually made at the grassroots. So we must innovate more to have communities at grassroots, and I'm looking at people who even haven't gone to school, being able to use these e-systems that we have. In earlier slides, I indicated that UCC has reported 83% coverage of telephones, radio, and usage, coverage and usage. And we need to be able to take advantage of that. But what we are looking at now indicates that these communities have potential to use the utilities that we are denying them. So the idea is, let's put the ICT advancement or ICT, the advent of ICT technologies to use at the lowest community level. We studied a bit of a value chain from different versions, but thought that this quite illustrates better the point we are making, that there should be deliberate engagement at inputs level. You need the youth, you need the women to develop, to be engaged in seed, fertilizer, pesticides, and herbicides usage for agriculture purposes. Land issues are solved at this community level. Yes, a minute. Okay, it's okay. Okay. Then the youth and women can be engaged at input, growth, production, processing and packaging, storage and distribution, targeting the end markets at local, national, and international level. Somebody acknowledged that what we are consuming here is produced far away from us at the grassroots. But if we reach here, if it reaches here, it should benefit the grassroots. In other words, there should be a cut for the man who planted that coffee tree from what we consume at our level. In terms of production, there are opportunities for youth in accessing land, access to extension services, access to production technology, farmer organizations. Mobilizing populations into organizations is huge capital for strengthening agriculture at community level. We conclude that the demand for gender responsiveness remains, especially in the agriculture extension and advisory services. We have been infiltrated by external systems that promote that WID approach, but we are looking at gender responsiveness for all. And we are saying that involving men as part of the efforts to enhance gender responsiveness can be an opportunity, considering that marginalization of women in the sector is driven by patriarchy. So involving men is a natural deterrent. The potential for ICT to provide agriculture information in Uganda is immense, but the outreach system is still underdeveloped and less globalized. And we have potential for growth local. There are people who can use apps, who have developed apps that can reach communities. We need now to just bring them to the grassroots. Pillars for effective engagement of women and youth are in place, requiring consolidation through deeper engagement of women. We recommend that the sector and partners create awareness among women, men, and youth about policy, effective control of productive assets for agriculture. And here we mean policy research dissemination at grassroots level. Don't think that the research we conduct is for our consumption. It should be for the grassroots to appreciate. MAIF and partners should revive debate of the agriculture extension advisory services in the Parliament of the Republic of Uganda to consolidate structural sensitivity to women and youth interests without marginalizing the men. MAIF and IP should mobilize more resources for applied research to obtain an understanding of the social culture dynamics affecting women and youth participation, a scientific understanding. I have talked of social network analysis. All these are local research approaches that we can use to strengthen the sector. Regular review of policy is crucial to capture emerging issues in the social dynamic context of agriculture sector. And we need the national ICT policy and rural communication development policy to be revised to include provisions for gender responsiveness. I thank you for listening.
Let's offer another hand clap of appreciation to our colleague, fellow scientist. Thank you so much, sir, for your stimulating presentation. Men in the house, are you here? I think you've heard the appeal that as much as there's gender responsiveness targeting women and youth, involve the men. And men, when we come over to you, please be responsive and ready. Thank you so much. Henry, now if you can put up our program as we invite our next speaker, who is going to share with us. She is from NITA Uganda. She's going to share with us about digitalized agriculture advisory services in agriculture as a driver of growth. And this is none other than, you didn't put her name. Okay, Miss Gillian Rija. Please welcome Rija, and please give her an energetic welcome. Second lady of the day to present. Over to you.
Thank you. I would have loved to manage from here, but I don't know. But thank you. Because of time, it would be easier if I could manage it here so that I run through the presentation very quickly. Nevertheless, it's a good afternoon and a very bad time. I'll try and make it very fast. My name is Julian Rweju. I'm from NITA Uganda. NITA is National Information Technology Authority. Many people confuse it with NIRA. It has nothing to do with national IDs. It has everything to do with technology. So I'll briefly go through the digitization of advisory services. I want to see how we can contribute to that. If you can quickly have the presentation up. As they're trying to set it up, your theme, which is very interesting, which is talking about innovation, you're talking about resilience, you're talking about competitiveness. You can only do that in today's world if you're using technology. So when we're talking about digitization, we are saying that if you want to be innovative in today's world, if you want to be competitive, you have to embrace and have technology in our sphere, in what you do best. I will not get so much into what you do. You're the expert in advisory services, but what can digitization do for you? Probably the presentation doesn't seem to come up very quickly. You're getting there. Okay, maybe I can carry mine and be able to talk through it so that we don't waste so much time. Okay, obviously the first slide, just move. I thought I would talk a little bit about NITA, but because of time we won't say much. But maybe just briefly about NITA, we provide infrastructure for government connectivity, hosting, recovery sites. We provide the enabling environment. Some of your speakers were talking about the policies. We do quite a lot around ensuring that there's a regulatory environment for people to do digitization, to do anything to do with the transactions online and so on and so forth, security of systems, automations, online services and so on. We do that for government. So just this is briefly about NITA. Just go to the gist of the discussion today, and we are saying what is digitization doing for advisory services on what you do. I will not talk about what you do. You know, you're the expert in this area. But what we are saying is that we need digitization. Why do we need digitization? Currently, the way you're doing your work, obviously we know some people have already started some work, but why do we need this? Limited reach. People are talking about vehicles and so on and so forth. The time and cost constraints in travels, in field trips and so on and so forth. Why do we need digitization? Information dissemination to farmers. How quickly can we expand that? How easily can we do it in today's world? Limited personalization, lack of feedback, language and literacy barriers between the extension agents and farmers. Rapid changing, I wanted to emphasize a little bit, rapid changing agricultural landscape. The way we are doing things manually in today's world, if you don't use technology, the world is moving. Climate change, the way things are moving, we will need technology to do what we do best. So what is digitization in your field? Basically, we are saying is that you incorporate technology tools, platforms in delivering services to your farmers. Technology is just an enabler. It's just a tool that we can use to make our life easier, more effective, and a bit faster. And this is what we mean by digitization. And what can we do with that? I wanted to speak a little about the components that are there. Go ahead, next slide. The components, when you talk about digitization, we're just not talking about SMSs. There's quite much more than that. We need digital platforms, and digital platforms here, we're talking about mobile apps, we're talking about websites, we're talking about portals. And once you have that and start picking information and data, whether you're sharing that data and so on and so forth, we start having what we are calling data management. That information is very key. Nowadays, people are talking about AIs, artificial intelligence, data analytics. Those are heavy words. Of course, our ordinary people down there, those are things you cannot start telling them. But why do we need it? You as extension support. Back to the previous slide. We need that because you need that information to start being innovative. You need that information. Still go back to the previous slide. Communication technologies here, of course, we're talking about SMSs, we're talking about voice messages, we're talking about, I had people saying that we need some more support in terms of data. We need that data, and government right now, of course, has expanded the broadband network, and we are somewhere, I think we're about 76% all over the country, meaning that people can afford a small phone. It doesn't have to be a smartphone, but a phone. And we know we can do quite a lot of innovations around that to reach our ordinary people. These are integrations. We're talking about Internet of Things. Those are heavy words that our young people are talking about. But these are very key and important when we are going digital and if we are to be innovative. And you said what? Innovative and resilience. These are things you have to start learning. And again, with technology, you're going global. It's not only Uganda. So you have to start thinking outside the box. And these things, to have these things, you have to make sure you have these platforms. You also have to have the data. Once you have that, the sky is the limit. I just want to talk about a little bit about Internet of Things. Internet of Things, it's a simple word. People complicate these things. What it means is that we can have devices that have sensors to monitor. And in our case, we're talking about monitoring the soil, monitoring the moisture in the soil, monitoring the temperature of our animals, monitoring things. And they are automated in a way that you can tell that now the soil is changing and so on and so forth. These are sensors that, or devices that help us to capture data that we can start using to help our people. These things are not just for the big words, but in future you need them so that you can start personalizing your services to your farmers. Okay, so that is the data we are talking about, and we're talking about e-learning. The benefits, I may not go so much into them. I know I'm talking to the converted, but with technology you can reach far. With technology you can provide information to your farmers easily and quickly. And here we are not talking about these big things of big phones. Even with our future phones, you can still have innovative ideas on how to disseminate. We want to see how to start personalizing our advisory services using technology. If you have the data, you'll be able to know that. That, by the way, every time Julian is asking for a service, she's complaining about either the pests are attacking her crops and so on, but it's a frequent thing. Why is that? You start personalizing services based on the data that you are receiving. And of course, it's cost effective. During the COVID time, people were able to meet online. So we are assuming that we can still use some of these digital solutions to reach our farmers. And people keep saying our farmers, you know, our farmers, we are talking about our farmers down there, but our farmers also have phones. And nowadays our farmers also have phones to receive mobile money. So if they have a phone to receive mobile money, it means that they can also start receiving information and customize some of the things. These are some of the case studies. I know there are quite many in your sphere or in agriculture, even government. The minister has already mentioned government has also gone digital, and there are quite many solutions which we want to integrate so that we can offer better services. But there are innovators out there, there are private sector who are getting into these digital solutions to offer advisory services efficiently. They are combining financial services in there, they are combining insurance in there, and it is immense. The information is out there, and these digital solutions can support. We can't run away from the challenges. These are all good things we can talk about. But definitely there are challenges, infrastructure and connectivity. The biggest question people always ask us that the cost of internet is too high. What are you doing? How can we tell our people to start going digital when they cannot buy bundles, they cannot afford bundles? And government is working very, very hard to reduce the cost of internet. Of course, once the cost of internet for government goes down, the private sector will go down. Private sector, now I'm talking about the MTNs and the rest in this world. Just go back to the challenges a bit, because we need to emphasize digital literacy and skills, very important. You cannot be up here and we talk about all these nice things and we go down there and we don't tell them and demystify and make them easier for them to understand. The digital skill is a problem. I want to talk about the cultural and language. Culture is a very key challenge and problem. Our previous speaker was talking about the women out there or down there. When you're talking about phones, giving our women phones, there's usually a problem. So yes, the challenges are quite there. I will not go into this slide really. The trends, social media, climate smart agriculture, AIs of this world, and so on and so forth. In conclusion, I have a minute. However, in conclusion, if you want to be innovative and resilient in today's world, in all spheres, including your area, you have to go digital. And it's not complicated, it's not hard, these big words we are hearing. No, it's as simple as how can we have small solutions to solve our ordinary people. However, it requires proper planning, implementation, and monitoring. Because we have so many innovations around agriculture, but they're not being used. Why? Because of the way we've been implementing them and the way we've been handling them. So with that, I want to thank you.
Thank you for appreciating her. Let's give her another warm appreciation. Thank you so much, Julian, for that presentation and educating us. We wanted more, however, time is not on our side. I wanted to know about big data, wanted to know, but we will ask you in the Q&A, so people, let's be prepared for that moment. Okay, now our next presenter is Mr. Harrison Kaziro. He's going to be presenting on viable business development and support services for farmers and other users of AES. So welcome, sir, and take, don't worry, we are all being coached. So by this time, let's do better. Okay, let's give him some energy. Mr. Kaziro is coming. Thank you, sir. You have 10 minutes, sir.
Thank you. Thank you very much, and good afternoon. It's not a very good time, just like the previous speaker said, but I'm sure that we will be able to keep energized. Happy to be here. Thank you very much, Doctor, and thank you very much, everyone, all colleagues behind this event. It's very interesting. My name is Harrison Kaziro, and I work with the National Alliance of Agricultural Cooperatives in Uganda, NAC, but I also coordinate the activities of the Agribusiness Market Ecosystem Alliance. It's a network organization that brings together various actors that support farm organizations around the world. And our purpose is to try and get all actors, all stakeholders like you, to start working together, to start talking, to start discussing, learning together, and sharing approaches like we are trying to do today and what we're going to do through the whole week. There's a lot of replication and there's a lot of siloed working. Everyone works on their own. Everyone keeps what they are trying to do in secret, in secrecy, and there's no sharing. And in the end, there's plenty of replication. I always give an example. When you travel to some of those cooperatives that you support, you extension workers out there, we've gone to some and you've found one has 5 business plans. Why? Because it has 5 NGOs that support it. But all those 5 business plans, none is being implemented. but they are all on file because whoever comes in, replicates what the other side. Because there's no forum like this, a platform like this, where we can be able to talk, discuss, and see how to support organizations and farmers better. So this is what AMEA is trying to do, trying to get all these various stakeholders in the value chains to start talking, learn together, and support farm organizations and farmers better. So we are, like I said, we're a network organization, and we have 30 plus members and partners. UFAS is one of those. And previous slide, please. Some of those are quite familiar. We have a couple of them that you probably have seen in Uganda. Agribusiness Development Center, Kilimo Trust. You've seen Ricolto here. We have Safe Up Africa, and a big number of these are already in Uganda. So you are familiar, and we work with them in Uganda and across the whole world. What is our vision? Our vision is to try and help the farmers to receive a living wage for fair working conditions that inspire the next generation to invest. If we don't portray agriculture as a profitable sector, we will not have the young generation being interested to enter into this sector. We will not inspire investors to invest money in this sector. So we want to support it as much as possible, portray it as a very, very profitable venture, and then be able to attract investment and push the sector forward. Please. And how do we do this? By trying to transform the systems that support farm organizations and farmers across the world. We don't implement, but we support systems change. We want to have a system that is known, where the various actors in this system collaborate, work together, learn together, and share in data. And our approach is to provide that platform, and that's what we're trying to do. That is why we are part of this, because we want to create this platform where all stakeholders who work with farmers and farm organizations can come together and be able to learn together and support farmers and farm organizations. Next slide. I won't go into this, but we have what we want to achieve by 2030, and we are sure it's achievable. We are all over the world. Last slide, please. Let's go back, please. We are all over the world. We are in East Africa. We have a local network in Uganda, which I coordinate. I also work with my colleagues who are in Ethiopia, Kenya. We are in Rwanda. We're starting up in Tanzania soon. We're also in West Africa, Cote d'Ivoire, Ivory Coast, Ghana, Benin, and also Latin America. And we're starting up in India. And the sole purpose is one, try to converge all the actors working with farmers and farm organizations to be able to come and learn together. What we're trying to do is we talked this session is looking at viable business development services. So we are trying to support the actors who work with farmers, who work with farm organizations, on how to be able to look and analyze the projects that they support, that they're implementing, in seeing the viability in the BDS services that farmers and farm organizations receive. Because this is the reason why we don't see governments and other actors investing enough. Because it is very hard for them to see the viability, the real value, the intrinsic value of supporting farmers, extending BDS delivery and AAS services to them. So we are trying to support the analysis of these projects, of this implementation that are going on all over the world, so that we can see the real value, the investment per farmer organization, and the real value that we get when we support farm organizations better. Let's click, next slide. I won't go too much of this, but these are just samples, examples of what we've tried to do, analyze, including Uganda. We have a sample there from our Kilimo Trust case study. We do case studies where we go into the in-depth analysis of the viability of the approaches. Now, what have we done in Uganda so far? We began with supporting the ISO about 5-6 years ago, began on a journey to support countries, all actors all over the world, to develop a standard for professional farm organizations all over the world. And we convened actors, stakeholders in Uganda, who also had an input in that work. That was the first area that we did. Because we are trying to convene various actors who work with farm organizations, but they speak a different language. They all do different work. So you cannot get people who understand things differently to work together. The first thing we did was to support them to adopt a common language. So that when we talk about an aspect of farm organizations, we all mean the same thing. When we talk about business development, we all mean the same thing. So that's where we began. But also, previous, Henry, the previous, we supported, after the guideline was out at the global level, we domesticated it in Uganda. And we worked with MAIF, the directorate. We worked with the Ministry of Trade and UNBS to domesticate that guideline into the Uganda context. And after that, we supported the ministry again to develop a guideline for professional farm organizations. It should be launched anytime soon, but that is another area that we did. We also supported the Ministry of Trade to develop and pilot a national cooperative database. And we piloted it with 216 cooperatives that were assessed, and we're trying to move this forward. We're trying to generate data, try to support actors like you, stakeholders, to adopt use of data in decision making. When you ask about cooperatives, for example, their contribution to the economy, there's a lot of guesswork. So we're trying to use data to help the government be able to make decisions better and support farm organizations and farmers better. Next slide, please. What motivates us as a mayor? What motivates us? We are motivated by the contribution of the sector to Uganda's economy. As you're all aware, we still contribute, up to a quarter to our GDP. That is very significant. But also the role of agriculture to us specifically, as farmers, as households, it's very important. 80% of the food we eat and export is produced by smallholder farmers. But we don't get the attention that other sectors get. So we feel that it is very important that we start serious discussions about supporting the farmers, the smallholder farmers, and their farm organizations so that we can be able to support them better. So just slightly on the last slide, please, just slightly. So the potential to support household incomes and help mass youth employment is very key. And we don't have another sector which can do this other than agriculture. But when you look at what is happening in other sectors, take an example in the medical sector. After a student has spent 5 years in school, when they come out, they can't practice until they have been certified. When you go to the engineers, the same thing. After 5 years in the engineering school, you must be certified before you can go to practice. The same applies to, now most recently, we have the building industry management system. You cannot have your building plan approved except if it has gone through the system. But what happens to AES? Anybody who has no job and can speak English can go in there and support farmers, can go there and provide BDS, is a consultant. Is that the kind of sector which we think can develop the country? The answer is no. So we need to bring all stakeholders and start discussing about this seriously. Why should we abandon such a sector that provides all this kind of massive value to the country and we leave it unattended to, compared to others? So, but this is all not possible, except if we all agree that we need a bill, we need a law that puts all this, that makes all this possible. So how do we all start discussing that and support the ministry, support the directorate to have this law in place that is going to streamline the AES landscape in this country? This is what our mayor wants to support. And as I wind up, Doctor, very fast, we have come up with some propositions which are very, very important. Number one, standards. Just like our keynote speaker said, the ministry is doing everything possible to put up standards for the AES services delivery. Sustainable local BDS ecosystems. But all these cannot be able to take place. We talked about digitization from like NITA presenters shared, data sharing and all that, except if it is locked in a law, which law is still not yet in place. So we cannot be able to streamline our sector, our subsector as AES stakeholders here, except if we support the ministry to have the agricultural extension services bill out there. This is where we can lock all this support in. And so, as I conclude, I want to call upon you, Henry, next few slides. There are some calls to action. I know we will share this, but very, very importantly, we want to take this discussion forward. And like I said, in AMEA, we are a convener of stakeholders, of actors who believe in something similar, that we need to have a common discussion around supporting farmers, changing the system and how it happens. So I will invite you. We are going to discuss this tomorrow in a side event. where we're going to discuss viable BDS service delivery and the systems that are required to ensure that farmers and farm organizations access services to develop our country. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Harrison, our friend and colleague from our mayor. Very strong appeal there for the law to guide service delivery, but I also like the bit of costing services. And please, again, if you have any question for him, just like for others, please prepare those questions. We shall offer a Q&A after this last presentation that we are going to have. So our last presentation is coming from our very own chairperson, Madame Adeline Muhebwa, and it's about AES interventions and support mechanisms for addressing issues of resilience and competitiveness. Our keynote speaker already took us to school, so we are very well educated when it comes to resilience, the ability to bounce back, and competitiveness, the ability to do better among many other competitors. Welcome, Madame Adeline.
Thank you, Dr. Richard Miro. I'm going to briefly have an overview of the approaches and mechanisms that we use in the AES. I believe this is really something we are just going through because all of us as actors are using these approaches and mechanisms, and it's just a flip through. As UFAS, we have members that are using these approaches, and we have conducted previously a workshop where we all invited all these different approaches and looked at them. And each member was telling us who the target group, the advantages of some of these approaches. And it was a very interesting event where we had everyone feeling that their approach is actually very innovative and very, it reaches their target group. So my presentation will basically look at introduction, a brief introduction. And we had already had so many definitions by our keynote address speaker, so I'll not go into that. Then we will have the agriculture extension interventions amidst resilience and competitiveness, support mechanisms for resilience and competitiveness, but all this is embedded within the approaches as well as the support mechanisms. We'll briefly look at the challenges, opportunities, and recommendations. So first and foremost, we all appreciate that the National Agriculture Extension Policy provides for a pluralistic agriculture extension and advisory services system. And this promotes innovative approaches and support mechanisms by the different actors. You imagine all of us here, we are in a pluralistic system, we have different approaches, and the policy is promoting our approaches in its diversity. And the goal is basically to enhance the resilience and competitiveness of AES actors in order to have food security and promote commercialized agriculture. We also want to say that this pluralistic space has various innovative AES models, and when we recall what our keynote speaker mentioned, yes, because of the various innovative AES models, it's rich in its diversity, but it also needs a bit of quality, a lot of quality assurance as well. And also to be able to harness all the opportunities and address the challenges amidst the emerging crises and shocks. So when we look at the different approaches, there are so many approaches. I just picked a few of these. And some of these general, the approaches, there's a general extension approaches where we have, it's fairly centralized and government-controlled approach. And its success is mainly measured on adoption rate of recommended and increases in national production. We also have the commodity specialized approach. This is basically, as the name refers, it's on the commodity. It's based on the commodity that is being promoted. And they focus the whole value chain of the commodity. And one example I would give for the commodity, maybe it could be the sugarcane, where we have all the operations supported by the extension system. Then when you look at the cost sharing approach, this assumes that cost sharing with the local people, especially those who cannot afford to pay the full cost, is measured, and the success is measured by the willingness to pay. So both the producer or the actor shares a cost as well as because they are not able to fully pay. And I think Sasakawa has this kind of approach. Then we have the last one, which is the systems development approach. And this one is basically bringing together a holistic approach that ties with research, technology, and is looking at the local basic needs. They are all used. There are also other approaches like the train and field visit approach. We have the educational approach where the institutions are actually supporting the extension system. So there are so many approaches out there, and everyone feels that, yes, this is innovative, and there are more approaches actually being even innovated. So what are we saying that some of these innovative AES models include? We've already had digital extension. We have gone through a learning by NITAYU, and we thank you for that. We really look forward to collaborations. There's a strong link there where we are using not necessarily only the mobile phones, she has already said, but also other apps and other systems that are able to make extension work even easier and more up-to-date, real-time. We also have the village agent model. And some of the people call it the CATS model, commodity agent traders model. And this is where we have an in-between agent that is facilitating the process of the farmer getting to get the benefits of extension and advisory services, information, knowledge, and all this other. We also note that this village agent model is also being practiced and highly appreciated by many because it has so many benefits, especially to the agent, but also to the farmers themselves. Then we have this market-oriented agriculture, where this is focused on market. And one of the organizations that is here actually called Pristine Foods Limited is using this market-oriented agriculture. And this is basically on the eggs, because they purchase the eggs from the farmers and provide market. And this often is defined by the private sector or the market leader who is buying these eggs. For example, in this type of innovative model, we have Pristine defining that I'll not buy the eggs in trays. Actually, they don't use trays. They use weight. So they pay per kilogram of purchase of eggs. So we also have the Farmer Field School. Here we have experts of Farmer Field School. FAS is also doing it very well and promoting it across. And here we have the farmers learning from fellow farmers. And this helps them to, first of all, have cohesiveness up to the quality and marketing. We also have sustainable land management, and one of our member organization that is Uganda Land Care Network is using this SLM approach and is using the WOCAT model. So as homework, I would request that you go back and look at the WOCAT model, WOCAT model under SLM, and see what are they saying about this sustainable land management. Some of the support mechanisms for resilience and competitiveness for the use of these approaches are access to finance. You have heard when the finances are limited, definitely some of these models cannot proceed or cannot be as effective as they would be. Then we have market linkages and value chains. This helps to further make the product more competitive as you do the value addition, as you align with the certification standards, then you are fetching a high price for these commodities, as well as ensuring that the farmer is also able to get that profit margin. Then training and capacity building, this is a core, and most of these models require a lot of training for use, but also to the recipients as well. For example, we have looked at that market-led approach, and farmers needed to be taken through what does it take to have a big egg. For example, if I'm looking at a kilogram of eggs, so you need to take them through the capacity development of how then can they be able to effectively use your model for profit gains. Because once the kilograms are lower, you get definitely a lower price than the market rate. Then policy and institutional support. This has been very well laid out by the keynote address speaker, but also for other, even our guest of honor, on the need for the policy and institutional support. Definitely some of these there are challenges, and these are dependent on the context and region, and some of these include limited access to up-to-date information and technology. We have an issue under extension of up-to-date information and technology. The information that is out there, who is regulating it? And, you know, it's all being received by this same farmer, everyone bringing information, but is it up to date? And is it being supported by technology? Then financial limitations that prevent farmers from investing in modern agriculture inputs. This one has already been said. Then we have weak institutional capacity at various levels, including government agencies, agriculture extension services, and farmer organizations. And this impends effectiveness of extension interventions and support mechanisms. We have insufficient human and financial resources, inadequate coordination, and limited technical expertise, which hampers delivery of relevant and responsive services. This insufficient human, we have always talked about it, that there is insufficient human extension, but we are also seeing that there is this opportunity where we can, with this few, how can we make them effective? Recently, UFAS was at the parliamentary committee, was meeting the parliamentary committee of agriculture, and the first thing they asked us was that, okay, you're talking about few human resource. These, okay, thank you. These few, how effective are the few? You know, you are saying yes, they are few. They have limitations of reach, but how effective are those few, even who are there? So we really need that answered, but also we need to do an assessment of sorts so that we are able to be able to advocate for increase in human and financial resources. Then we also have social cultural factors such as traditional farming practices, gender inequalities, decision making is an issue, especially for the women. You heard from the first presenter. So all these restrict us to using conservative methods and avoiding to improve, to have innovative, to address resilience and competitiveness. Then we also have challenges to market dynamics, prices, volatility, as well as barriers, lack of market information, inadequate value chain linkages. Yes, now, what are those opportunities out there that we can tap in so that our models can be more effective and our approaches? Then we have access to credit and inputs. There are many players that are coming up with access to innovative financing. Then we have many different market linkages that are also at play. We have many innovations under climate smart agriculture, digital technologies you've had for yourselves, capacity building and empowerment, different areas of assessment. And on this, I want to congratulate UFAS that it did the first agriculture extension and advisory services needs assessment. Not needs assessment as per se, but also an assessment of the landscape on where we are. But this needs to be continued because we need to know where are we and where are we going. Then we also have opportunity to do collaboration and partnerships and use this event to be able to have strategic partnerships that can forge our agenda forward. And in conclusion, the recommendations, we need to continue farmer training and capacity building. These are very important. We need to continue having innovative ways of how to access up-to-date information and technology in real time. Farmer field schools need to continue because farmers learn, it has a higher reach for the farmers learning from one another. There is need for infrastructure development and access to financing. Looking at infrastructure development on markets, but also roads infrastructure. For example, now people going to the western part of the country with this road network that has where you can't, proceed or you have to go through others. So look at this smallholder farmer who is bringing milk and it has to go all through this direction. That is still very important. Research and development. We can no longer do business as usual, but we need innovation in it, and we need to continuously support research. Grants should support new innovation so that we are able to move forward even amidst these hard shocks. Then policy support and enabling environment, market linkages and value chain. We need to support this strongly, as well as ensure that the standards are met, there's compliance, as well as we need to monitor and evaluate not necessarily the approaches that we are using, but also the sector. Are they effective? Are we getting to the root, or are we just playing around? Thank you for your attention.
Let's again appreciate Madame Adeline. Thank you so much for again bringing us up to speed about the different approaches that can be used and are being used to make farmers or extension resilient to the shocks, but also enable competitiveness. Now we're going to go into a Q&A session, and that should take us about 15 minutes, so that by 2:10 we are off for lunch. Lunch should take us 50 minutes, and then we are here at 3. And I want to show you what's coming at 3. Henry, are you ready? Okay, so meantime, please prepare your question targeted to any of the presenters. And I'm going to open up for questions, and please, presenters, be ready to respond. Gerard, there's a mic here. Okay, so there's a mic there which will move around. Okay, so, sorry that this light is doing a good job. You may not be able to see, but we are going to have at 3 a dialogue. We are going to have panelists here, and it's going to be on the status of agriculture extension and advisory services in Uganda. We want it to be a hot one. It's going to be moderated by our very own Agnes Chirabo, the one who opened with a very nice prayer this morning. And on the panel, we have several people coming, and I believe at 3, they'll be properly introduced. So please don't miss this one. And again, as we listen to what will be coming through that panel, we might create some time again for you to interact with some questions as well. So now, thank you so much, Henry. Henry is our tech man this far. And now it's Q&A. We have only 14 minutes. There's a hand. from Dr. Sentumbe. By the way, Dr. Sentumbe is also a founding member of UFAS, so welcome. Please
Thank
ask your question and tell us who you want to respond.
Thank you, moderator. My question goes to Mayor. I had...
a mayor.
Is it a mayor?
Yes.
Okay. Sorry for that.
Is he here? Where is Harrison? Sorry. Oh, sorry.
Okay. I heard you said something like you are going to support an effort to ascertain the value accruing from agriculture, so as maybe to enable us to be able to advocate for better maybe funding for the sector. I didn't hear it properly, but I wish to know whether you've already gone ahead and maybe have a report on what you have found out regarding this, and who you are collaborating with on this. And I also wish to add that I would want you to break down the agriculture, because that is also a major challenge that has prevented us from getting the due allocation we deserve. There is crop, there is livestock, there is fisheries. Each one of them contributing immensely to the economy. But when they say agriculture, they lump us all together in one thing. And most people think it is only possibly crops we are talking about. So I wish that it could also be broken down. And if you already have, say, a report or results on this research, how are you planning to have a platform to disseminate that information specifically to the policymakers and the technocrats, especially in Ministry of Finance, who are critically adamant to listen? And this is because agriculture does not have real, tangible, what to touch, you know? And even if it does have it, it will be after a long time. It's not as easy as a road you set up and you say, it's there.
Okay.
Yeah,
And,
thank you.
But your first question is about the cost of extension or the cost of...
No, he talked about the value accruing from agriculture. Because many times when these technocrats are allocating resources, they say, what is it we are getting from agriculture in order for you to deserve more money? So it's not very easy to show tangible results accruing from agriculture so that people appreciate that we actually deserve more. No, so many things contribute to agriculture, and agriculture extension is just one of them. So if one appreciates what accrues from agriculture, inevitably they will appreciate supporting extension and many other things. That's how I take it.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Please pass on the mic to my very own brother, Chimuli, the cow of Chenjojo. Please clap for him. We did the primary school together. Now we are here leading together.
Thank you so much, Miro Richard. Actually, the minister noted that why science has failed to transform agriculture in Africa. The number of issues that I've noted where we still have a problem in Africa, especially here in Uganda. I'm talking as a farmer.
So are you making a contribution or
yes,
also a question?
Some contributions.
Okay. I'll offer you 1 minute since you are my friend and brother.
Thank you so much. Through experience, I want to thank NARO and other agricultural players for their contribution towards improving the quality of seeds and other. But what I've noted, the seeds which are coming on market are high cost.
Costly.
Costly, which makes agriculture more costly. When you look at the cassava we have on the market, cassava used to be the food that was providing security at home. We used to have cassava which we used to call tereka. Tereka means store. You plant your cassava, 3 years, it is there. When the hunger is there, you go for it and what? But now the cassava we have is very sweet, but cannot go beyond 1 year. Beyond 1 year, it gets spoiled. So that is an issue. We have another issue, me as a farmer, the issue of tick control.
Okay.
Pests and diseases. There's a lot of things on the market that are not controlled, that are bringing problem to us. One time I was discussing with a doctor, and I asked, how are you controlling the pests at your farm? He said, you know, my neighbors are getting an acaricide and a pesticide. They mix in a ratio of 1 to 2 and spray the animals. That's what I also adopted. Yes, this is what we are doing to kill the pests. Because whatever is on the market is not providing what?
A solution.
So we end up mixing and spraying the animals.
Okay.
Honorable Minister, this is where your farmers have reached as they are trying to solve the problem of ticks. I've mentioned about another thing that is happening in the agriculture sector. Most of the technologies that are coming, we adopt them. But at the end of the season, when you calculate the cost and the benefit, there's no balance. That's why you are saying that there are so many technologies coming in. People are using it for 1 year. The following year, they are not able to use it. This is the fact. When you look at the technology of using a tractor now to cultivate an acre, to prepare an acre of land for maize, is 120,000. Look at the cost of seeds, bazooka, the seeds bazooka to plant. Look at the cost of fertilizers you're going to use. And at the end of the day, the harvest you are going to get out, and how much money you've put in vis-a-vis how much you are getting out. The following season, you will not go back to agriculture. So, one of us was saying that let us portray agriculture as a profitable business. Is it profitable?
Apparently, is it profitable?
Is
Do you have a
profitable?
word for us on extension? You've talked about inputs. Give us one final one.
One thing on extension, the extensions are becoming lazy.
What?
The extension staff are becoming so lazy.
How and why?
What they are doing, this is reality.
And are you talking about government extension or private extension or civil society?
All of them. Civil society, whatever, they are all lazy. On the village, they will pump technology to one person because they say he's active. And then GCO comes, gives this lady
because
knowledge
she's the active
on
farmer.
poultry growing. Another one comes, only on the same person. He says he's active. He's active. At the end of the day, he will end up doing nothing. When you go back to check on the outputs of so many things they are brought to him, there's nothing on ground. They're not enticing people.
Thank you so much. I'm going to have to stop you here. You've left us with a big something to think about and verify. All right, please also introduce your name. Oh, I know you, sir, but introduce your name briefly. And that was a remark. It wasn't a question.
Okay.
Over to you, sir.
He's already said my name, Sam Luzobe. I just listened to Adeline as she presented many systems, many interventions, and talking about innovativeness. And what bothers me is that what qualifies this intervention to be innovative? Do we have actual measures of innovativeness so that we say, no, what you're promoting is not innovative, it is a cake? Do we have those measures?
Thank you so much for that. How and what qualifies? Yes, please. Welcome.
Thank you very much.
Again, share your name.
Catherine Adoa, Ripple Effect. I think mine is on digitalization.
So it's
I
to
like
Juliana.
it when we say digital, but then I'm thinking of the other farmer who has this Capesa.
So I'm just thinking, how do we involve the Kapesa farmer also to access all these platforms? Because they are good, but are there some innovations that I don't need the smartphone, but I can access that quality extension service? Thank you.
Thank you so much, Madam Adoa. Yes, over here, thank you. Again, introduce yourself, your organization,
Thank
and
you.
the question.
Thank you. My name is Ethiopia Tadessa. I'm from Sasako Africa Association. My question goes to Madam Adelina. Madam Adelina, you have indicated the opportunities and the challenges surrounding the extension sector. But I see a lot of duplication of efforts among actors. Sometimes we even fight on the ownership of some of the extension models that we have mentioning. We just change the names and then claim the ownership. So do you have any recommendation in terms of streamlining and then avoiding this duplication of efforts among the various actors in the sector? Thank you.
Okay, so what does she have to comment on people literally taking other people's models and owning them without acknowledging, without partnering? And okay.
Thank you very much. My name is Lejoroko Abraham. I am mobilizer for UFAS in West Nile and also part of Chiotera and Rakai.
Okay.
I'm also a freelancer on agriculture extension advisory service. My only question comes in this way. When you go to Moyo, which is in West Nile, you will realize that the prices of agro input in the shops are not as those in Kampala. For example, a sacket of 10 grams carrot nantes in Kampala is about 2,500. But in Moyo, it goes for about 5,000 or 7,500. This is making buying or purchasing agro input for the farmers not to be sustainable. It's an open question to anyone. What best can we do to ensure accessing agro input becomes sustainable? And then two, in regards to digitalization of agro input or agriculture extension, when you go to some parts of Rakai or to some parts of Moyo, Yumbe in West Nile, you still get that digital networks like internet are not existing. And this goes to Right Honorable Minister. What best can we do to improve this? I know we talked about it. Thank you.
One more question from this end. Okay. Ladies, where are you? Where so far against? Okay. I think the ladies are well represented, even in the questions.
Yeah, thank you very much. I'm Gilbert Ruwaihayo, the only district chairperson in this room. Yes, from Chenjojo.
District chairperson, not even DPMO. Okay.
Yes, please.
Very pleased to have
now,
you.
I had a lot, but I wanted to, just 2 points to put forward. One of them is to the minister. It's good we really have had a lot of interventions. We've had NADS, now we have the PDM.
Yes.
But one thing I'm realizing, it may not produce the best results. Now, especially, it has been targeting the same core of people, the poor people. And world over, nobody will ever eliminate the poor people, because we all know that poverty is a state of mind. Now, how do we help if we are really transform agriculture? Because we cannot transform agriculture if it continues being dominated by the poor people. Now, the ministry should change the strategy, and we use the economic theory, because I'm an economist myself, the big push strategy, whereby we get those people involved in agriculture, they are prepared to invest in a lot of money, and we support them equitably. We really put in, we give them a lot of funds. Then they will employ the poor people. Then we shall have enough even food both for local consumption and export. That one I really want to emphasize it. The big push strategy should be the next strategy which can actually push this country into a proper agricultural country. And we know that without agriculture, we cannot do much. Now,
Thank
to
you.
the extension staff, of
Yes,
course,
sir.
the cow has spoken the truth, that it is true our extension staff are lazy. It's a very, very, very big challenge. But how do we now go about it? Actually, our people really want to learn by example. Now, all the extension staff should have, in one way or another, give practical experience. Let's have actually agricultural farms, even small demo gardens, actually for our extension staff. That way it will work. Personally, I'm seeing my district, actually, we are changing because as changes, we want to be big-time coffee farmers.
Okay.
And when I went back and I started leading my people, I started practicing it. And I've used my farm as a demo garden.
Okay.
And the people around are really planting coffee big time. So
Thank you.
let's really be practical in our approach. But if we come and lecture them, we come for these workshops and we tell them what we learned in the workshop, it will not really produce much results we expect. But
Thank
our
you.
people, we really learn so much.
When
through
they
agriculture.
see.
When they see. Then
Thank
finally,
you. Okay.
yeah, finally, I wanted actually that for agriculture, actually we always need intervention by government. That's what the world over, actually subsidies in agriculture are the way to go because of the costs of inputs, the unpredictable weather and everything. So really we cannot do much because they had in the keynote address, they were addressing subsidies. Subsidies should continue, but they should actually be strategic. And finally, we produce a lot, but we really need to find market for our products. And the moment we address the issues of market, now that then we shall have really no challenges. But our people produce a lot of milk. You hear today in Kenya, they don't want it. Another day, they want it.
Thank you so much.
Let's have a stabilized market. And then post-harvest handling must
Thank
be
you so
seriously
much,
addressed.
yes.
We are producing a lot, but it is wasted. Where are the silos? Actually, this is to the minister now. We need more silos. We need more stores if actually we are to produce so much. Actually, you find that at harvest time, we have a lot, the prices go down. But if we are hit by bad weather for a short time, there are a lot of challenges. I beg to submit.
And thank you again. We appreciate that set of recommendations, but also the initial question that you presented out there. So, okay, that's the very last. Indeed.
And it's a woman.
And it's a lady.
Okay, thank you. I thought that the minister may not be with us in the afternoon. That's by the way, we thank you so much, Honorable Minister, for staying around up to this time. It is rare.
Let's give him an encouragement here.
But Honorable Minister, I wanted to find it from you at this session. Where is our second agricultural extension strategy? Because our strategy was that we get it and it informs the soliciting and the advocacy and the politics we talked about to get funding for agricultural extension in the financial year 2023-2024. Now that cycle is long gone. Everything went silent, and I'm sure I'm speaking to the hearts of many people in this room that participated financially, technically, and morally in putting together that strategy. Where is it? What should we do to smoke it out of where or wherever it is? Because in that strategy, one of the key things we thought through was taking extension beyond production to the entire system, to what the Honorable Chair was talking about. I'm available to mobilize all of these people, and we get that strategy wherever it is, Honorable Minister.
Thank you so much. That will be our last question. And now I want to invite First, Madame Adeline, you had 2 questions. And if you can use 3/4 of a minute, please.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you very much for those questions. The first person requested for what is innovation. And personally, I think innovation...
How do you prove? What are the features to prove?
Okay, before I go to the parameters for measuring innovation, I'll first ask, what is innovation? Because innovation is context specific. And it can be very specific in the field of application as well. So what are those parameters that we can use? And to measure, is this an innovation or not? And some of the factors that I thought of quickly are that, does it introduce new ideas? Is there any novelty in this approach or model that we are promoting? What about, is it thinking outside the box or it's business as usual, okay, approach? And how effective is this model vis-a-vis the cost? You have been hearing we are asking for ICT for digitalization, but is it cost effective as we promote this? For example, if we said, let's use this approach in terms of, does it produce significant results vis-a-vis the cost? Then ability to challenge the conventional or the thinking towards transformative changes. Is it the conventional approach where we are just moving along, or is it challenging some of these existing conventional? Scalability, is it able to be replicated to other areas, or is it, context specific, and replicating it will require some additional maybe idea or thought about it. Then sustainability. What is the long-term perspective of this model? Those are some of the things, the factors I thought about in terms of innovation. And I think more are there still. You can get more. Then on the issue of this is my model, this is my approach, and that is the reason why this platform exists, the Uganda Forum for Agriculture Advisory Services. We are yet to do even much more. First of all, who is the owner of the model? Even yourself, who is saying, VAM is my, I'm just giving an example, don't take it personal. VAM is my model. But remember, where did VAM come from? It came from? Thank you. I didn't want to say that. But but another person will say, this is ours, this is ours. So the thinking behind is that, yes, it's good to acknowledge the ownership of the model, but this has not been, we've not had it. Models are just being replicated and they are taken on, maybe they are baptized another name. So, and that is the reason why UFAS exists, so that we are able to have this kind of control, should I say quality? Arbitration, quality, arbitration, but also who is doing what and which model is there. Because some of these models, between you and me, are not at all very effective. We at times waste farmers' time. I don't want to go that direction. But who is actually assuring the quality of these models that even when I take it from CAT and I replicate it to VAM, it is still the same model or there's some innovation added to it? I'll not say much, but we, at the end of this event, we need a communique that really presses the need for an accreditation body that will be able to track who is doing what, where are we, who is doing which, and whose model is being reflected. Unless we have that quality, that accreditation and certification body, we will not be able to move forward. And I want us to strongly advocate for that. Even when we went to Parliament, we talked about it, but we are yet to continue and advocate for that so that our messages are streamlined, our models are effective, our operations are known so that we are not having conflicting messages to the farmers. I hope I've answered your question. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And I think she also wants to hear protection of models. In the meantime, that whoever picks them up acknowledges the original source. And as a fraternity, I think that's possible. Again, thank you. There was a question for Harrison. I hope you remember it.
Yes, I do remember. Thank you very much.
And again, make it short.
Yeah, sure, I will make it very short. The value of BDS, I talked about allows, because of time I didn't display everything that we've done. But we've done a couple, what we do in AMEA is, like I said, we are trying to support and attract investment to agriculture. But that investment cannot come except if everyone sees that it's a viable venture that they are going into. And one of the reasons why people, organizations, and even the government isn't investing enough is because we've been unable to actually demonstrate the viability of the investment we do in agriculture. I mean, this is an example. This is, I mean, all of you know, this is probably even why we were discussing in some fora. This is probably why the government even finds it easy to say, let's do away with the extension grant in local government, because they don't appreciate the value of extension work, of agricultural BDS. And now it comes back to us. We have to now demonstrate and show them that, as someone was sharing and saying, look, agriculture is like a vehicle. Even if you have a new gearbox, even if you have a new engine, as long as you don't have tires, the vehicle will not move. And extension is the tires. Whatever investment you do in that vehicle, a policeman will arrest you and you won't move. So but the onus is now us, the stakeholders in this sector, to demonstrate the purpose, the relevance of AES to agriculture and to the economy as a whole.
If I may add, now, have you developed a good protocol to be able to measure this value?
Yes, this is part of, we have conducted studies, and like I said, some of our members, some of our actors who are implementing projects, we've gone ahead, done case studies, supported them to do case studies. One good one is Kilimo Trust. They had a REACT project which was supported by AGRA. We've gone ahead and supported them to write a case study and even gone down to analyze the cost per farmer. Of that investment.
Who are you partnering with? You wanted to know.
All actors who are working with farmer organizations. And the most recent one is ISF Advisors. We again had Kilimo Trust and Agribusiness Development Center. They participated in this. There's a very, very good study. I will share it with you first so that I can be able to share with everyone. They have gone ahead to break down and look at the viability of service delivery models, the viability of, whether it is more profitable to do subsidies like what my colleague was talking about, or to allow investment, and where it is more profitable. This is available. So we have these reports, and we'll be sharing them with the forum.
And how are you
for all
planning
members of UFAS, we can be able to receive them probably through the various platforms that UFAS has. But these studies, we've participated in them, and we've collaborated with AGRA, with IFAD at that global level, and all this is available. We can be able to share them. And
the brief one also, and last was policy engagement, because how are you planning now to take this info to the Minister of Finance and others? Very briefly though.
Yeah, that is the reason why we are supporting systems change. Because even if you have all this data, as long as the government isn't at the center of it, it will just remain that as such. So our main entry into Uganda was through the Ministry of Agriculture and the Ministry of Trade. Now we've brought the Ministry of Finance on board. Why? Because I know most of you are not aware that the Ministry of Finance has come up with a BDS framework for this country. Many of you are not aware. But it is trying to shape and even impact how you are going to deliver extension services to farmers and farm organizations. But you're not aware. So what we're trying to do is we are convening actors to break down this framework and then see how this fits into what agriculture is already doing, to see how it fits into what trade is doing with the cooperatives, so that we all move at the same pace. We have a problem in this country, Doctor, if you'll allow, that you see government departments doing various things.
I'm not going to allow that one, but I think you've made it clear. You've been able to connect with the Minister of Finance.
Yes.
And you have connected with the UFAS.
Yes.
And you have even invited us for the next meeting.
Yes.
That you are likely to hold.
Exactly.
To make this case clear.
Fantastic. And we want to try and support all, you, UFAS and MAIF, to incorporate agricultural BDS into the traditional mainstream extension service delivery. I think this is where everything is going to be.
Thank you so much.
Thank you very
time
much.
is not on our side, but thanks. Appreciate both Adeline and Harrison this far. Very briefly, Madam Juliana, are you ready? One has a feature phone, and all the best is on smartphones. So what solution?
We do have solutions for feature phones. All of you, before smartphones came, used to use #1 something something, *1 something something. Those are already products in there. So the innovators still can use them to provide information. You say *1 something, you get information on climate. If you press 2, you get information on fertilizers. So the products are already there. So the future phones still also can get this.
The issue of lack of network in Moyo, though it went to the minister, maybe we reserve it for the Honorable Minister.
Actually, it is in my space. The issue of network, obviously, as government, we are still expanding. We haven't reached
What's
there.
going on exactly?
Now, that one, again, it's a rollout plan, and they're based on many other factors, but we'll still cover the entire country.
Okay.
Yes.
Should not give up hope. Thank you again. I want to reserve the Honorable Minister to answer the balance of the questions, and then we can go for lunch. Was there anything left or a responder? The time, honestly. Now, may I invite the Honorable Minister to the podium? Maybe. Or you prefer there? Okay, over there. And then, sir, take the opportunity to clarify to the farmers here present and all the other important questions. Lazy extension workers also, don't leave it out.
Thank you, moderator. One was the high input costs and the variation across the country. And as in my speech, I did indicate that the ministry has been trying to devise innovative means of delivering inputs cost effectively. It's not working? Yes. And one of the models we have experimented is the e-voucher system. And the e-voucher system works on a subsidy program. And the costs and the prices at which farmers access, whether it's in West Nile, whether it's in Kabale, is the same. Because it is integrated, all those other costs are integrated in the subsidy. So if we are able to roll out this e-voucher system, and we're trying to develop a policy paper on whether how this e-voucher system can be integrated in the parish development model. Because if we're able to do that, then it will be easy. Instead of the farmer receiving the cash, he will be receiving the inputs under the parish model. So we are trying to develop a policy paper to see how the e-voucher can be adopted as really a government system of delivering inputs. If we do that, then the cost across all farmers will be receiving the inputs at the same cost. The chairperson LC5 suggested that we should use the economic theory of the big push strategy, which we have I did indicate that out of the 6 points on my, which the ministry, the 6-point program I pointed out, the ministry, one of them was partnership with the big commercial farmers. And even we have taken out, the ministry even requested local governments to submit farmers who have land that is redundant. People have land that is redundant. If you have more than 50 acres of land, you should be registered and you go in our database. And also those farmers who are farming with more than 50 acres, and then government enters partnership with these farmers and also makes investments on your farm. The aim is to cut down your costs, but also to make to ensure that your productivity is high, but also use your farm. One of the conditions for the partnership is to use your farm to support other farmers. That is the whole concept of the partnership with commercial farmers. And if you want, we can provide irrigation technologies, we can provide mechanization, but on condition that as we're doing this, you're also supporting the other farmers. We have also, there is a micro irrigation program that is going on or even for smallholders can access, so that we can be able to produce all year round. The problem we are facing is having, even when we get contracts, you're not able to sustain these contracts because you're not producing all year round. And therefore we thought that we needed now to really invest in irrigation technologies, even to enable the smallholder farmers access this technology. But to do that, they need also to be linked to the other big farmers. In addition, they need to also be linked to the ecosystem of the SMEs along the value chain. So this is how the idea is conceptualized, and we hope probably some of these partnerships have already been initiated. Then the ministry also has, I think there's another project coming on post-harvest handling, and where they're going to put post-handling facilities across the country. But this time we want to be more prudent, because the past efforts led to establishment of value addition facilities that became redundant in many parts. And therefore we are being now more cautious. Even different partners. If you go, WFP established so many silos in northern Uganda. Some of them were turned into churches in northern Uganda. So we want to avoid that kind of intervention. And therefore we must put these facilities where there is high production, in the high production zones for the different enterprises. Where is the extension strategy? Yes, we developed the extension strategy and we submitted it to the ministry senior management meeting that was discussed, and it was now supposed to be approved by the Ministry of Top Management. Unfortunately, it has taken long for the top management meeting to see it, and probably I'm going to convey this to the minister because he's the convener of the top management. So I will convey this message, but you can also, in your own capacities, informally talk to him and to ensure that it's tabled and approved by the top management. But there are also other issues we need to integrate in the strategy, I think, where we need to see how the extension system can also work closely with the inspection services and see how, so that there is a strong linkage for especially the issues of quality assurance and for exports have become more and more important. So how do we get, because the inspection system the focus has been going at the export points, at the entry, and waiting. So whatever comes from the farm, then they start arresting the things at the airport and at park houses. But we need now to work together to see how do we make sure that the things that come from the farm are of quality, especially for exports, from the export zones. How do we make sure that the quality is assured from there, that you don't start firefighting at the point of export? Or, because if you have observed in the papers, we have been receiving a lot of interceptions of our exports in Europe. And that's what we want to avoid. And one of the issues we want to see how the inspection services can work closely with extension services. The issue of laziness, I think this one is supposed to be, I do not believe that all of us really, you get employed and then you become lazy. It must be an environment that is creating laziness. It is the environment that is creating laziness. And actually, if we are able to put in place systems that are able to monitor these people, like how we have designed the e-diary, the diary for extension officers, where people are tasked to document their outputs and report on a daily basis. If we are able to do that and get this issue of laziness does not arise, I will be able to identify those who are really not working. What is important is putting in place a robust system that holds these extension officers accountable. And then we support them.
Thank you so much. And now there is another co-leader of yours, is the ED of Kabira Hotel, who says there will be no lunch if people report anytime other than now. Let us give our Honorable Minister for very insightful direction. A better hand clap, and thank you, sir. You've represented the Honorable Minister very well. Very insightful thoughts, and also the invitation to also support him, engage the Minister on the extension strategy and more is truly, truly appreciated. With this, ladies and gentlemen, we've earned ourselves lunch. Please, you're welcome to go for lunch. The coupons should be, excuse me for that, we should have arranged and known how they're distributed, but otherwise lunch is at the entrance of the hotel, straight ahead of the main entrance. That's where lunch is. It's been fully paid for, so please enjoy it for only 40 minutes. So that includes chewing time. So if you can be back here at least 3:20, and then we organize ourselves, start the dialogue immediately after that. So thank you, everyone. Again, we appreciate even not only the presence of the Honorable Minister up to this point, but also our Papa ED Afas has stayed with us all this time. We really, really, truly thank each of you. The coupons, you'll find them at the registration desk on your way to lunch. So welcome, please move efficiently, and let's be back here at 3:20. We'll negotiate the plus. Thank you.
The Uganda Forum for Agriculture Advisory Services brings together all actors in agriculture extension and advisory services from all the sectors, the public sector, private sector, civil society, farm organizations, academia, research, and media, everybody who is involved in disseminating and extending agriculture information to the beneficiary along the value chain.
We are working very closely with the Ministry of Agriculture and Marine Industry and Fisheries. We are here with them to learn, to see how we can improve what's happening. We have a focus on government leveraging and strengthening government programs and projects. We have a focus on agribusiness support systems. We have a focus on women and youth. We have a focus on digitalizing extension. But most importantly, we have a focus on what has worked when it comes to be resilient to the apparent shocks that Uganda has actually experienced. Shocks like COVID-19, shocks like drought and increased product prices, input prices, and yet also the cost of production is very high, but the incomes of people have not increased. So how are we managing to make sure that people are resilient?
We have the National Agriculture Extension Policy, we have the strategy, and we have the policy instruments, that is the standards, guidelines that extension is supposed to follow. But what is the status of implementation of some of these policies that are in place, of some of these guidelines that are in place? How can we make them more operational so that they stop being on the shelf but move them further so that they support the sector?
Agricultural extension is not seen as a profession in Uganda, but agricultural extension knowledge is self-packaged, which we need as extension officers to have at our fingertips to see that this farmer who has suffered, who has no knowledge, who cannot access information, should access information through us, should get information that changes his life.
There are many issues coming up on conflicting extension messages, lack of harmonization of messages, and coordinated extension, because each player tries to do their own things. And this extension platform is saying, look here, we need to be together. We need to have a joint voice. We have to have a harmonized, systematic working so that the sector can be able to deliver effective service provision.
Kirina okuba nti kyongerwamu kwe kwongeramu mu bannaffe okubongera okubasomesa olw'ensonga nti abakulu abalimisa aba gavumenti emirimu gyabwe engeri gye babeera nti babeera batono ate ng'ennamba y'abantu yesinga okuba ennene. Omuntu n'abeera omulimisa mu ggombola nga naye ng'abantu bakolamu bali mu 3,000. Kakati bwe babeera nti bongedde okutraininga abalinga nze tuba nti tutuuka kyalo ku kyalo, nyumba ku nyumba, era omulimi aba asobola okuvaayo wajja akola ki wajja ali.
Omulimisa anamba ng'omulimi wa buliido kubanga ayidda yampa amagezi enikesi ng'ekisolo kyange kirwaire yasobola okumpa amagezi ag'okukidandabamu, oba waliwo ekyetaagisa kyona kyona yaba nti ampabula nti oba kino kyetaaga okuliisa kiti oba kino kyetaaga eddagala bwe riti wabituuse ku diwaminga ng'okwo yakulagirira amagezi g'okola ki amagezi ag'okukola n'eddagala nti oba tulidde akozesa ekikapu ekiti ne bwe kiti. Ku bisolo ng'ebyo asobola okumpa amagezi nga ninza okukirima nga nzira katale yanooneza akatale n'aba ntimba bulungi.
Abalimisa batuyamba mu ngeri eno okutulambulako buli luvannyuma nga lwa wiikisi 2 naye ne tukirabanga batono nnyo ate nga we balina okulambula wangi ne tusaba gavumenti singa esobola yalitwongeddeko ku balimisa ne guba ng'omulimu gutambula bulungi ne banga waakiri batulambula buli wiiki kuba okumala wiikisi ebbiri oluusi oyinza okusanga ng'ekisolo kifudde.
Mulimisa kyensinga omwenyumirizaamu kusooka kwa bonna mpa amagezi n'emisomo ngifuna eri naye ate era nnyinza okuba nga ninayo kendeseeyo naye omulimisa afuba nnyo okulaba nga nnondoola nalaba kyenkoze kyekyo nampa amagezi era nensigala nga muli mutima gwange ndi mumativu mukyenkola ki mukyenkola.
Kale omweyambisako kuwa ku magezi ebiba biganye n'omwebuuzaako kuba si buli kimu nti oba okitegeera. Omulimisa atuyamba okutuwa amagezi n'okutuwa kale ekyo tuba tutategedde ne tumwebuuzaako okutuwa akatale k'amatanga ako n'okulaba ente eri mu mbeera ki kuba tubadde tetugimanyi nnyo.
Agriculture extension has gone into a lot of transformation. Extension is driven from the heart, not only tools. That's why when you call a vet and if he hear the heart of saving your chicken or your goat, you would have left the administrative work. Our efforts as AFAS, as WOFAS, and all the other NGOs is to synergize with the ministry. The ministry has a big role to do its work. We could all not be there, but we have to support the ministry because we are all the actors on the ground. Therefore, the little things that we come with, whether money, whether ideas, whether anything, should be able to complement each other and we move together.
The Uganda Forum for Agriculture Advisory Services brings together all actors in agriculture extension and advisory services from all the sectors, the public sector, private sector, civil society, farm organizations, academia, research, and media, everybody who is involved in disseminating and extending agriculture information to the beneficiary along the value chain.
We are working very closely with the Ministry of Agriculture and we're in the fisheries. We are here with them to learn, to see how we can improve what's happening. We have a focus on government leveraging and strengthening government programs and projects. We have a focus on agribusiness support systems. We have a focus on women and youth. We have a focus on digitalizing extension. But most importantly, we have a focus on what has worked when it comes to be resilient to the apparent shocks that Uganda has actually experienced. Shocks like COVID-19, shocks like drought and increased product prices, input prices, and yet also the cost of production is very high, but the incomes of people have not increased. So how are we managing to make sure that people are resilient?
We have the National Agriculture Extension Policy, we have the strategy, and we have the policy instruments, that is the standards, guidelines that extension is supposed to follow. But what is the status of implementation of some of these policies that are in place, of some of these guidelines that are in place? How can we make them more operational so that they stop being on the shelf but move them further so that they support the sector?
Agricultural extension is not seen as a profession in Uganda, but agricultural extension knowledge is self-packaged, which we need as extension officers to have at our fingertips to see that this farmer who has suffered, who has no knowledge, who cannot access information, should access information through us, should get information that changes his life.
There are many issues coming up on conflicting extension messages, lack of harmonization of messages, and coordinated extension, because each player tries to do their own things. And this extension platform is saying, look here, we need to be together. We need to have a joint voice. We have to have a harmonized, systematic working so that the sector can be able to deliver effective service provision.
Kirina okuba nti kyongerwamu kwe kwongeramu mu bannaffe okubongera okubasomesa olw'ensonga nti abakulu abalimisa aba gavumenti emirimu gyabwe engeri gye babeera nti babeera batono ate ng'ennamba y'abantu yesinga okuba ennene. Omuntu n'abeera omulimisa mu ggombola nga naye ng'abantu bakolamu bali mu mitwalo 3. Kakati bwe babeera nti bongedde okutraininga abalinga nze tuba nti tutuuka kyalo ku kyalo, nyumba ku nyumba, era omulimi aba asobola okuvaayo wajja akola ki wajja ali.
Omulimisa anamba ng'omulimi wa buliido kubanga ayidda yampa amagezi enkesi ng'ekisolo kyange kirwaire yasobola okumpa amagezi ag'okukidandabamu oba waliwo ekyetaagisa kyona kyona yaba nti ampabula nti oba kino kyetaaga okuliisa kiti oba kino kyetaaga eddagala bwe riti oba bituuse ku diwaminga ng'okwo yakulagirira amagezi g'okola ki amagezi ag'okukola n'eddagala nti oba tulidde akozesa ekikapu ekiti ne bwe kiti. Ku bisolo ng'ebyo asobola okumpa amagezi nga ninza okukirima nga nzira katale yanooneza akatale n'aba ntimba bulungi.
Abalimisa batuyamba mu ngeri eno okutulambulako buli luvannyuma nga lwa wiikisi 2 naye ne tukiraba nga batono nnyo ate nga we balina okulambula wangi. Ne tusaba gavumenti singa esobola yalitwongeddeko ku balimisa ne guba ng'omulimu gutambula bulungi naye nga wakiri batulambula buli wiiki kuba okumala wiikisi 2 oluusi oyinza okusanga ng'ekisolo kifudde.
Mulimisa kyensinga omwenyumirizaamu kusooka kwa bonna mpa amagezi n'emisomo ngifuna eri naye ate era nnyinza okuba nga ninayo kendeseeyo naye omulimisa afuba nnyo okulaba nga nnondoola nalaba kyenkoze kyekyo nampa amagezi era nensigala nga muli mutima gwange ndi mumativu mu kyenkola ki mu kyenkola.
Kale omweyambisako kuwa ku magezi ebiba biganye n'omwebuuzaako kuba si buli kimu nti oba okitegeera. Omulimisa atuyamba okutuwa amagezi n'okutuwa kale ekyo tuba tutategedde ne tumwebuuzaako okutuwa akatale k'amatanga ako n'okulaba nti eri mu mbeera ki kuba tubadde tetugimanyi nnyo.
Agriculture extension has gone into a lot of transformation. Extension is driven from the heart, not only tools. That's why when you call a vet and if he heard the heart of saving your chicken or your goat, he would have left the administrative work. Our efforts as AFAS, as WOFAS, and all the other NGOs is to synergize with the ministry. The ministry has a big role to do its work. We could all not be there, but we have to support the ministry because we are all the actors on the ground. Therefore, the little things that we come with, whether money, whether ideas, whether anything, should be able to complement each other and we move together.
The Uganda Forum for Agriculture Advisory Services brings together all actors in agriculture extension and advisory services from all the sectors, the public sector, private sector, civil society, farm organizations, academia, research, and media, everybody who is involved in disseminating and extending agriculture information to the beneficiary along the value chain.
We are working very closely with the Ministry of Agriculture, Animal Industry and Fisheries. We are here with them to learn, to see how we can improve what's happening. We have a focus on government leveraging and strengthening government programs and projects. We have a focus on agribusiness support systems, we have a focus on women and youth, we have a focus on digitalizing extension, but most importantly, we have a focus on what has worked when it comes to be resilient to the apparent shocks that Uganda has actually experienced. Shocks like COVID-19, shocks like drought and increased product prices, input prices, and yet also the cost of production is very high, but the incomes of people have not increased. So how are we managing to make sure that people are resilient?
We have the National Agriculture Extension Policy, we have the strategy, and we have the policy instruments, that is the standards, guidelines that extension is supposed to follow. But what is the status of implementation of some of these policies that are in place, of some of these guidelines that are in place? How can we make them more operational so that they stop being on the shelf but move them further so that they support the sector?
Agricultural extension is not seen as a profession in Uganda, but agricultural extension knowledge is self-packaged, which we need as extension officers to have at our fingertips to see that this farmer who has suffered, who has no knowledge, who cannot access information, should access information through us, should get information that changes his life.
There are many issues coming up on conflicting extension messages, lack of harmonization of messages, and coordinated extension, because each player tries to do their own things. And this extension platform is saying, look here, we need to be together. We need to have a joint voice. We have to have a harmonized, systematic working so that the sector can be able to deliver effective service provision.
Kirina okuba nti kyongerwamu kwe kwongeramu mu bannaffe okubongera okubasomesa olw'ensonga nti abakulu abalimisa aba gavumenti emirimu gyabwe engeri gye babeera nti babeera batono ate ng'ennamba y'abantu yesinga okuba ennene. Omuntu n'abeera omulimisa mu ggombola nga naye ng'abantu bakolamu bali mu mitwalo 3. Kakati bwe babeera nti bongedde okutraininga abalinga nze tuba nti tutuuka kyalo ku kyalo, nyumba ku nyumba, era omulimi aba asobola okuvaayo wajja akola ki wajjali.
Omulimi saanamba ng'omulimi wa buliido kubanga ayidda yampa amagezi enkesi ng'ekisolo kyange kirwaire yasobola okumpa amagezi ag'okukidandabamu, oba waliwo ekyetaagisa kyona kyona yaba nti ampabula nti oba kino kyetaaga okuliisa kiti oba kino kyetaaga eddagala bwe riti wabituuse ku diwaminga ng'okwo yakulagirira amagezi g'okola ki amagezi ag'okukola n'eddagala nti oba tulidde akozesa ekikapu ekiti ne bwe kiti. Ku bisolo ng'ebyo asobola okumpa amagezi nga ninza okukirima nga nzira katale yanooneza akatale n'aba ntimba bulungi.
Abalimisa batuyamba mu ngeri eno okutulambulako buli luvannyuma nga lwa wiikisi 2 naye ne tukiraba nga batono nnyo ate nga we balina okulambula wangi. Ne tusaba gavumenti singa esobola yalitwongeddeko ku balimisa ne guba ng'omulimu gutambula bulungi naye nga waakiri batulambula buli wiiki kuba okumala wiikisi 2 oluusi oyinza okusanga ng'ekisolo kifudde.
Mulimisa kyensinga omwenyumirizaamu kusooka kwa bonna mpa amagezi n'emisomo ngifuna eri naye ate era nnyinza okuba nga ninayo kendeseeyo, naye omulimisa afuba nnyo okulaba nga nnondoola nalaba kyenkoze kyekyo nampa amagezi era nensigala nga muli mutima gwange ndi mumativu mu kyenkola ki mu kyenkola.
Kale omweyambisako kuwa ku magezi ebiba biganye n'omwebuuzaako kuba si buli kimu nti oba okitegeera. Omulimisa atuyamba okutuwa amagezi n'okutuwa kale ekyo tuba tutategedde ne tumwebuuzaako, okutuwa akatale k'amatanga ako n'okulaba nti eri mu mbeera ki kuba tubadde tetugimanyi nnyo.
Agriculture extension has gone into a lot of transformation. Extension is driven from the heart, not only tools. That's why when you call a vet and if he hear the heart of saving your chicken or your goat, he would have left the administrative work. Our efforts as AFAS, as WOFAS, and all the other NGOs is to synergize with the ministry. The ministry has a big role to do its work. We could all not be there, but we have to support the ministry because we are all the actors on the ground. Therefore, the little things that we come with, whether money, whether ideas, whether anything, should be able to complement each other and we move together.
The Uganda Forum for Agriculture Advisory Services brings together all actors in agriculture extension and advisory services from all the sectors, the public sector, private sector, civil society, farm organizations, academia, research, and media, everybody who is involved in disseminating and extending agriculture information to the beneficiary along the value chain.
We are working very closely with the Ministry of Agriculture and we're in the fisheries. We are here with them to learn, to see how we can improve what's happening. We have a focus on government leveraging and strengthening government programs and projects. We have a focus on agribusiness support systems. We have a focus on women and youth. We have a focus on digitalizing extension. But most importantly, we have a focus on what has worked when it comes to be resilient to the apparent shocks that Uganda has actually experienced. Shocks like COVID-19, shocks like drought and increased product prices, input prices, and yet also the cost of production is very high, but the incomes of people have not increased. So how are we managing to make sure that people are resilient?
We have the National Agriculture Extension Policy, we have the strategy, and we have the policy instruments, that is the standards, guidelines that extension is supposed to follow. But what is the status of implementation of some of these policies that are in place, of some of these guidelines that are in place? How can we make them more operational so that they stop being on the shelf but move them further so that they support the sector?
Agricultural extension is not seen as a profession in Uganda, but agricultural extension knowledge is self-packaged, which we need as extension officers to have at our fingertips to see that this farmer who has suffered, who has no knowledge, who cannot access information, should access information through us, should get information that changes his life.
There are many issues coming up on conflicting extension messages, lack of harmonization of messages, and coordinated extension, because each player tries to do their own things. And this extension platform is saying, look here, we need to be together. We need to have a joint voice. We have to have a harmonized, systematic working so that the sector can be able to deliver effective service provision.
Kirina okuba nti kyongerwamu kwe kwongeramu mu bannaffe okubongera okubasomesa olw'ensonga nti abakulu abalimisa aba gavumenti emirimu gyabwe engeri gye babeera nti babeera batono ate ng'ennamba y'abantu yesinga okuba ennene. Omuntu n'abeera omulimisa mu ggombola nga naye ng'abantu bakolamu bali mu mitwalo 3. Kakati bwe babeera nti bongedde okutraininga abalinga nze tuba nti tutuuka kyalo ku kyalo, nyumba ku nyumba, era omulimi aba asobola okuvaayo wajja akola ki wajjali.
Omulimisa anamba ng'omulimi wa buliido kubanga ayida yampa amagezi in case ng'ekisolo kyange kirwaire yasobola okumpa amagezi ag'okukidandabamu oba waliwo ekyetaagisa kyona kyona yaba nti ampabula nti oba kino kyetaaga okuliisa kiti oba kino kyetaaga eddagala bwe riti oba bituuse ku diwaminga ng'okwo yakulagirira amagezi g'okola ki amagezi ag'okukola n'eddagala nti oba tulidde akozesa ekika bwe kiti ne bwe kiti ku bisolo ng'ebyo asobola okumpa amagezi nga ninza okukirima nga nzira katale yanooneza akatale n'aba ntimba bulungi.
Abalimisa batuyamba mu ngeri eno okutulambulako buli luvannyuma nga lwa wiikisi 2 naye ne tukiraba nga batono nnyo ate nga we balina okulambula wangi. Ne tusaba gavumenti singa esobola yalitwongeddeko ku balimisa ne guba ng'omulimu gutambula bulungi naye nga waakiri batulambula buli wiiki kuba okumala wiikisi 2 oluusi oyinza okusanga ng'ekisolo kifudde.
Mulimisa kyensinga omwenyumirizaamu kusooka kwa bonna mpa amagezi n'emisomo ngifuna eri naye ate era nnyinza okuba nga ninayo kendeseeyo naye omulimisa afuba nnyo okulaba nga nnondoola nalaba kyenkoze kyekyo nampa amagezi era nensigala nga muli mutima gwange ndi mumativu mu kyenkola ki mu kyenkola.
Kale omweyambisaako kuwa ku magezi ebiba biganye n'omwebuuzaako kuba si buli kimu nti oba okitegeera. Omulimisa atuyamba okutuwa amagezi n'okutuwa kale ekyo tuba tutategedde ne tumwebuuzaako okutuwa akatale k'amatanga ako n'okulaba nti eri mu mbeera ki kuba tubadde tetugimanyi nnyo.
Agriculture extension has gone into a lot of transformation. Extension is driven from the heart, not only tools. That's why when you call a vet and if he hear the heart of saving your chicken or your goat, he would have left the administrative work. Our efforts as AFAS, as WOFAS, and all the other NGOs is to synergize with the ministry. The ministry has a big role to do its work. We could all not be there, but we have to support the ministry because we are all the actors on the ground. Therefore, the little things that we come with, whether money, whether ideas, whether anything, should be able to complement each other and we move together.
The Uganda Forum for Agriculture Advisory Services brings together all actors in agriculture extension and advisory services from all the sectors, the public sector, private sector, civil society, farm organizations, academia, research, and media, everybody who is involved in disseminating and extending agriculture information to the beneficiary along the value chain.
We are working very closely with the Ministry of Agriculture and Marine Industry and Fisheries. We are here with them to learn, to see how we can improve what's happening. We have a focus on government leveraging and strengthening government programs and projects. We have a focus on agribusiness support systems. We have a focus on women and youth. We have a focus on digitalizing extension. But most importantly, we have a focus on what has worked when it comes to be resilient with the apparent shocks that Uganda has actually experienced. Shocks like COVID-19, shocks like drought and increased product prices, input prices, and yet also the cost of production is very high, but the incomes of people have not increased. So how are we managing to make sure that people are resilient?
We have the National Agriculture Extension Policy, we have the strategy, and we have the policy instruments, that is the standards, guidelines that extension is supposed to follow. But what is the status of implementation of some of these policies that are in place, of some of these guidelines that are in place? How can we make them more operational so that they stop being on the shelf but move them further so that they support the sector.
Agricultural extension is not seen as a profession in Uganda, but agricultural extension knowledge is self-packaged, which we need as extension officers to have at our fingertips to see that this farmer who has suffered, who has no knowledge, who cannot access information, should access information through us, should get information that changes his life.
There are many issues coming up on conflicting extension messages, lack of harmonization of messages and coordinated extension because each player tries to do their own things. And this extension platform is saying, look here, we need to be together. We need to have a joint voice. We have to have a harmonized, systematic working so that the sector can be able to deliver effective service provision.
Kirina okuba nti kyongerwamu kwe kwongeramu mu bannaffe okubongera okubasomesa olw'ensonga nti abakulu abalimisa aba gavumenti emirimu gyabwe engeri gye babeera nti babeera batono ate ng'ennamba y'abantu yesinga okuba ennene omuntu n'abeera omulimisa mu ggombola nga naye ng'abantu bakolamu bali mu mitwalo 3 kakati bwe babeera nti bongedde okutraininga abalinga nze tuba nti tutuuka kyalo ku kyalo nyumba ku nyumba era omulimi aba asobola okuvaayo wajja akola ki wajja ali
omulimisa anamba ng'omulimi wa buliido kubanga ayidda yampa amagezi enkesi ng'ekisolo kyange kirwaire yasobola okumpa amagezi ag'okukidandabamu oba waliwo ekyetaagisa kyona kyona yaba nti ampabula nti oba kino kyetaaga okuliisa kiti oba kino kyetaaga eddagala bwe riti wabituuse ku diwaminga ng'okwo yakulagirira amagezi g'okola ki amagezi ag'okukola n'eddagala nti oba tulidde akozesa ekikapu ekiti ne bwe kiti ku bisolo ng'ebyo asobola okumpa amagezi nga ninza okukirima nga nzira katale yanooneza akatale n'abantimba bulungi.
Abalimisa batuyamba mu ngeri eno okutulambulako buli luvannyuma nga lwa wiikisi 2 naye ne tukiraba nga batono nnyo ate nga we balina okulambula wangi. Ne tusaba gavumenti singa esobola yalitongeddeko ku balimisa ne guba ng'omulimu gutambula bulungi naye nga waakiri batulambula buli wiiki kuba okumala wiikisi 2 oluusi oyinza okusanga ng'ekisolo kifudde.
Mulimisa kyensinga omwenyumirizaamu kusooka kwa bonna mpa amagezi n'emisomo ngifuna eri naye ate era nnyinza okuba nga ninayo kendeseeyo naye omulimisa afuba nnyo okulaba nga nnondoola nalaba kyenkoze kyekyo nampa amagezi era nensigala nga muli mutima gwange ndi mumativu mu kyenkola ki mu kyenkola.
Kale omweyambisaako kuwa ku magezi ebiba biganye n'omwebuuzaako kuba si buli kimu nti oba okitegeera. Omulimisa atuyamba okutuwa amagezi n'okutuwa kale ekyo tuba tutategedde ne tumwebuuzaako okutuwa akatale k'amatanga ako n'okulaba nti eri mu mbeera ki kuba tubadde tetugimanyi nnyo.
Agriculture extension has gone into a lot of transformation. Extension is driven from the heart, not only tools. That's why when you call a vet and if he hear the heart of saving your chicken or your goat, he would have left the administrative work. Our efforts as AFAS, as WOFAS, and all the other NGOs is to synergize with the ministry. The ministry has a big role to do its work. We could all not be there, but we have to support the ministry because we are all the actors on the ground. Therefore, the little things that we come with, whether money, whether ideas, whether anything, should be able to complement each other and we move together.
The Uganda Forum for Agriculture Advisory Services brings together all actors in agriculture extension and advisory services from all the sectors the public sector, private sector, civil society, farm organizations, academia, research, and media, everybody who is involved in disseminating and extending agriculture information to the beneficiary along the value chain.
We are working very closely with the Ministry of Agriculture and with the fisheries. We are here with them to learn, to see how we can improve what's happening. We have a focus on government leveraging and strengthening government programs and projects. We have a focus on agribusiness support systems. We have a focus on women and youth. We have a focus on digitalizing extension. But most importantly, we have a focus on what has worked when it comes to be resilient with the apparent shocks that Uganda has actually experienced. Shocks like COVID-19, shocks like drought and increased product prices, input prices, and yet also the cost of production is very high, but the incomes of people have not increased. So how are we managing to make sure that people are resilient?
We have the National Agriculture Extension Policy, we have the strategy, and we have the policy instruments, that is the standards, guidelines that extension is supposed to follow. But what is the status of implementation of some of these policies that are in place, of some of these guidelines that are in place? How can we make them more operational so that they stop being on the shelf but move them further so that they support the sector?
Agricultural extension is not seen as a profession in Uganda, but agricultural extension knowledge is self-packaged, which we need as extension officers to have at our fingertips to see that this farmer who has suffered, who has no knowledge, who cannot access information, should access information through us, should get information that changes his life.
There are many issues coming up on conflicting extension messages, lack of harmonization of messages, and coordinated extension, because each player tries to do their own things. And this extension platform is saying, look here, we need to be together. We need to have a joint voice. We have to have a harmonized, systematic working so that the sector can be able to deliver effective service provision.
Kirina okuba nti kyongerwamu kwe kwongeramu mu bannaffe okubongera okubasomesa olw'ensonga nti abakulu abalimisa aba gavumenti emirimu gyabwe engeri gye babeera nti babeera batono ate ng'ennamba y'abantu yesinga okuba ennene. Omuntu n'abeera omulimisa mu ggombola nga naye ng'abantu bakolamu bali mu mitwalo 3. Kakati bwe babeera nti bongedde okutraininga abalinga nze tuba nti tutuuka kyalo ku kyalo, nyumba ku nyumba, era omulimi aba asobola okuvaayo wajja akola ki wajjali.
Omulimi saanamba ng'omulimi wa buliido kubanga ayidda yampa amagezi enkesi ng'ekisolo kyange kirwaire yasobola okumpa amagezi ag'okukiddandabamu, oba waliwo ekyetaagisa kyona kyona yaba nti ampabula nti oba kino kyetaaga okuliisa kiti, oba kino kyetaaga eddagala bwe riti, oba bituuse ku diwaminga ng'okwo yakulagirira amagezi g'okola ki, amagezi ag'okukola n'eddagala nti oba tulidde akozesa ekika bwe kiti ne bwe kiti. Ku bisolo ng'ebyo asobola okumpa amagezi nga nninza okukirima nga nzira katale, yanooneza akatale n'aba ntimba bulungi.
Abalimisa batuyamba mu ngeri eno okutulambulako buli luvannyuma nga lwa wiikisi 2, naye ne tukiraba nga batono nnyo ate nga we balina okulambula wangi. Ne tusaba gavumenti singa esobola yalitongeddeko ku balimisa ne guba ng'omulimu gutambula bulungi naye nga waakiri batulambula buli wiiki, kuba okumala wiikisi 2 oluusi oyinza okusanga ng'ekisolo kifudde.
Mulimisa kyensinga omwenyumirizaamu kusooka kwa bonna mpa amagezi n'emisomo ngifuna eri naye ate era nnyinza okuba nga ninayo kendeseeyo naye omulimisa afuba nnyo okulaba nga nnondoola nalaba kyenkoze kyekyo nampa amagezi era nensigala nga muli mutima gwange ndi mumativu mukyenkola ki mukyenkola.
Kale omweyambisako kuwa ku magezi ebiba biganye n'omwebuuzaako kuba si buli kimu nti oba okitegeera. Omulimisa atuyamba okutuwa amagezi n'okutuwa kale ekyo tuba tutategedde ne tumwebuuzaako, okutuwa akatale k'amatanga ako n'okulaba nti eri mu mbeera ki kuba tubadde tetugimanyi nnyo.
Agriculture extension has gone into a lot of transformation. Extension is driven from the heart, not only tools. That's why when you call a vet and if he hear the heart of saving your chicken or your goat, he would have left the administrative work. Our efforts as AFAS, as WOFAS, and all the other NGOs is to synergize with the ministry. The ministry has a big role to do its work. We could all not be there, but we have to support the ministry because we are all the actors on the ground. Therefore, the little things that we come with, whether money, whether ideas, whether anything, should be able to complement each other and we move together.
The Uganda Forum for Agriculture Advisory Services brings together all actors in agriculture extension and advisory services from all the sectors, the public sector, private sector, civil society, farm organizations, academia, research, and media, everybody who is involved in disseminating and extending agriculture information to the beneficiary along the value chain.
We are working very closely with the Ministry of Agriculture and Rural Industry and Fisheries. We are here with them to learn, to see how we can improve what's happening. We have a focus on government leveraging and strengthening government programs and projects. We have a focus on agribusiness support systems. We have a focus on women and youth. We have a focus on digitalizing extension. But most importantly, we have a focus on what has worked when it comes to be resilient with the apparent shocks that Uganda has actually experienced. Shocks like COVID-19, shocks like drought and increased product prices, input prices, and yet also the cost of production is very high, but the incomes of people have not increased. So how are we managing to make sure that people are resilient?
We have the National Agriculture Extension Policy, we have the strategy, and we have the policy instruments, that is the standards, guidelines that extension is supposed to follow. But what is the status of implementation of some of these policies that are in place, of some of these guidelines that are in place? How can we make them more operational so that they stop being on the shelf but move them further so that they support the sector?
Agricultural extension is not seen as a profession in Uganda, but agricultural extension knowledge is self-packaged, which we need as extension officers to have at our fingertips to see that this farmer who has suffered, who has no knowledge, who cannot access information, should access information through us, should get information that changes his life.
There are many issues coming up on conflicting extension messages, lack of harmonization of messages, and coordinated extension because each player tries to do their own things. And this extension platform is saying, look here, we need to be together. We need to have a joint voice. We have to have a harmonized, systematic working so that the sector can be able to deliver effective service provision.
Kirina okuba nti kyongerwamu kwe kwongeramu mu bannaffe okubongera okubasomesa olw'ensonga nti abakulu abalimisa aba gavumenti emirimu gyabwe engeri gye babeera nti babeera batono ate ng'ennamba y'abantu yesinga okuba ennene omuntu n'abeera omulimisa mu ggombola nga naye ng'abantu bakolamu bali mu mitwalo 3 kakati bwe babeera nti bongedde okutraininga abalinga nze tuba nti tutuuka kyalo ku kyalo nyumba ku nyumba era omulimi aba asobola okuvaayo wajja akola ki wajja ali
omulimisa anamba ng'omulimi wa buliido kubanga aida yampa amagezi enikesi ng'ekisolo kyange kirwaire yasobola okumpa amagezi ag'okukidandabamu oba waliwo ekyetaagisa kyona kyona yaba nti ampabula nti oba kino kyetaaga okuliisa kiti oba kino kyetaaga eddagala bwe riti wabituuse ku diwaminga ng'okwo yakulagirira amagezi g'okola ki amagezi ag'okukola n'eddagala nti oba tulidde akozesa ekikapu ekiti ne bwe kiti ku bisolo ng'ebyo asobola okumpa amagezi nga ninza okukirima nga nzira katale yanooneza akatale n'aba ntimba bulungi.
Abalimisa batuyamba mu ngeri eno okutulambulako buli luvannyuma nga lwa wiikisi 2 naye ne tukiraba nga batono nnyo ate nga we balina okulambula wangi. Ne tusaba gavumenti singa esobola yalitwongeddeko ku balimisa ne guba nga omulimu gutambula bulungi naye nga waakiri batulambula buli wiiki kuba okumala wiikisi 2 oluusi oyinza okusanga ng'ekisolo kifudde.
Mulimisa kyensinga omwenyumirizaamu kusooka kwa bonna mpa amagezi n'emisomo ngifuna eri naye ate era nnyinza okuba nga ninayo kendeseeyo naye omulimisa afuba nnyo okulaba nga nnondoola nalaba kyenkoze kyekyo nampa amagezi era nensigala nga muli mutima gwange ndi mumativu mu kyenkola ki mu kyenkola.
Kale omweyambisako kuwa ku magezi ebiba biganye n'omwebuuzaako kuba si buli kimu nti oba okitegeera. Omulimisa atuyamba okutuwa amagezi n'okutuwa kale ekyo tuba tutategedde ne tumwebuuzaako okutuwa akatale k'amatanga ako n'okulaba ente eri mu mbeera ki kuba tubadde tetugimanyi nnyo.
Agriculture extension has gone into a lot of transformation. Extension is driven from the heart, not only tools. That's why when you call a vet and if he hear the heart of saving your chicken or your goat, he would have left the administrative work. Our efforts as AFAS, as WOFAS, and all the other NGOs is to synergize with the ministry. The ministry has a big role to do its work. We could all not be there, but we have to support the ministry because we are all the actors on the ground. Therefore, the little things that we come with, whether money, whether ideas, whether anything, should be able to complement each other and we move together.
The Uganda Forum for Agriculture Advisory Services brings together all actors in agriculture extension and advisory services from all the sectors, the public sector, private sector, civil society, farm organizations, academia, research, and media, everybody who is involved in disseminating and extending agriculture information to the beneficiary along the value chain.
We are working very closely with the Ministry of Agriculture and we're industry and fisheries. We are here with them to learn, to see how we can improve what's happening. We have a focus on government leveraging and strengthening government programs and projects. We have a focus on agribusiness support systems. We have a focus on women and youth. We have a focus on digitalizing extension. But most importantly, we have a focus on what has worked when it comes to be resilient with the apparent shocks that Uganda has actually experienced. Shocks like COVID-19, shocks like
drought and increased product prices, input prices, and yet also the cost of production is very high, but the incomes of people have not increased. So how are we managing to make sure that people are resilient?
We have the National Agriculture Extension Policy, we have the strategy, and we have the policy instruments, that is the standards, guidelines that extension is supposed to follow. But what is the status of implementation of some of these policies that are in place, of some of these guidelines that are in place? How can we make them more operational so that they stop being on the shelf but move them further so that they support the sector?
Agricultural extension is not seen as a profession in Uganda, but agricultural extension knowledge is self-packaged, which we need as extension officers to have at our fingertips to see that this farmer who has suffered, who has no knowledge, who cannot access information, should access information through us, should get information that changes his life.
There are many issues coming up on conflicting extension messages, lack of harmonization of messages and coordinated extension, because each player tries to do their own things. And this extension platform is saying, look here, we need to be together. We need to have a joint voice. We have to have a harmonized, systematic working so that the sector can be able to deliver effective service provision.
Kirina okuba nti kyongerwamu kwe kwongeramu mu bannaffe okubongera okubasomesa olw'ensonga nti abakulu abalimisa aba gavumenti emirimu gyabwe engeri gye babeera nti babeera batono ate ng'ennamba y'abantu yesinga okuba ennene. Omuntu n'abeera omulimisa mu ggombola nga naye ng'abantu bakolamu bali mu mitwalo 3. Kakati bwe babeera nti bongedde okutraininga abalinga nze tuba nti tutuuka kyalo ku kyalo, nyumba ku nyumba, era omulimi aba asobola okuvaayo wajja akola ki wajja ali.
Omulimisa anamba ng'omulimi wa buliido kubanga ayidda yampa amagezi enkesi ng'ekisolo kyange kirwaire yasobola okumpa amagezi ag'okukidandabamu, oba waliwo ekyetaagisa kyona kyona yaba nti ampabula nti oba kino kyetaaga okuliisa kiti oba kino kyetaaga eddagala bwe riti, wabituuse ku diwaminga ng'okwo yakulagirira amagezi g'okola ki amagezi ag'okukola n'eddagala nti oba tulidde akozesa ekikapu ekiti ne bwe kiti. Ku bisolo ng'ebyo asobola okumpa amagezi nga nninza okukirima nga nzira katale, yanooneza akatale n'aba ntimba bulungi.
Abalimisa batuyamba mu ngeri eno okutulambulako buli luvannyuma nga lwa wiikisi 2, naye ne tukiraba nga batono nnyo ate nga we balina okulambula wangi. Ne tusaba gavumenti singa esobola yalitongeddeko ku balimisa ne guba ng'omulimu gutambula bulungi ne banga waakiri batulambula buli wiiki, kuba okumala wiikisi 2 oluusi oyinza okusanga ng'ekisolo kifudde.
Omulimisa kyensinga omwenyumirizaamu kusooka kwa bonna mpa amagezi n'emisomo ngifuna eri, naye ate era nnyinza okuba nga ninayo kendeseeyo, naye omulimisa afuba nnyo okulaba nga nnondoola nalaba kyenkoze kyekyo nampa amagezi, era nensigala nga muli mutima gwange ndi mumativu mu kyenkola ki mu kyenkola.
Kale omweyambisaako kuwa ku magezi ebiba biganye n'omwebuuzaako, kuba si buli kimu nti oba okitegeera. Omulimisa atuyamba okutuwa amagezi n'okutuwa kale ekyo tuba tutategedde ne tumwebuuzaako, okutuwa akatale k'amatanga ako n'okulaba ente eri mu mbeera ki kuba tubadde tetugimanyi nnyo.
Agriculture extension has gone into a lot of transformation. Extension is driven from the heart, not only tools. That's why when you call a vet and if he hear the heart of saving your chicken or your goat, he would have left the administrative work. Our efforts as AFAs, as WOFAs, and all the other NGOs is to synergize with the ministry. The ministry has a big role to do its work. We could all not be there, but we have to support the ministry because we are all the actors on the ground. Therefore, the little things that we come with, whether money, whether ideas, whether anything, should be able to complement each other and we move together.
The Uganda Forum for Agriculture Advisory Services brings together all actors in agriculture extension and advisory services from all the sectors, the public sector, private sector, civil society, farm organizations, academia, research, and media, everybody who is involved in disseminating and extending agriculture information to the beneficiary along the value chain.
We are working very closely with the Ministry of Agriculture and with industry and fisheries. We are here with them to learn, to see how we can improve what's happening. We have a focus on government leveraging and strengthening government programs and projects. We have a focus on agribusiness support systems. We have a focus on women and youth. We have a focus on digitalizing extension. But most importantly, we have a focus on what has worked when it comes to be resilient with the apparent shocks that Uganda has actually experienced. Shocks like COVID-19, shocks like drought and increased product prices, input prices, and yet also the cost of production is very high, but the incomes of people have not increased. So how are we managing to make sure that people are resilient?
We have the National Agriculture Extension Policy, we have the strategy, and we have the policy instruments, that is the standards, guidelines that extension is supposed to follow. But what is the status of implementation of some of these policies that are in place, of some of these guidelines that are in place? How can we make them more operational so that they stop being on the shelf but move them further so that they support the sector?
Agricultural extension is not seen as a profession in Uganda, but agricultural extension knowledge is self-packaged, which we need as extension officers to have at our fingertips to see that this farmer who has suffered, who has no knowledge, who cannot access information, should access information through us, should get information that changes his life.
There are many issues coming up on conflicting extension messages, lack of harmonization of messages, and coordinated extension because each player tries to do their own things. And this extension platform is saying, look here, we need to be together. We need to have a joint voice. We have to have a harmonized, systematic working so that the sector can be able to deliver effective service provision.
Kirina okuba nti kyongerwamu kwe kwongeramu mu bannaffe okubongera okubasomesa olw'ensonga nti abakulu abalimisa aba gavumenti emirimu gyabwe engeri gye babeera nti babeera batono ate ng'ennamba y'abantu yesinga okuba ennene. Omuntu n'abeera omulimisa mu ggombola nga naye ng'abantu bakolamu bali mu mitwalo 3. Kakati bwe babeera nti bongedde okutraininga abalinga nze tuba nti tutuuka kyalo ku kyalo, nyumba ku nyumba, era omulimi aba asobola okuvaayo wajja akola ki wajja ali.
Omulimisa anamba ng'omulimi wa buliido kubanga ayidda yampa amagezi enikesi ng'ekisolo kyange kirwaire yasobola okumpa amagezi ag'okukidandabamu oba waliwo ekyetaagisa kyona kyona yaba nti ampabula nti oba kino kyetaaga okuliisa kiti oba kino kyetaaga eddagala bwe riti wabituuse ku diwaminga ng'okwo yakulagirira amagezi g'okola ki amagezi ag'okukola n'eddagala nti oba tulidde akozesa ekikapu ekiti ne bwe kiti ku bisolo ng'ebyo asobola okumpa amagezi nga nninza okukirima nga nzira katale yanooneza akatale n'aba ntimba bulungi.
Abalimisa batuyamba mu ngeri eno okutulambulako buli luvannyuma nga lwa wiikisi 2 naye ne tukiraba nga batono nnyo ate nga we balina okulambula wangi. Ne tusaba gavumenti singa esobola yalitongeddeko ku balimisa ne guba ng'omulimu gutambula bulungi ne baba nga waakiri batulambula buli wiiki kuba okumala wiikisi 2 oluusi oyinza okusanga ng'ekisolo kifudde.
Mulimisa kyensinga omwenyumirizaamu kusooka kwa bonna mpa amagezi n'emisomo ngifuna eri naye ate era nnyinza okuba nga ninayo kendeseeyo naye omulimisa afuba nnyo okulaba nga nnondoola nalaba kyenkoze kyekyo nampa amagezi era nensigala nga muli mutima gwange ndi mumativu mu kyenkola ki mu kyenkola.
Kale omweyambisako kuwa ku magezi ebiba biganye n'omwebuuzaako kuba si buli kimu nti oba okitegeera. Omulimisa atuyamba okutuwa amagezi n'okutuwa kale ekyo tuba tutategedde ne tumwebuuzaako okutuwa akatale k'amatanga ako n'okulaba ente eri mu mbeera ki kuba tubadde tetugimanyi nnyo.
Agriculture extension has gone into a lot of transformation. Extension is driven from the heart, not only tools. That's why when you call a vet and if he hear the heart of saving your chicken or your goat, you would have left the administrative work. Our efforts as AFAS, as WOFAS, and all the other NGOs is to synergize with the ministry. The ministry has a big role to do its work. We could all not be there, but we have to support the ministry because we are all the actors on the ground. Therefore, the little things that we come with, whether money, whether ideas, whether anything, should be able to complement each other and we move together.
The Uganda Forum for Agriculture Advisory Services brings together all actors in agriculture extension and advisory services from all the sectors, the public sector, private sector, civil society, farm organizations, academia, research, and media, everybody who is involved in disseminating and extending agriculture information to the beneficiary along the value chain.
We are working very closely with the Ministry of Agriculture and we're in the fisheries. We are here with them to learn, to see how we can improve what's happening. We have a focus on government leveraging and strengthening government programs and projects. We have a focus on agribusiness support systems. We have a focus on women and youth. We have a focus on digitalizing extension. But most importantly, we have a focus on what has worked when it comes to be resilient with the apparent shocks that Uganda has actually experienced. Shocks like COVID-19, shocks like drought and increased product prices, input prices, and yet also the cost of production is very high, but the incomes of people have not increased. So how are we managing to make sure that people are resilient?
We have the National Agriculture Extension Policy, we have the strategy, and we have the policy instruments, that is the standards, guidelines that extension is supposed to follow. But what is the status of implementation of some of these policies that are in place, of some of these guidelines that are in place? How can we make them more operational so that they stop being on the shelf but move them further so that they support the sector?
Agricultural extension is not seen as a profession in Uganda, but agricultural extension knowledge is self-packaged which we need as extension officers to have at our fingertips to see that this farmer who has suffered, who has no knowledge, who cannot access information, should access information through us, should get information that changes his life.
There are many issues coming up on conflicting extension messages, lack of harmonization of messages and coordinated extension, because each player tries to do their own things. And this extension platform is saying, look here, we need to be together. We need to have a joint voice. We have to have a harmonized, systematic working so that the sector can be able to deliver effective service provision.
Kirina okuba nti kyongerwamu kwe kwongeramu mu bannaffe okubongera okubasomesa olw'ensonga nti abakulu abalimisa aba gavumenti emirimu gyabwe engeri gye babeera nti babeera batono ate ng'ennamba y'abantu yesinga okuba ennene. Omuntu n'abeera omulimisa mu ggombola nga naye ng'abantu bakolamu bali mu mitwalo 3. Kakati bwe babeera nti bongedde okutraininga abalinga nze tuba nti tutuuka kyalo ku kyalo, nyumba ku nyumba, era omulimi aba asobola okuvaayo wajja akola ki wajja ali.
Omulimisa anamba ng'omulimi wa buliido kubanga ayidda yampa amagezi enikesi ng'ekisolo kyange kirwaire.
Will be unique and what will bring the results for you as you anticipate. Secondly, we will have a series of side events tomorrow on privatization of extension service delivery. We will also have business development services side event by AMEA. The privatization of extension service delivery is by AGRA as the lead organizer. We'll have one on farmer field schools, and that is led by FAS, CARE, and FAO. And then we'll have a side event focusing on coffee research and interventions, and Nakori will be the lead mobilizer and coordinator of these side events. So we will still have some attendance lists that will need to indicate which side event we would like to engage in so that we can plan better. That is what I wanted to indicate. But at this point, I would like to recognize the presence of Honorable Kateke Sarah Ndoboli, the Director Policy and Planning of OWC. Let's recognize and let's welcome her as she joins us for this session. Yeah, you're welcome, Honorable. Feel at home. Yes. So I would like to take this opportunity to invite the moderator of the session that will be working on the dialogue about agriculture extension, that we will be engaging together with the multi-stakeholders present, the private sector, the farmers, the INGOs, the NGOs, and local government, and the different value chain actors within the agriculture extension. So at this point, allow me invite none other than Madame Chirabo Agnes to come and introduce to us your panel that you'll be engaging with. A hand clap as we welcome her.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Prudence. Hello? 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 Okay, njagala vibe. Good afternoon. It's a very difficult time convening people after such a heavy meal where we did not even want people to avoid the carbs and the sugars, but help us, oh God, to manage. I have two interesting things to tell you that are going to happen after this panel discussion. Number one is that after the panel discussion and the engagement, we shall have to go home. That's quite very, very interesting. The other very important thing that I need to announce is that shortly after this panel and our discussion, we shall have evening tea as well. The third thing to announce that is very important is that after this panel, we are going to be free without any limitation to engage with the exhibition booths till you call it done. So given those three important events that are going to happen, I welcome you to this session. This is a session of the people. Now the people are going to speak. Forget about who has been speaking since morning. Now the people are going to speak. And to lead us into this discussion, because the discussion is under, may I talk to the people in the exhibition space? Whatever took away my sight doubled my hearing. So do me a favor and do us a favor. Okay, I was saying our panel discussion this afternoon is reflecting on what is exactly happening. What is exactly happening? With all the due respect, we had the innovators speak. We had the professor speaking to us with a keynote address. We had the minister speak to us. But now we want the people to speak. What is exactly happening? What is the status quo? And we do believe that this conversation of gently, but openly and candidly, objectively, shedding the picture of what exactly is happening is going to be very instrumental in redefining our vision and perhaps what can we achieve in a given period of time. The short term, the medium term, and the long term. If you're not very clear of where you are and where you're coming from, you might have a bigger vision for a short term and a smaller vision for a long term. So this is the purpose. I do not want to behave like an Anglican cleric who says from this day onwards, you either say it now or keep quiet the rest of what? Of your life. So ladies and gentlemen, with that preamble, put your hands together for my eminent panel. And first to take the floor is the one where the tire, the rubber, hits the what? The road. Put your hands together for Nowerina. Nowerina Nanyunja. Nowerina Nanyunja is a smallholder woman farmer. I like the wow. I like the wow. You're welcome, Norina. You can come and take your seat on the panel. And you tell us what exactly is going on. For me, I don't mind. You can take away your mic. She's complaining that that is not how you welcome the one who has just fed you. She has just... Yes, you're welcome, Noelina. Please choose any chair. Because it is because of you we had lunch. Wow. Thank you so much, Norina. Allow me also to invite our change agent from the local government, Mr. Mpira, From Buvuma, the islands of Lake Victoria. You had fish for break tea, so you could clap better. Don't mind about the size. Maybe that is the size of the fisheries sector. But we are welcoming Mr. Mpira from Buvuma, and he's going to be representing the local government. So ladies and gentlemen, also allow me to invite Rachel Ajambo. Rachel Ajambo is from Kilimo Trust and is going to be representing the business models. I think this is not the first time you're hearing about the Kilimo. So Rachel, you're welcome. That kind of clapping is what the House has decided deserves you better. Wow, wow. Please, ladies and gentlemen, join me to welcome Daniel Tebenkana. We are never equal. This is the young man. Eh? I'm waiting for that way of walking, you know. Eh? Yes, Daniel. Please, you're welcome. Den's not Daniel. Please save that. Okay, it's okay. This chair will be mine. That Dennis Tebenkana is here to speak to us about the young people who we more often condemn, but UFAS this morning told us that the majority of who are the members of UFAS are the likes of Daniel. He will speak to us about the young people, but also the issues and experiences about value addition and processing. As I almost constitute my panel, join me to welcome Tony from World Vision. This is the world of visions. Tony from World Vision, who is the Resilient and Livelihoods Manager at World Vision. You're welcome, Tony. Yes, Tony is going to give us the perspectives to start with the NGOs, the non-governmental organizations whose statistics tell us that they contribute greatly to the agriculture extension service delivery. And there was a time when NGOs were the dominant service providers of extension. I'm not sure after the revitalization of the public extension system. And finally, ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for Madame Beatrice Ruzobe, the CEO of UFAS. UFAS had an opportunity to engage Parliament after having generated good evidence that actually financing extension yields, and they were demanding for more money, and they were pleading that the extension grant should not be slashed, and so on and so forth. So as my panel is fully constituted, ladies and gentlemen, this is the panel of the people, and the people are going to speak. I just wish to bring you to speed that in 2014, when we are revitalizing the public extension system, Cabinet, by its decision and memo, gave us a waiver to recruit 5,000 extension workers within a time frame of 3 financial years. I'm proud to inform the House this morning that we only recruited 3,778. It is not because we never had the sufficient numbers in the country to hit the target of 5,000. We just decided that we shall not. Maybe it ceased being important. But what is important to note is that by the time Cabinet was allowing us to recruit 5,000 extension workers, we had 112 districts. Today, we are having 146 districts. I hear 11 cities. I don't know about municipalities, but what I'm very pretty sure is over 10,000 parishes. But we did not recruit the 5,000 for the 112. And I'm also proud to inform you that a good number of them, those that we recruited in 2015, they have honorably retired. The other issue that I need to talk about in preparation of my panel, because this is the status of the state of play, is that we fought tooth and nail during the time of Honorable Trace Buchanayandi to get wage and non-wage for agricultural extension, such that the agricultural extension workers that have been recruited are not termed or dubbed lazy, maybe they are, but they are facilitated to go and reach out to the likes of Nanyonja and others, such that we do not institutionalize corruption by paying somebody a salary and you're not touring that person to go and perform on his or her job. And I recall at that time, we even got that 10 billion after Parliament had approved the budget. And since then, we have been advocating, and that grant, extension grant, has been doing wonders, and not only for agriculture alone, at the local government. I'm proud to inform you that I have come across a headline of one of the national diaries reading Parliament slashes extension budget. I didn't write that article, so don't look at me with those faces. So as we are gathered here as stakeholders of agricultural extension in Uganda, and as politicians are demanding that the extension workers are not effective, and as others think they are just lazy, I'm here to start this conversation by telling you there are too few to satisfy our need. Maybe, maybe not. I'm here to inform you that the next financial year, 2023-2024, those few can only walk on foot to go and reach out to the farmers. So if you are thinking they were lazy, if you are thinking that they are very, very ineffective, you can search the dictionary and find a better description of what exactly they are going to turn out to be. Remember, if somebody says your nose is not so beautiful, the solution is not to cut it off. Welcome, my panelists. If you're going to clap, clap. Thank you so much for joining me on the panel. Let me open this discussion from Beatrice, because I ended my note from Parliament. Please, Beatrice, you have 5 minutes. Tell these people, those that are planning to go to Parliament and negotiate, what the experience is like and what did the offers really go through. Thank you. It's not on. It's behind. Here.
Thank you very much, and I would say welcome back from lunch. We actually put this session in the afternoon because we thought that this would keep people at least awake other than just a presentation. So please listen to us, and then, as he said, this is your session. I would say that as WOFAS, I said in the morning, but one of our thematic area is advocacy and lobbying. Lobbying for a conducive environment for agriculture extension. Being able to lobby and engage in the planning
I said we work closely with the ministry, so we've struggled to really be there in whatever is being done at the ministry. And also bringing together the actors to dialogue. And this has been really something, one of our businesses, lobbying and advocating, together with the other state actors like the FRA and many others who may not be here. And one of the things, like the title would say, that is the status of agriculture extension, and it really bothers people. In 2022, December, we had a dialogue, came together, and that was like AFAS and WUFAS were saying, what is this? You know, let's call all the actors, and the actors from all that, from the different region, and we discuss. And we actually discussed, and one of the products of that was to have a position paper. And the position paper at that time was named the status of agriculture extension in Uganda. By the time we finished it, actually we sat in Eureka, and people were saying, because people said there's no funding for extension, there's no this and whatever. But we said really, and these symptoms. And so we came up with the paper. The paper said the declining appreciation of the contribution of agriculture extension. We think that is where the problem is. Everybody, we've heard many times, I've heard people saying farmers can do away with. Some people said farmers can advise themselves. Others have said, you know, this extension, you've heard actually, you know, someone gave me, I think, a mileage on what I was going to say, that extension workers are lazy. You know? And there is something which we are like ask. I want to put across to us. When we say extension workers are lazy, and I've always asked, and many times I've told people, when you go to the communities, now every farmer knows. When they ask, where is extension? They say they are nowhere. And most time they're talking about the public extension workers. And because for me, my form, I said, it brings together everybody, it advocates for everybody. I want to ask, what happens when you have this lazy extension worker, maybe in Butaleja, maybe in a sub-county, and is not doing anything, and you plug this extension worker, and he gets maybe like to World Vision, or Sasakawa, or whatever you call it, and this person overnight turns into a performing worker. I think when we start saying, and this is from all the way to the farmers, when we say extension workers are not working, are not effective, let us ask ourselves, why? Because we are not addressing that question. We now know everybody that even when the politicians come and ask the farmers, we know the answer they want. They are not working. They are not effective. They are lazy. But why? And in this room today, before we even finish, and some of these questions we know, why aren't they working? Why do we have the culture of extension workers not working, the public ones? Why? Is it that they are so, they are so unkind, they don't mind about the farmers? Why aren't they working? And someone said we went. This is the, there are some issues which we presented to the parliamentary committee. I don't know whether she was part of it, but my team went. And we talked about many things which have been talked about. And I said, for us, we said, these are symptoms. The declining funding to agriculture is because of the value accorded. If you think something is very valuable to you, you cannot now starting, it is the, when there is something to chop, it is the agriculture budget which is chopped. It is the extension budget which is chopped. Why? Okay. Is it because of lack of funds or because of the value? Okay? The failure to implement the policies, that's another thing. We saw that there are many policies. There are many policies, but they are all lying on the shelves. They are lying on the internet. They are lying everywhere. Someone yesterday told us that actually, I think some from the ministry, that every district got some of these, they have the documents, but they are not being implemented. And why? Why aren't they being implemented? The delay of approving the bill, we've talked about it. Why is it that if you are saying, someone said, if I can quote that person well, that there is no agriculture, that agriculture is not seen. Seriously? When we say the agriculture is the backbone, and then we say we don't see it, what do we want to see? You know? If we are not looking after our backbone, and then we say, it's like someone saying, I don't think I have a backbone. But you know that, you know? So, that is the thing. The failure to support the body for professionalization. One of the things which are recommended by those policy documents is that we need, as agriculture, we are a profession. We know that we are professionals. We know that it's a profession. But it is agriculture which doesn't have anybody to guide them. We don't have anybody to guide us. One time there was a person who was just saying wrong information. And I asked Dr. Ramgisa, what can we do? He said, you know, there's no law. There's no law where we can really take up that person. So the bill is now, I don't know how many years, because I remember even 2019 when we had a function like this, we validated that bill. Okay. And another one is that law staffing, which they have talked about, which I have not repeat.
As you wrap up?
Yes, as I conclude, yes. So we have talked about the ratio of 1 to 1:8. You know, is that what happens in the others? Why? And I still take it back. And so we recommended and we call upon the actors. Of course, we call upon the issue of the budget, but the fast tracking, I think all of us, we need to work together. How can we fast track that bill? How can we help? We know that it is the ministry which presented it. If the ministry, if the government is still interested in, how can we fast track it? Prioritizing professionalism. Also, diverting more resources, motivating our workers. The government, especially government workers. It's not only about salary. I can get a salary. But if I don't have any other thing to use, I don't have the tools, I don't have anything, I have a bus, motorcycle, I don't have fuel. How do you expect me to work? And innovate. So the conclusion is, extension service, let us not lie ourselves. Without extension service, we will not move agriculture. We will not. It's a soft skill, it's a software, and many softwares are very dangerous. That you don't see the impact right away, but by the time you see the impact, it's very difficult to undo the damage.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Beatrice. Because of time, please listen properly, because I'm not going to be reiterating what the panelists have said. I want to quickly move to Noera. Noreen, agriculture is not seen. Temuliyo. That is one allegation. The other crime that has been mentioned against you as a farmer is that wherever you're asked, you say you don't see these people. You know, majority of these people are extensionists. You don't see them. That is what you say. And I want you to tell these people two things. Are you there as farmers, as a backbone? Two, do you see these people, or you're going now to deny them publicly because they are alleging you deny them in privacy? Now they are here. Do you see them? And then the third question, do you really need extension, you as farmers? Please tell these people. You're free to use any language.
I'm going to mix the language. I'm very disappointed.
Please get an interpreter next to you.
I'm very, very much disappointed as a farmer, because my sister here was talking and everything was cutting my heart and feelings about farming. Women farmers are easy learners and they are good implementers.
but the policymakers, as you've said. I'll not talk about the policy. Let me just talk about what we face, the challenges we get. Madam Moderator, as you said, are the extension workers reaching us? No, 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 no.
You have heard.
No. Actually, in Uganda, bagamba nti omunaku kaama yerandiza yekka. We thank very much these other organizations which are coming to us and facilitating us. For example, Pelam is there for us, the farmers. Slow Food is there for us, the farmers. These are the people who are seeing the orphan women in farming. Women are doing a lot, but we are not recognized. As far as farm production is concerned, we are hustling. Actually, the way I came up here, you saw me. My back is almost curving to make a letter C. That nobody is recognizing us, helping us in production, or the way we take or implement our farming methods. It's very unfortunate that when people there go and discuss, make dialogues through different channels, nobody is talking about extending technology in agriculture to the local woman. Because I heard about the technology here. I come from a village called Banda Chandaza. My parish is Chabalogo. It doesn't mean we are witches, but Chabalogo. But there is not even, they say, we see the things in these agricultural shows. When we come to see where technology is applied in farming, we see the walking tractors. But not even a single walking tractor is in my sub-count of Nachisunga. So where are you people? For us, we are like hyenas. You know, a lion is a very kind animal. At least it eats and throws to the what? To the hyena which cannot hunt. It's with the women. Lwaki mulya, lwaki mufuna, ne mutatulowoozaako. Lwaki mamulya ne mutatusuulirako. At least you provide a walking tractor to every sub-county or to our villages or parishes, like one of Chabalogo. It contains 8 villages. So please, we are there, we are hurting. We are hurting. We don't have extension workers. The seeds we are planting, the food we are providing, we are producing is not the better foods we are eating. It's unfortunate for all of you. You don't see quality in food. You want quantity. We are now struggling. We are applying agroecology. But what's going to happen when we apply all these methods of agriculture and applying those farming methods? When you are not recognizing the value of the farm and the farm produce. When I tell you that I've produced in Nakati, which is organically planted, you are the same people who go for quantity. When I tell you my bundles, when I tell you mine is 1,000, then you want to take this one of 1,000. You know, if a bundle is like this, and then you want this one. Please, I advise you consumers, you are all making mistakes. We are trying to do the right thing as you call us, that we are small holder farmers and we are the grassroots people. You high people, we are not grassroots. Why don't you choose to eat better? It's upon you now to have freedom of choice to food. You should eat better food, the one we produce. You support us. Mutumulise, who are there doing marketings? To remember, but nobody is seeing us. Nobody is seeing the quality. You are there to consume quantity.
Ayibambe.
Do
Thank
you know-
you. Yes, Noreen,
Akataleke.
as you wrap up.
Do you know why our daughters are not producing right now?
It is their sons.
Yeah? If the sons are in problems. Even now, the sons are also, they are the same now. They are not productive. Because how do you eat something which has been injected? Eh? A hen lays an egg without passing through the natural happiness. And then you eat that. Do you think your children, our daughters and sons are going to produce? Please try to get a good choice of food. You have the freedom of choice to food. Eat well and live.
Eat well and live. A hand clap for Noreen. I know you're not so happy, but thank you so much, Noreen. That is the farmer. And the female woman farmer, Dr. Mukuru. Did he finally come? I know Nachisunga is a sub-county in Mukono. And that is Dr. Mukuru's constituency, but is well represented.
Actually, let me talk a little about Dr. Mukulu. Dr. Mukulu is a father to we women farmers who are orphans. He has provided for us a small place. We have an earth market called this Mukono Slow Food Earth Market, where we bring these local foods, harvested very well. But we don't see you provide for us markets. People who are here who are doing marketing. We are located at the district headquarters, just in a small place. We operate 2 times, every Thursday and every Friday, but these days alternate. So our next market day is on Friday next week. Please, you're welcome. Come and check on our food.
If it wasn't a woman farmer, I would have asked you to pay for that advert. But please visit their stall and go and buy their indigenously produced food. And that's the farmer. And he has exonerated Dr. Mukulu. But Mr. Mpira, you're representing all the agricultural extensionists in this room working at local government. Why are you lazy? Why are you absent? The farmer is saying he's not seeing you. Why do you hate your jobs? Why is it that when you go to government, you don't work? You come to FRA, you work and perform. Represent them except Dr. Mukulu.
Thank you very much, moderator. Actually, I'll begin from where she stopped. She acknowledged that we work because she said Dr. Mukulu is there. So that means we are there. We are not lazy. Possibly we are thin on ground. We are not very many. I'll give an example of Buvuma. I have 52 islands, and with a very thin staff. Some sub-counties is 12 islands, and you find somebody has to move from island to island to offer extension. At a ratio of 1 to 1,800, I don't think I can be able to visit her home once in every 2 years. So we are really thin on the ground. It's not that we are lazy, but it's because we are very few. Then 2, priorities. I'm going to give an example. When I was in Nama, we visited with my DAO, a farmer, a vanilla farmer, said exactly what she said and said, Tetubalava, tebaliyo. But then when I engaged the farmer and said, in Mr. Mugerwa's place, we normally convene under nuts, and every 2 weeks, then the farmer said, so, are we there or we are not there? Or it's about priorities. If I visited a farmer when she's going for Nigina, but if I visit when she has invited me, then I'll be very useful. So have we also as farmers tried to invite these people to come? That's where it's very critical because we can't be there every day, but we are very few. Now, I'll go back to extension because you asked me a few questions, but I want to redirect it to where the grant is 0, but yet we say extension is the driver, is the vehicle from subsistence to the money economy. Under the parish development model, the extensionists are the people doing business plans for the beneficiaries under that arrangement. So if they say we are not there, and these districts have launched PDM, and people are benefiting, getting the money, then I don't think it's a fair statement. So at the end of the day, we are critical. We are needed. We have to be there if we are going to move many of the government programs. When I reflect a little bit back when she says, sorry, I'm not attacking, but I'm referring to her statements that Peram has done this good job. When I was in Bali, because World Vision had a motorcycle, could give me some allowance, people thought I was World Vision. But I was taking all the available opportunities to offer a service. When you go to Nama, my former chairperson, S3, said, in one of an engagement when we had a field day, I would like to thank my Mulimisa for having walked on foot the whole sub-county, which I've never done as the chairman. So somebody is even proud. You have nothing, but wants you to offer extension services. So as a wrap-up, we need an affirmative action. If the extension are not facilitated, and with the smaller numbers, then eventually we'll continue saying, Tebaliyo, Tebalabika. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Mpira, for those insights. And I like the way you're driving my panel. And I believe the audience now is obviously know who I'm picking next. Tony, are NGOs replacing government? The farmer said, I don't see these ones. It is Peram Atubererao, it is Slow Food and others. And now Mr. Mpira says that actually you World Vision, you even used to lend him a motorcycle and you fuel it. Are you becoming the government?
Yes, thank you so much, Madam Moderator and everyone. Good evening.
Good evening.
Yes, my name again is Tony Ojok. I lead the livelihood sector in World Vision, Uganda. Your question is, I don't know how I should answer, but I wanted to start by highlighting some of the roles of the civil society in extension. And then I will come to what our minister, the State Minister for Agriculture, made a ministerial statement. I think it was in May 2022, before launching the review of the strategy. I'll read for you. I picked it from the public domain, and you will understand why maybe organizations look like they're replacing government. One of the things I need to let us all appreciate is that organizations tend to, civil society tend to have funding that come from the different donor communities. And these fundings tend to have time bound with activities and targets for you to be in position to get another set of funding. So because of that, NGOs have to do what it takes to deliver. So when you go to a local government structure, like a sub-county, and you find the extension is not performing well, the best that the organization has to do is to facilitate as much as possible. It is very true that all the presenters before, and I think someone who represented the minister, also acknowledged that the extension number of extension agents or officers are few, and that is the question that all of us need to continue asking why. Because we have other sectors that are fairly funded yearly, and yet agriculture is a critical sector. So we see scenarios where organizations are replacing simply because they have to deliver. And number two, it is because still organizations being close to the farmers, and they see the need that farmers have, and so they find themselves coming to bridge the gap. Now, I told you that I picked something that the minister wrote, and this was a briefing on the upcoming National Agriculture Extension Strategy Review, which was supposed to be in 2022. It was delivered at the Uganda Media Center on 27th of May 2022. It's on internet. The minister said that, I want you to quote me, that undertaking all other good investments in agricultural sector without an effective extension and advisory system is like having a very sound vehicle with bad tires. Now, that shows that the government acknowledges that extension is actually very critical. And the same minister in his statement went ahead and said, this is a Major retired Fred Bwine, said, while great progress has been made, it is important to recognize the fact that we have not met our desired targets for a strong and responsive agriculture extension and advisory system. The general outcry around the country of limited and unavailable extension services to our farmers is not false. Those were his statements. It is largely due to low number of extension workers, limited facilitation, and limited capacity and skills enhancement. Now, those were the statements of the minister. So that means, as civil society and all stakeholders, we need to continue asking government. We know very well from the ministry side that agriculture extension is very critical to lift the agricultural sector off the foot. We know that I would liken the agriculture extension officers like the midwives or the nurses, because they are the ones who give birth to new knowledge, new skill, motivating farmers to take on farming as a business to ensure that we have food security, to ensure that we have income. We had the representative of the minister talking about the mandates of Ministry of Agriculture. The other one is input substitution. If we are, as a country, recognize that extension is very critical in the ministry, why is it not funded? And if that is done, then coordination. The other thing also that makes organizations look like they are doing government's work, because government is not coordinating. We talked about models here. We talked about who is doing what. Organizations have opportunities to do evidence-based assessments. We have value chain reports. We have market assessments. Where do we collect all this information? Who is coordinating to tell different players that this is where you need to go in this community? So it's because the issues to do with coordination is also lacking. The issues to do with monitoring of even these extension officers. In World Vision, we have a model we call Citizen Voice and Action. It's an advocacy model where we work with organized farmers to do some kind of a scorecard to find out what are those service points that are missing in the agricultural value chain. You can be sure that even the extension officers that are placed at sub-counties, some of them have very little vote to run the activities. So if you have, first of all, in terms of ratio, there are very few. Then number two, they are ill-facilitated. What do you expect? You would expect someone to be lazy. You would expect someone to be disengaged. You would expect someone to use the time he or she was supposed to have contact with farmers to do personal business. I want to stop here. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Tony. But as you pass the mic to where I'm going to direct you to pass it, I want you in a second or two confess. You know you are the catechist, and the popes are the NGOs out there. Is there any regret that you believe we have caused in the delivery of extension services as NGOs?
Yes, that is very true. One of them, it still goes back to lack of coordination. NGOs are using different approaches, and we are also using different levels of trainings. For example, I want to give you, most NGOs want to identify people whom they call TOTs. Identify the TOTs. It's a good model, the village agent model. But to what extent do we train them? And then we send them to go and be facilitators of farmers. To what extent are we able to look at the content? And that goes back to the standardization that someone was talking about. Do we have a central point? Do we have, I think some of these fraternities, like the medical fraternity, for you to practice at a clinic, even you're doing private business, you have a drug shop, don't we see standards apply?
They do.
In the agricultural sector, we don't. I have seen people who are training farmers, but they attended only a 3 days TOT training. And the person goes, and because he or she is the only similarly educated person there, the community will believe in him or her.
Thank you so much for the confession. It is always good to look in and say, where have we gone wrong? The soul of government and the ministry is willing, but their bodies are too weak, according to the statements of the minister. Give that mic to Rachel. Rachel is from Kilimo Trust. Please, I hope the sugar and the carbons are not working against you. Rachel, we know Kilimo Trust as an agency that promotes value chain development. Do you see any use for extension in that direction?
Thank you very much, Agnes, and good evening, everyone. My name is Rachel Ajambo. I work as the country team leader for Kilimo Trust in Uganda. Yes, we do promote value chain development, and extension cannot be disassociated from value chain development. It is part of what we call business development services. We as Kilimo Trust are part of the Agribusiness Market Enhancement Alliance, and we will have a BDS workshop tomorrow. I'm also speaking in that panel tomorrow, so we'll speak quite a bit more about business development services. Extension cannot be disassociated from value chain development, and this is the reason why. As Kilimo Trust, we promote value chains that have potential to uplift smallholder farmers, not few, because our numbers, our targets are usually quite big. And so if we are saying we are promoting a value chain development program, let's say right now of rice, I've been working in rice for about 8 years now. And we did that in Tanzania, we did that in Kenya, Uganda. And so if you're looking at value chain development for a commodity like rice, which is a low margin, high volume value chain. What do I mean by low margin, high volume? For a farmer to make profit on a commodity like rice, they need to have a big quantity of it. Otherwise, if a farmer is getting less than maybe, say, 3 metric tons per hectare, they are not making any profit. And in addition, they also cannot take advantage of economies of scale, which large farmers and those that are in cooperatives always take advantage of. So if I'm looking at a regional market of, let's say, South Sudan or DRC Congo, and they are demanding on a weekly basis 250 metric tons of good quality rice. If you work backwards, there is no way a smallholder farmer who is either in Butaleja or Bulambuli will be able to meet number one, the quality standard, but also number two, take advantage of the available market opportunity if they do not improve their agronomic practices. It is impossible. So this issue of low yields at farm level is because farmers are not adopting the good agronomic practices. And farmers are also business people. Farmers are the largest private business that we have in Uganda. Let me say that again. Smallholder farmers are not a civil society. They are rational. They are doing what also pays them. So if a smallholder farmer does not see the incentive to invest in their farm, they will not do it. And the reason they don't do it is because the market is not, the market they have, these small traders who are collecting small volumes, are not giving them the incentive to invest in the farm. If we say a farmer through the extension service is supposed to use high quality, high yielding seed, they need to use agrochemicals. They need to use fertilizer, because right now our soils are also, but that's a story for another day. Our soils are also now getting weak in terms of returns on investment. So farmers have to invest in their farms. But a farmer will not invest if they don't see who is willing to pay that cost. So what we do at Kilimo Trust is to organize markets for smallholder farmers. But those markets demand good quality and they demand volume, which will not come if the farmer is not investing. How will the farmer invest? They need to see the market. But they will not also do it if they are not told what to do. And this is where extension comes in. An extension service provider does provide the knowledge the farmer needs to apply whatever other investments they are doing in fertilizer and agrochemicals and seed in order for the volumes to come through. So farmers also are rational, and they will not invest in those farms if no one is paying their prices, if no one is meeting their cost of production. So extension is critical to value chain development.
Thank you so much, Rachel. And ladies and gentlemen, we are soon coming to the end of this panel. I'll open up this discussion to whoever feels has not been well represented by these people. And on standard, I'll not take more than 5 hands. So please, I'm preparing you. When I say ta, you put your hand up. I'm going to allocate numbers such that we go and enjoy the 3 events I announced at the start of this panel. I'm happy that extension is now going high from production and productivity to talking about quality, to talking about markets. It's amazing. So many years ago, the extensionist was associated with increased production. And once you do that, you're done, and productivity. But now we are talking about quality, which is quite very, very impressive. So for those of you who are saying the smallholder farmers cannot sustain the market, those of you are complaining that our produce day in, day out are rejected by our sisters and brothers in Kenya, the quality of our maize, the quality of our... Can you imagine somebody complains about the quality of your eggs? So she has told you, if we are really talking about a growing industrialization and we are serious about what you're talking about, then extension must go back and occupy the space it is supposed to occupy. Finally, on my panel, ladies and gentlemen, I wish to speak to the 78% of Uganda's population, the young people, below 35, so I'm still among. Below 35, are you denying? Who are you? Whom are you? Whom are you? Yes, we are speaking to the 78% of our population, more often than not have been condemned for running away from agriculture, and I have equally condemned them for eating the food they have not produced and they have not paid for it because they do not have incomes. Welcome, Dennis. Tell us as a young person, is the extension that has been discussed since morning to now, the extension you expect as young people?
Okay. Thank you so much. My name is Stephen Dennis. I just want to thank everyone for giving me this opportunity. First and foremost, we are 78% of the population. And here, which percent am I representing? Yeah, not even 2%. Okay.
Where
on the panel.
Eh.
So, is the extension important for, or is it the extension I expect as youth? One of the things I want to acknowledge is that the government has done a very good job in disorganizing the education system, mostly for the extension. I want to tell you, when I speak something that you don't feel good about, forgive me in advance. The youth are exercising what they want because they think it's the right thing to do. As a youth, you said we are eating food we are not producing. That's right, because we don't have land. And the people having land are not willing to give it away. One of the things we've been facing, I'm leading a group of 250 youth who are now extension agents in Roots Africa. And what we do is to equip youth with data set, skill set, and mindset. What we want is to make sure that if the youth have a chance to produce, they must have the right skills, they must have the right knowledge, and they must have the right attitude to produce. Currently, the extension system in Uganda is not what we expect as youth, simply because at one point we are not represented evenly for the extension. Madam Chiravi said the people who were recruited, most of them are retired. And
say the good number of them, not most of them.
Okay, a good number of them, it's retired, which is important. It gives us an option to enter into the gap. But there is no option, as for now, there is no policy that allows us to effectively participate in it. If we are contributing the biggest percentage of the population in Uganda, why don't we have the equal percentage to use when we are all making decision making? Also, one of the things we've been doing is we've tried to make sure we identify what is needed for the youth to provide extension services, but as well the youth to exercise their skills out there. One of the things we've been identifying is the system is not effective and is not favoring. Why do I mean by that is that most of the people who are doing this have not taken into account what we must have at the moment to produce the required results. As a youth, I've been able to identify a few gaps that are limiting the youth from doing what they are supposed to best. But at a national level, the youth have a chance to practice violence and participate in violent politics, because that's what we are remaining with. I want to acknowledge that most of the organizations, for example, World Vision and other organizations, World Vision and Roots Africa and other organizations, they have done their role to promote the youth, but also the key stakeholders have not taken the initiative of supporting the same organization which are supporting the youth. I want also to point out that out of the things that farmers are facing in the rural communities is the skills gap. The extension agents we have on ground may be enough for a certain village, but even the skills they have is not the skill the farmers need. Extension agents who is studying extension going to approach a farmer who wants skills in agricultural validation will not be relevant. So even if they reach the villages or even if they reach the farmers, they will not be as effective as needed. So as we advocate, we want to make sure that at least we have a chance to give the right skill set, the right data set, and the right mindset for the youth to be productive for the extension agent. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dennis. Ladies and gentlemen, what is your skill set? What is your database? And what is your mindset I'm opening the conversation to the first 5 hands. I don't know who is helping me. I'm giving you a quarter of my powers to pick the first 5 hands. And each of you, you have a minute to take part in the people's dialogue on the status of extension in Uganda. There is no hand. This light is an interesting one. There is one? Okay. Number 1, 1 minute.
Kataike Sarah. Now my name's
Honorable.
And I must say I have not been represented on your panel because I'm a crossbreed. I'm a politician, I'm a professional, I'm an extension worker. So since you've given me 1 minute, let me save you the other part of me. But I want to confess, now that I've told you I'm neutral, I'm not supporting any. I will not support the technical, I will not support the farmer, I will not support even the, no, NGO. I've been a country director also of the Hunger Project. I think what is killing my extension, because it is mine, I had to fight in the cabinet to defend what you are defending here. When the president said the extension is irrelevant, it has to go. And by the way, I'm the one heading the soldiers who were to replace the technical. Can you imagine? I'm the commander of the soldiers who they say they are better than the professional, but I had to stand my ground. Now, in 1 minute, I think what we have failed to do, if Uganda agriculture is the backbone, we have failed to defend that space. And everybody takes a space. We are given markets, we are unable to deliver. That means we are disorganized. We are given markets, we don't provide quality goods and services. I will put small thank you to my sister Sasakawa and others. But like they said, they come to show us. Then we don't pick quickly and we organize the sector. And since I'm a politician, I'm now going to talk as one. Government will invest where they see return for money. I think the interest of government is to see that people are eating and they don't die. But they will give tourism money because tourism is earning. So what do? Can we organize farmers? At least a few. We have programs like, by the way, can I confess how I've ended up here? I saw a talk show on the radio saying extension people are going to come. And I volunteered to bring myself uninvited. So because of your 1 minute, I think there's something we have to do about our extension. We cannot, and even extension, we know it. You don't change at 90%. Can we change at 20% so that they see our value? But even with the technical people, some don't even have an organized local vegetable garden. How will people respect us? I think that's enough.
Thank you, Honorable.
Can I recognize my lecturer and supervisor at Masters? Dr. Margaret. And many, they are here. So,
Honorable, you're making a risk. If I invite people to recognize Professor Mangeni, this whole room will stand up.
But at least...
thank you so much. Honorable number 2.
Thank you.
I face that side as well. The light doesn't allow me, my vice chair.
Thank you very much,
You're welcome.
Honorable Chair. Now, I'm going to be extremely brief. Of course, the first thing is really, how do we address ourselves now? The farmer, the farmer from Chabaloga raised a very, very important point, that we are not minding about what we are eating. Now, as extension workers, what should we do about this? I have a challenge. You can see I'm a small, lean man, but all my children are almost obese. I'm sorry I'm not reporting them because of the challenges we are having. We are taking in a lot of chemicals. We are not minding. She raised the point that when she's selling in a cut, she says organic is 1,000 and non-organic is 500. What is going to be the resolution of this meeting? Actually, it has sent me running because we have a lot of diseases coming up. That one should be part of the resolutions we make at the end of the day. Then about the extension workers. Of course, my colleague, the cow, raised it, and as a politician, I said it is true. But I was looking now at the way forward. What should be the way forward? Then when I was thinking back from my district, the vet officers are doing very well with treating animals. And there is one reason why they are doing it. They get a small fee. Actually, some 3,000 they get, and then of course they have market for their drugs. After treating the animals, they get a small payment. Should this be the same for agriculture? Sorry, for the crops. As a coffee farmer, should I look at the coffee as if I'm looking at the animals? And maybe we think as a government, as the NGO sector, we think of a small fee. That can solve a problem. Because this man is working to go to the field. This man is having a lot of challenges, and we expect the results from him. Now that one also should be another food for thought, Madam Chair. Then I looked at the affirmative action. Everywhere we go, they are talking about women, youth. They have no land. But we men, we have the land, and actually we have even more resources comparatively. Now in my district, as a case study, it had become so much that at the end of every harvesting season, when they have collected the money, the men drink, the women fight, a lot of murders. It had become so bad that my district, Chenjojo, had become the second in terms of murders. But we sat as a district and we sat down. I have my team here. We said, what should be the way forward? We actually now said, let us concentrate on the men. Let us concentrate on the men. We concentrated on the men, sensitizing them. We are actually talking to our youth. Now we think as NGOs and the extension workers, the system, should the system also change for the whole country, that now we look at the man as the most challenged? Because we've really tried. The women have come up, and our girls looking in our homes, even as they come out, they are fairer than the boys. But the girls now face a challenge. They have ruffians to marry. And if at all they try to marry our boys. So our concentration also should change. Actually, this one should be the affirmative action for men should start from this meeting. Then as I conclude, then the other one actually is government. You asked a question that is the NGO sector doing better work than government? The answer is yes or no, because we are not competing at all. Looking at my case study of CARE, actually CARE is the one which invited us as politicians, and I think from Chenjojo CARE, kudos really, because we are the only people who came in. You don't have the politicians here. Now for CARE have done very good work in Chenjojo district. I have to submit this. Why? Because they are partnering properly. They work with us, most times through us, and actually they are very, very close to us. And we are working as a team. And our schools, actually the nutrition thing is almost solved, and we have no challenges. Then that means all the others should borrow relief, and then we come up as a team, and we solve all these challenges. But otherwise, if we come out competitive, if you say it's your money, and even as a district, we've gone ahead. Actually, we budget together, and we put all the development partners, we include their budget in our development plan. So I think that one also should be. Now, finally, the last one, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, the last one. The challenge the farmer raised, actually, let's address also the middlemen. The middlemen in the value chain, actually. Between the market, which is very lucrative, and the farmer, there is the middleman, who is always doing a lot of extortion. I'm also thinking that this meeting should address itself critically on how do we do the marketing, how do we remove the middleman, how does the farmer from Chabaloga get to the final consumer. I beg to submit.
Thank you so much, Honorable. It is very difficult to stop the honorary chairperson of a local government in the room. But for the rest of you, I'm going to stop you. Where is the third hand? There were complaints to this side. There are three. 1, 2, 3, and I cross to this side. Quickly, in 1 minute.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I am rising on a very sad note. One, as academia, we felt we should have been there. We have a key part in your panel. And in particular, I also want to fault academia. We are talking about extension workers. And when you go to the field, all these lamentations we have been having, in terms of numbers, we are talking about funding, we are talking about policy, and so forth. But my issue is, the people we have, before you say 1,800, this one we have in this sub-county, because I know we have extension workers in each sub-county, is that person able to deliver? You represent the extension workers in local government. I thank God I worked with the local government before I joined academia. The challenge we have, our extension workers, I'm happy that Madam Chair said some of them have retired. We have people who are not well equipped to deliver extension services in the 21st century. The curricula we have, if you looked at curricula in all these institutions, I'm happy at least I've been able to look through some of these curricula. We can say, Makere, thank you so much. But look at other institutions. If you see what they are teaching in extension, you may get shocked. I come from a training institution, and the curriculum I'm implementing also sometimes leaves me wondering. And I have to take an initiative to deliver more than what the curriculum wants, because I know I'm sending somebody out. In other words, I am saying, UFAS, Maif, you have a role to play in advocacy. You have seen in Nietzsche saying how many curricula expired. And we are training on them. Maybe let's take this as an opportunity to even be interested in knowing what are you going to train in extension, which curricula are you accrediting in extension.
Okay.
There, we shall have people equipped to train in innovation systems, approaches, and so forth, and they will be able to deliver.
Now I'm going to give the power to the next speaker. If you feel somebody is encroaching on your time, just pull the microphone from him. But thank you so much. Thank you so much for reaffirming what Dennis said, that government has done well in disorganizing the education.
I'm just pulling the microphone from you because you said I shouldn't be cheated. Yeah. Isikoporo Moses are my names. I'm production officer Bujiri. Actually, I want to thank the organizers who have brought these brains together. I want to say that actually in Uganda, everybody has contributed to the extension failure. Almost everywhere. The farmers have contributed, the politicians have contributed, the extension workers have contributed. Yeah, yes, everybody. And we need to acknowledge that one. Now, extension service delivery. I don't know whether the ministry or government could come up with a way to sustain a strategy. Because this one has lacked since 1990 when I started working. You have AEP today. As the trend goes on, they bring another program. They bring this one, they remove this one. And whatever they bring, now we start from zero. Who can really persevere that confusion? Actually, you have even confused the extension staff more. The policymakers. They have completely confused the extension service delivery. We had NADS here, as it was going on, they killed it. They brought the army, as it was going on, they killed it. In Bujiri, we had a very good program in some district, SCDP. Actually, it was going to change, even to teach the farmer to know how to get the input and even start paying. It is no more. My appeal, those who make policies, could we have a policy which can really cover some 15 years when we are looking at something and we are moving? You see, agricultural transformation is a process. But you tell me plant coffee, before coffee yields, that one is now forgotten. This is agriculture, this is science. We are behaving as if we are, this is science, agriculture is science.
Okay.
Because we are, no, I'm completing. Allow me complete. And I've not talked since morning, just allow me. Yeah, also. Area number 2. Everybody in Uganda has become a profession of agriculture. Actually, it is the only area where you find most of the ministries are even recruiting all the extension workers. What is this? You get Ministry of Water, also they have their staff doing extension service in agriculture. Prime Minister's office, also they have their own staff implementing agriculture. Where are we? And who is to rescue this country, you people?
What I'm very sure
we are there to be
Kabila
blamed
Club.
as extension workers, but actually we are confused. You have confused us. These non-government organizations, they are working. I was in a meeting in Imbale last week. Then somebody said, in 2 years, we have handled 98 farmers successfully in 2 parishes. Now you are comparing with somebody who is handling over 40,000 farmers. And you are saying he has not performed.
Okay, sorry. I will give you a cup of tea. The last hand this side. I want to cross to the other end.
Thank you very much. Jojo Ruka is my name. I work with the Caritas Sorority. And I would like to say this in relation to extension. There are a lot of things affecting extension service in our country, Uganda. One is the issue of attitudes, especially the academia, the teaching fraternity. They have looked at agriculture as a punishment. Many times when a kid does a mistake, he's given a hoe to go and dig. So that demoralizes people to get into doing either taking agricultural courses or whatever, because they look at it as a punishment. The other thing is the issue of fake products in our country. It has really destroyed the extension system, because I can tell a farmer that this is a crop variety called either, we can call it either moneymaker or whatever, you know, those varieties of tomatoes. But on a person planting, you find that it has given him or her a very, very different thing. So someone loses trust in you as an extensionist.
Okay.
And then in our agriculture now, we use a lot of inorganic insecticides, inorganic pesticides, and we've ended up destroying pollinators like the bees. I want to assure you, if you are a farmer and there is no bee to pollinate your crops, what yield will you get? Even if your extension is trained from wherever, I don't know, Russia or where, that will not work. So, and then the other thing is the issue of polythene bags. These polythene bags have really destroyed our soils. Our soils are getting depleted because of this. So I think, and then the other thing is the certification process, the bureaucracy. It's too long. and most of us as farmers cannot afford. So I would like all of us to put our brains together, and then we come up with something, and then we advise the government. I'm very happy that this morning we were privileged to have, I think, the Minister of Agriculture and Tourism and Fisheries, if not the representative. This would directly go to him, and then we plead, we tell him that please help us. Because agriculture is the backbone of Uganda's economy. But is it a reality? Is it a reality? When you look at the budget, how much goes to agriculture and how much goes to weapons? Are we insecure in Uganda? So we could, like now we are not insecure. Can we reduce the budget from arms and then we put into agriculture? And then think of a way forward of seeing to it that agriculture is sustainable in Uganda. I thank you very much.
Thank you very much. I'm crossing to this side and I'm picking 2 hands. Oh, there was only 1 hand. Oh my God. Okay, let me give the 3. The first 3 hands from this side.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'll try to be very fast. I'm called Robertson Kansime. I'm the District Production Officer for Shema District Local Government. I have 2 issues. One is our sector was opened. Every institution can train agriculture. There's nobody to go in to check what actually they are teaching. In one of the districts, there was a DPO who could not shortlist someone who didn't go to Makerere. And she used to have issues with the District Service Commission. But she stood her ground until she retired. That's when they started bringing in these other institutions. So we are not saying other institutions are not teaching, but let's go in and ensure we are aware of what they are teaching our people.
Okay.
The second one, I wasn't happy with the chairperson of Chenjojo terming us as lazy, because I wanted it broken down. But so I have tried to break it down for him. Protect me, Madam Chair.
Yeah, you're protected.
So what I'm talking about, why we are regarded as lazy, maybe it's because of the facilitation we receive. I am giving an example of my district. I facilitate my extension workers with 1.2 million shillings per quarter. 1.2 million shillings, if you divide by 3 months, it means that's 400,000 shillings per month. So 400,000 shillings, we agreed 10 to 12 days, he should be in the field. So that means 40,000 shillings per day. So that is an SDA of 12,000 and around 5.5 liters of petrol. That is if he or she has a motorcycle of where to put that fuel. So the implementing partners, you can compare how much all these NGOs support their extension workers with. Then there you can tell whether we are lazy or not. And that was before the parish development model. When the PDM came, we were told to repurpose the money. That means reduce what you have been putting into extension to go to PDM. Now I give them around 700 to 800,000 per quarter. So you can imagine if someone is getting 200,000 per month, what do you expect that person to deliver compared to these other organizations that facilitate? So as I conclude, we had discussed it with my classmates, Sandra Ndagira and Honorable Kataika, my classmates at Makerere. Uganda is not minding about agriculture because everyone can feed in whichever way he feeds. For us who grow bananas, someone might spend 2 years without weeding, but eating. But if all regions could be like the other one I don't want to mention here, at least if 3 of the regions could be as problematic as the other one, those people could listen to us. Thank you very much.
Okay. I just wish to put a disclaimer that the DPMO is a participant and in his full right. And I pray that he's not treated like the justice driver for saying what he has said. The second last hand.
Thank you so much, the moderator. My name is Toby Atepo, a student of Chambo University. pursuing Bachelor's of Vocational Studies in Agriculture with education. After completing, I will be able to conduct agricultural research, extension service, which we are talking about, and at the same time also teaching. So meaning I belong to all these things we are talking about. But I want to talk about the extension, which we are crying for. I was touched when people were saying the future in the field is dark for me. Why? There is a cry that the extension workers who are coming out are lazy. But looking at the experience of what I see in the field, I see that in the government sector, the extension system is station-based compared to the NGO where they are field-based. So my submission here is it possible to move away from station-based extension system to field-based, where instead of saying I am lazy, because I have come in the sub-county, I have stayed since morning up to evening, you have not seen me doing anything, you brand me lazy. Facilitate me, send me to the field, and expect a report from me and see if I have not done what I'm supposed to do.
Finally. Who is our last hand?
Finally, I want to take this opportunity also to thank the organizers of this event, because this is a behavioral change. Extension is all about changing the behaviors, the mindset of the people. And we are all extension workers. If the politicians who are supposed to help us cannot help us, can we move up to them and talk to them and convince them so that they have a mindset change and have a positive attitude towards extension and agriculture at large? Thank you.
You're welcome. The last hand from the floor.
I observed the protocol. Joshua Pario, the sales agronomist of Omia Agribusiness. I feel not represented at all as an input dealer. Reason being, we have left completely out these input dealers because I've seen most of us being discussing the extension, and if we leave the input dealers without being equipped, and taking a case at Kampala, I mean Container Village, where you see there are over 400 shops, and you may not even find 10 qualified technical persons there. So what are we discussing without the input dealers being equipped with the rightful knowledge? And we are here thinking that we will do something good, and we just leaving them behind. So that is one. And there was a time we were called for some business summit, and I tried to raise this issue also about the input dealers, about the safe use of chemicals. And I tried to ask, since I was an extension worker at Omia from 2020 up to now, I've not seen any safe use organized in West Nile. I tried to inquire, why is it so? And I usually see it very frequent in other regions, like in Lira and the other regions. I was
finally
disappointed that the response that was given to me, that it should have been the input dealers organizing it for themselves at a cost. I would request if the policymakers or maybe the UFAs that are supposed to roll it to all the input dealers, and with that we are going to regulate this issue of inorganic food that is affecting us throughout the country. So I beg to submit. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And I think now everybody has been well represented. The good news is a couple of, if it wasn't last week, it was the other week, Cabinet resolved that they are going to establish a new authority on agrochemical, food, animal, and what was else? I don't know what was left that is not in Maif, but an authority is going to be established at Maif. Maybe when that process comes on board, we should all run very fast to see that we are part of setting the agenda for that institution. I wish to thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen. From the floor, I wish to close my panel by asking my panelists in 1 second, if you are His Excellency, the President of Uganda, what would you do for agriculture extension next financial year? One thing. I'm starting with you from Buvuma.
To replace the grant.
Replace the extension grant at local government. Rachel?
If I was the president, I would look at how to make extension a standardized curriculum.
Standardized agriculture extension.
Exactly.
Thank you so much. Tony?
Thank you. I would ask the ministry to fast track the coordination of extension service delivery in the country and be in charge.
And be in charge. Coordination and being in charge. Noera?
Yes, if I were the president, I would just reduce on the funds going on the arms and then transfer it to agriculture sector.
Wow. Beatrice?
If I was the president, as I said, the issue is the value accorded to agriculture extension. I would have work on changing the mindset and bringing back the glory of agriculture extension so that everybody gets to know what is the value of agriculture extension. Because I said that's where the problem is.
Finally, Dennis.
Okay, my side, I would, if I was the president, I would first of all make agriculture through the ministry a must for everyone in a school to take because everyone eats. Secondly, I would also lay down any operations and foster mindset change for the policymakers because farmers have a right mindset, but the policymakers have a wrong mindset. That's why they change programs each and every moment and foster youth involvement at every level of agriculture for effectiveness and efficiency.
Thank you so much, my panel of eminent people and the House at large for sharing your views and perspectives. The views and perspectives shared in this room are not necessarily the views of UFAS or the organizers, but the people have spoken. Have a great evening. God bless Uganda.
Thank you, thank you. A bigger hand clap. Is it hungry and hunger and what? Okay. Thank you so much, our panel. Thank you, Agnes, for steering us. At least I didn't see anyone dozing. A hand clap for us for not praying anyhow and dozing. Yeah. I would proudly say that we have successfully come towards the end of our day one of this National Agriculture Extension Week. But before we close, we still have some exhibitions. We'll need to tour around and see what our dear exhibitors are having for us on the different tables, Maif, Agra, Axom, World Vision, and different kinds of stuff that we can learn from and exchange. So we have evening tea outside that is waiting for us. And tomorrow we have a unique kind of arrangement. We have parallel sessions that will be going on concurrently. That is in the morning and also in the afternoon we'll have side events that will also be concurrent. So the lists are going around to help us express interest in which event in the morning we would prefer and which event in the evening we would prefer, so that it helps us to plan better on who is interested in what. So tomorrow we'll be meeting here at 9 a.m. We'll start
with a recap on what has been happening, what lessons have we learned, what can we take home from this. And it is a good discussion that we'll organize tomorrow. And then, of course, we'll have a session from the organizers of the different side events and side workshops to engage us, to pitch to us what is it they have prepared, so that maybe we can learn better and plan on engaging. And then we will have some time planned and scheduled to tour around the exhibitions and the different posters and the information around us, so that we don't we don't miss out on the unique information available for us. And so that is all I can say for now. So feel free to register on the different lists around so that we plan better for you. So tomorrow by 9, let's be here in this place, and let's plan to enjoy the day tomorrow and learn as much as we can in regard to our agriculture extension and the different opportunities that we can connect and bring on table. So wish you the best of the day. Bye-bye for now. Bye. In case you still want to network, visit, as we said, yeah.